I have officially survived over 1000 days in hardcore Minecraft, and I thought what better of an idea than to combine all 12 episodes of my series into one big movie. Not only can you see how my editing and storytelling progresses from episode 1 to 12, but you can also see over a year of progress condensed down into just one video. So my friends, enjoy as I survive 1000 days in hardcore Minecraft. What's going on, everybody? It's Eagle here, and welcome to a brand new hardcore Minecraft series. The most recent trend has been the Minecraft Forever World, and I have always wanted one for myself. So in this video, we're going to make a fantastic start to that, building this beautiful starter base. If you guys enjoy, please make sure to like and subscribe, as it helps out so much. I am trying to get to 2,000 subscribers, so subscribe. But without any further ado, this is the start to the hardcore Minecraft world I have always wanted. Alright, what's going on, everybody? It's Eagle, and welcome back to Hardcore Minecraft. As you can see, we are in a brand new world, which I put in a completely random seed, and the spawn is beautiful. I mean, look at it. We can already see there's mountains up there, and around this area, there's a bunch of plains areas. But, we already know what we have to do first. Punch tree. This is your first time seeing me. I am Eagle, and I am a Minecraft YouTuber. Just gonna start by making a pickaxe. Mine up 3 stone. Create a stone pickaxe. Alright, now we've got 64 stone, and now let's make a full set of stone tools. Just gather up a little bit of wood. And dude, look at these flowers. Seems we've spawned in a flower forest, and I think that is awesome. Let's come over here and grab some of this coal. Only 2, alright. If you want to survive this hardcore world, we're gonna have to get some food, and that starts with you, Mr. Chicken. Also, now we know there's a beehive here. That's great. Ooh, look at this mountain. Ooh, powdered snow. Have to avoid that. I guess it's pretty useful. We can find a lot of cool stuff up here. Ooh, look at that. I want to head over there. But first, let's see if we can find any more extra coal and iron. Whoa, that is a deep hole. Ooh, look at that big old plains biome. That looks so good. Also, I see some sunflowers over there. Ooh, look at this big old cave. That's so cool. Alright, it's about to get dark, so let's start smelting up some of our iron. Alright, we're throwing down our old tools into the pit of despair. Actually, they didn't fall too far. Okay, I just had to hop into free camp for a second here because look at this. Look at how freaking big this cave is. I mean, this is an awesome cave that I'd want to build in. Like, I mean, this is beautiful. Also, why are there so many creepers right there? But let's get out of there because our iron is finished smelting up and I want to go and explore. But alright, let's head out and look, and oh my gosh, this place is beautiful. Look over there. I mean, there's a village too. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't been exploring very much, but I think this might be the place where we settle down. But first, I do need some food, so... Alright, Mr. Cow. Sorry, buddies, but we needed that 12 steak. Alright, now we've got a pretty decent amount of food. Ooh, there's another village off in the distance. Alright, but we can't get too ahead of ourselves. First, we have to get these cows. Hello, Mr. Villager. I'm taking all of your food. Hey, Mr. Villager, I'm taking your stone cutter. That's a lot of apples. Taking your brewing stand. All of you guys' crops are clutch. Thank you. Ooh, look over there. Kind of almost forgot I need a bed. Then I headed over to the village that we saw earlier. Alright, let's go to sleep. This is an awesome view. Don't worry, guys, I'll return. Oh, there's also dark oak over there. Whoa, this is a beautiful area. This might have to be where we settle down. Alright, I've decided that this is where we are going to call home. So let's set down the furnace and the crafting table. Let's make a little chest right here. Empty out our whole inventory. After settling down, I went out to the dark oak forest biome and also the jungle biome to get some saplings. I also ended up finding some melons, cocoa beans, and bamboo. Alright guys, so I need to go over to the village to grab those spruce trees, and I was thinking we should make an iron farm, because in my most recent 100 days video, it ended up being one of the best things I've ever done to start a world. So let me go get some materials and hit the time lapse. And alright guys, the iron farm is finished and you can see it's already working. That honestly took a little bit too long for it to be a day 1 iron farm, but I'm not complaining. We do actually have a zombie villager in here just in case we need it for any reason. But yeah, you saw the shenanigans in the time lapse. And I see a lot of golems spawning, which is great. Check the chest again. 7 more iron. Let's go. But now that we have our iron farm set up, there's a little area that needs some terraforming. So let's pop into FreeCam here for just a second. And I wanted to show you guys this little area down here. I want to make a flattened out area that can easily be accessible and that can hold a lot of basic farms. I want to plant stuff like trees, fields, even get some animals in some pens. But first, you can kind of see that this area looks a little bit strange. But I want to fix that by terraforming and flattening out this entire area, which is going to take a lot of dirt and grass. So this might be a little bit of a big project, but you know, I'm always down for some terraforming. So let's hit the first time lapse of the video and terraform that area. Let's go. And alright guys, we have finished flattening out this area down here. Come under, you can see how I had to get a bunch of dirt from under here, but I mean, we did it and it looks good, so we're good. But now that we have this area where we can do pretty much anything we want, I think that we should start by placing down some trees. And alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have planted the field and also our sugarcane and the bamboo, if you can see it right there. I promise you this is all temporary. If you know me, I'm a builder. I love aesthetic. This is not aesthetic in any means at all, so I'm going to be fixing this at some point. But this is just for the beginning times, just so I can, you know, gather up a lot of materials. But now I want to do one more thing in this area right here, and that is to gather up a bunch of animals and some pens, just so that we can have them and don't have to get them later. And alright guys, we have all of our animals into their pens, including chickens, cows, sheep, and pigs. I'm going to be trying my best to breed these up as often as possible because I'll be doing other stuff. But now what's on my agenda is I want to go and get some acacia wood, but also see if we can get some other types of woods. Because right now we have spruce. Oh, what the heck? I didn't even see those over there. That's like the third group that spawned in recently. But anyways, we have spruce, jungle, oak, dark oak, and birchwood, but there's a few others that are missing, so without any further ado, let's go on a little journey and gather up as many as we can. So we went out on a journey mainly to find some acacia wood, but we also ended up finding some cherry wood as well. Alright, we've made it back with the stuff that we needed, and I'm thinking now it is time to go down into the depths and do a little bit of mining, because I think that would be nice if we could get up to level 30 perchance, because I do need silk touch to gather up some mushroom stem for the starter base, so we need to do a lot of stuff before we get anywhere close to doing that. After doing all that mining, we came across a skeleton spawner that we might come back to in the future. Alright, after a long session of mining, I decided we should check our iron farm, and that is a lot of iron, so if you guys wanted to know how long I was down there for, that I guess shows how long we were down there for. But there are two pretty massive things that I ended up finding down there. When we went down into the caves, we also found a skeleton spawner. And let me hop into FreeCam here, because if you come just over the hill and follow this trail of of torches, you can see that straight down from right here, that is where the skeleton spawner is. So definitely I'm going to want to go and get that into an XP farm because that'd be super useful. But in terms of what we found, let's check this chest. We got 9 diamonds, a bunch of lapis, a bunch of copper, which is going to be used in our starter base, a bunch of redstone, iron, some gold. We also found some iron horse armor and stuff, which would be awesome to have a horse like you, buddy, but I can't find any saddles anywhere. But I'm thinking let's take 3 diamonds and create our first diamond pickaxe of the series. We're already level 26, but we are lacking on sugarcane and cows. So there's going to be a little bit more grinding before we actually level up enough to be able to enchant. But as long as we keep breeding these dudes up, I'm sure we'll be fine. Let's also expand our sugarcane farm a little bit. And I think that we should come over here and harvest up our field. Alright, so we have just finished farming this field right here, and I think that it is time to just go over here and harvest up all these trees and replant them and, you know, keep that cycle going for a little while. While I'm doing that, I want to be trying my best to breed the animals as well because I want to have an enchantment setup soon, and the sugarcane is growing pretty slow as well. So yeah, I guess let's hit another time lapse and chop down all these trees. And alright guys, we have been chopping down trees for I'd say an hour and a half, probably 2 hours or so. And this is how much wood that we have been able to acquire. That is a good amount. I don't think any birch tree spawned, which was kind of weird, but I don't know. I moved the cobblestone layer above because I assume that's probably what it was. But they're still not growing, so I'm not sure. But in the time lapse, you could have seen that we were also breeding up the cows and sheep a lot. And I'd say our cow supply is coming in real good. Let's harvest up the sugarcane real quick. And I'm also thinking we should harvest up our field again. Alright, now that we are done harvesting and replanting our field, I think we should breed our animals one more time before we take them out. They're so loud, oh my gosh. Alright guys, it's time to go. Alright, now there are just a bunch of children left. Sorry guys. And we didn't even get enough leather, I don't even think. Oh my gosh. The sheep, I'll let you guys stay, because I might need you guys for some light gray wool. You guys you have a happy life. And you chickens, keep laying eggs please. Oh, we have enough leather, that's good. We're just waiting on sugarcane, and once we get that, we'll need a little bit of obsidian and we'll be good. I'm debating whether or not I should take these guys out because they're lagging my game really bad. But there's a little terraforming project that I want to do around here, and I'm gonna need a lot of different stones. So let's go back into that big cave that we found earlier and gather a bunch of it. But first, I'm kind of really curious to see how much iron we have. Alright, the farm still seems to be working pretty well, so let's see how much we have. Jeez, that's a lot of iron. Now do you guys see why I did it in the first episode? Oh my gosh, it's so useful. We're on day 33 too. But anyways, let's go. Hey, are you subscribed? I am on a mission to get 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if you guys want to support your boy out, make sure you go down there and press that subscribe button. While you're down there, like the video too. It helps me out so much, and I'm thankful for every single one of you guys. But with that being said, let's get back into the video. And alright guys, we have returned from our little mining session, and we ended up getting a bunch of tuff and andesite, also some cobblestone. And my plan is to do a little bit of terraforming down here to make the transition from up here to down there just a little bit smoother. So let's hit another time lapse and do a little terraforming because it's going to bring this area together super well. Alright, so we have finally finished this big terraforming session, and I'm not quite sure if I like this little area over here. I might make a little bit of a slope to get up there, just so it makes it look a little bit better. But I don't know about that. But what I do want to do though is I want to take this and push it back just a little bit, just to add a little bit more detail. Alright, but I do think that since we have enough sugarcane now, that it is time to start an enchantment setup. So first, let's mine up all of this lava right here. Alright guys, so 4 lava buckets and 32 obsidian later, we finally have enough stuff to create our enchantment setup. And let's create an enchantment table. Now let's take these books and create bookshelves out of them. 15 bookshelves, pretty nice. And I have absolutely no idea where to put this, so let's just put it right here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now let's place enchantment table, and now we have a full level 30 enchantment. Fortune 2. I'm not doing that. Alright, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I also downloaded a mod. It makes stuff pop up a little bit. I think it's pretty cool. Been waiting for it to download for a little while, so it's nice. I think we should breed up our animals real quick, just to get that 34th level. Hello, guys. Alright, and that is level 34. We're gonna have to take out these guys pretty soon as well, and also harvest up this field. Now that we have that 34th level, let's come over here and just enchant a sword. It's just a little dull enchant. Sharpness 1, alright, it helps. But let's look at Fortune 3, possibly? Unbreaking 3, I'm probably gonna have to take that risk. Unless our axe has Silk Touch, which I don't think it does. But let's put this in there and... Ooh, but our axe does have Silk Touch, so I think that we're going to have to get this. Silk Touch efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3, perfect. So I'm not really bummed about the pickaxe at all because Silk Touch is really all I was looking for. Now we can gather up all of the Silk Touch things that we need for our starter base. One thing I really want to do though is make a diamond shovel and hopefully get a good enchant on that. Obviously we don't have enough levels right now, but I just want to check to see if we get full efficiency 4. Silk Touch, ooh, I like that. So I'm thinking we should breed up our cows one more time and take a bunch of them out. Also, we should harvest up this field right here. So let's do it. Alright, so we have just thinned down the population a little bit, and I think that we have enough levels to enchant our shovel. But the question is, should we try to go for Silk Touch and hope for efficiency 4, or what? Alright, so let's try this shovel out, and hopefully we can get efficiency 4. Let's go! That's gotta be the luckiest thing that we've gotten so far. That is going to make terraforming this area 1,000 times easier. So with that monumental thing, I think we should initiate a little bit of another terraforming time lapse and really finish off this area to build our starter base. And alright guys, we are finally finished with flattening out this entire area. And I'm thinking we're going to put the starter base right here. I was thinking of putting on the hill before, but it's just kind of too small and it doesn't really fit the area that much. So the starter base is going to go right here. And before we gather up materials for it, I actually want to finish chopping down all of the trees over here just so that we can get rid of this eyesore. But right before we did that, we enchanted this axe with efficiency 4. And alright guys, the area is finally finished getting cleaned up. We removed all the trees that were planted and also this field right here. And I've been trying my best to thin down this over here because at one point I was getting like 15 FPS whenever I looked in this direction. So I kind of had to clear up a bunch of those animals. But the only thing I have left over here is sugarcane and a little template if I want to grow any more trees. I have it like this just so that the podzol doesn't spread. And now that I think about it, I should kind of light up this area because it's not lit up anymore. But I have gotten over 33 levels, so I think we should try to enchant our diamond pickaxe with a little bit of a better enchant. Efficiency 4 and breaking 3, yeah, it's alright. I really want fortune though, so I'm going to come and see if there is an iron pickaxe I can enchant. Alright, new iron pickaxe acquired. Please give us fortune 3, and it's the same thing. Ugh, guess we have a decent pickaxe back here. But we've spent a lot of time over here, and I'm super curious to see how much iron we have. Alright, let's check and see. That's a lot. Let's take all of this home and also all of these flowers. I think we have iron for pretty much the rest of the series. But we have been grinding for a long time and I think I need a little bit of a building break. So I think that means going out and gathering up all of the rest of the materials I need for our starter base. So let's do that right now.
2,000 years later.
And alright guys, after a couple hours of gathering materials, this is everything that we need to build up the starter base of Hardcore Season 2. So without any further ado, let's hop into the time lapse and build this base up. And alright guys, that right there is a pretty awesome starter base. I just realized I missed a sign right there though. I'd say pretty much the only things that we need to do is go to these planter boxes and add a couple of flowers and greenery, but also go inside and add the interior. I'm thinking we should take a couple of dark oak saplings, some cornflowers, oxeye daisies, alliums of course, poppies, lily of the valleys, and even pink petals. Now that I think about it, I also want to go and add some lanterns around the entire area, so let's create a bunch of torches and lanterns. Alright y'all, I do think that is a finished build now. I went around, added some lanterns, but also I filled out all of the flower boxes, which I think it looks super awesome now. There's so much color. And also I love how the copper grates are sort of starting to oxidize now too, so they're starting to add even more color. I'm excited about the inside though, because there's just so much space in here. So why don't we get started on an interior, shall we? And alright guys, we have been doing a lot of work. Opening the door, we come in and see our 2 illager banners. Then to the right, we have a little barrel storage area. I was thinking I might add some tables right here, but it's not really needed, so I don't know. But when you come up to this little level, we have the enchantment setup. I think it fits in perfectly with this little jet out. And when you come all the way upstairs, we have a bunch of storage on these 2 sides. And through here, we have our bed. The top layer doesn't have anything yet, so if you guys have any ideas, leave them down in the comments. Oh yeah, and also, so a lot of people like asking for my seed, and there it is. Just before anybody asks me in the comments, because that is one of the main comments that I answer. So if you guys still ask, I know you didn't watch the video. But I'm thinking the only thing we have left to do is just make a pathway in front of our house. And pretty much the only thing I want to connect it to is our path right here, because we don't know what we're putting down here yet. So I think we should get started on that right now. And alright guys, the pathway is finally finished. See, I had to grow a jungle tree there to get some vines. And that's because I added a little leaf barrier right here, and I think it adds a bunch of detail to this cliff. Having the vines and leaves hang over, I think adds a lot. We also changed this down here to a coarser pathway. But I know the path was supposed to be the final thing of the video, but I think we need to do just one more thing. This area right here could really use a nice custom tree. Just a little bit too flat. So I'm just going to add a custom tree, and if anything else comes to mind, I'm probably gonna add that too. Alright guys, we made this area look 10 times better. After the time lapse, I ended up adding this little sort of hay bale sort of pile thing, and I also added a little mini wagon. Then I dotted some flowers around, and yeah. Also add this little custom wheat field over here to the side, and I think it fills up the space pretty well. When everything is all fully grown and it's all yellow, it'll look way better. But finally, the main attraction, the tree. I try to pack in as much detail as possible here, where you can look up and see the actual branches. You can also see a little spore blossom giving off those particles, and I added even a little sort of seed here, so you guys might see a couple of intros from right here. But I also added some glow berries and some hanging lanterns. But this is one of the most beautiful trees I've ever built, and I'm so extremely proud of it. Who knows, in a couple of weeks I might look back at this and think that it's bad. But yeah, this place is looking so awesome. But okay, the absolute final thing of the video, let's move all of our junk from out here into the starter base. And alright, so we have just finally moved all of these chests and clutter from over here into the starter base. And on day 74, I think it is time to call this episode. Thank you guys so much for watching episode 1 of the new hardcore series. This series has so much potential, and I'm so excited to see what comes of it. Also, thank you for all of the support on the 100 days video. It's doing super well right now, and if you guys wanted 200 days, like I said, let me know. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and Jesus loves you. I'll see you later. Peace. What's going on, everybody? It's Eagle here, and welcome back to a brand new episode of Hardcore Minecraft. Last episode, we built this absolutely beautiful starter base and also this pretty cool tree. But our animals aren't really living the best life. So in this video, we are going to build a massive barn, giving them a home. We're also going to terraform our area, giving it some much needed changes. If you enjoy the video, please make sure to like and subscribe, as we are now on the way to 3,000 subscribers. The support I've been getting recently has been tremendous, and I'm so thankful for you all. But without any further ado, let's get straight into the episode. And alright guys, stepping out of the starter base that we built in episode 1, which go watch it if you haven't, I'm so excited to dive back into our hardcore world. And today I have a pretty big goal, and that is to get these animals into their own home. I want to do little terraforming over in this area and build a big barn for them. Eventually, I also want to tear down this big hill that I have right here. Once I do, it'll open up this entire area and make it look just so much better. But before we do any of that, I think that we should do a little bit of enchanting on our tools. So I think I'm just going to make a little bit of an iron pickaxe and see what we get. Put it in there, efficiency 4. Okay, I might take that chance. We just need to grab a little bit of lapis somewhere. Oop, there it is. So let's enchant our pickaxe, and we got silk touch. So that's pretty good. So now we have a really good silk touch pickaxe, but it's only iron. Guess it'll make gathering stone a little bit easier. But let's make another pickaxe and see what this one gets. I'm breaking 3, or I'm thinking that we should grindstone our diamond pickaxe. Put it in there, so we get fortune 3. That is exactly what I was looking for. That is so lucky. Let's go. I knew I had to do that. This tree's been here for a little bit too long, so let's chop it down. Also, you guys might notice that I added a little bit of a texture pack, and that just makes this grass go down a little bit more. I sort of love it, so I'm gonna keep it. Anyways, the tree is gone now, and I'm thinking that now that we have this fortune 3 pickaxe, we should do a little bit of mining. If we could get full diamond armor this episode, that'd be amazing. So let's make a couple of iron pickaxes. I'm thinking we should go back to that cave that we were in last episode. After heading down into the cave, I dug out a small area where I could then do some diamond mining. And alright guys, after digging out this room, we actually found some diamonds. Let's mine them up fortune 3 and see what we get. Got 6 diamonds out of 3. Okay, that's pretty good. And okay guys, I think we should do a bunch of mining because I want to get a bunch of diamonds. Let's go. And alright guys, returning home from our mining adventure, we got a lot. Starting with the main attraction, of course, we have 42 diamonds. That is enough for a bunch of tools and armor. We also got a bunch of gold and a lot of redstone and lapis. So I'm thinking we should do the honors right now by making our first chest plate, our first helmet, our first pair of boots, and finally our first leggings. And let's put them bad boys on. Ooh, we're looking kitted up, y'all. Let me get some cobblestone smelting over here. You guys will see in a minute why. Now that we have a full set of diamond armor, I think we need to make a full set of diamond tools. And pretty much the only 3 things I need to make is a diamond sword, a diamond axe, and the most slept on tool in the whole game, a diamond hoe. But I'm thinking let's come over here and survey our options in an enchantment table. Sword, fire aspect 2, okay. Axe, unbreaking 3, okay. Let's check out our armor. Our helmet, respiration 3, unbreaking 3, depth strider 3, and unbreaking 3. I was thinking we should enchant our helmet because respiration 3 is absolutely awesome. And we got protection 3. Let's go. Now that the stone is smelted up, we can put it in for one more set. Let's put these extra tools that we made in this chest. But right now, I'm thinking that we should repair our shovel because quite a bit of terraforming is coming up. 2 diamonds, not that bad. If you guys have any name suggestions for our diamond shovel, please let me know. But let's put our diamonds in the chest and take this stone that we smelted earlier, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an armor stand. Come right here, make one just to commemorate our first set of iron armor. We're going to put it all on this armor stand and celebrate it. You did me so well, Iron Armor. But what I really want to do, and as I mentioned earlier about the terraforming, I want to fix this little hill area up right here. Going to hop in the free cam for just a second here. I want to make a nice little curve right here that wraps around and smooths out this landscape. I also want to remove this hill, which I may or may not do. And the goal for the video is to build our giant barn for all of our animals right here. But with that being said, guys, let's get straight into the terraforming. And oh my gosh, guys, after about 3 or 4 hours of digging, we finally terraformed this whole area over here, took away this hill, and also got rid of that big ugly mound of dirt. I think our area looks 10,000 times better now, especially since we smoothened out this hill right here. Removing that little mound really just opens up this area. Also, removing this big ugly joker lets us expand towards this way. But guys, I think that we should get into the material grind for our big barn that we're gonna build. Doing it a little bit early doesn't really hurt nobody. So let's go gather up a bunch, and I mean a bunch of materials, and build up this barn. Alright guys, so here are all of the materials needed to build our giant barn. So without any further ado, let's give our animals a place to stay and build this bad boy up. And alright guys, that is the barn. This place honestly came out so freaking good, and I love it. I love the interior, how you can jump over these little carpets, and it's sort of an open interior. I want to get cows, sheep, chickens, and pigs inside of here as well. I like how you can look this way and sort of watch the sunset as well. That looks pretty cool. But then when you come up these ladders, I didn't really add anything up here, so if you guys have any more ideas of what I should add in another interior, let me know. But then up here we have more open windows, and finally on the side we added some horse stables. I really like this. Now if we ever get any horses, we can just ride them up in here, and now they have a home. And this is what it looks like at night, nice and lit up. I'm honestly so proud of how this barn came out. This is my best barn I've ever made. I love the extra little jet out at the top. It adds like a bunch of detail. But yeah, the next thing I think we should do is make a little coarse dirt path connected to ours. And alright guys, we have finished the pathway, and after the time lapse I ended up adding a couple of bushes and lanterns. I also added a bit more grass around the area and detailed inside just a little bit more. But now comes the hard part guys, and that is getting the animals actually into their pens. And there we go guys, we have all of our animals. I got the sheeps, the cows, the chickens, and the pigs. And I didn't make the same mistake as I did in the 100 days video, and I left some grass to grow in there. Also, last episode we ended up getting a horse a little bit off camera, and I never really mentioned him, so here's how fast he is. He's really slow, but it's okay because we still love him. He's still our guy. So if you guys have any name suggestions for our Mr. Horse here, let me know. But yeah, this place is looking super awesome. And as I said earlier, I love watching the sunset. But now we have a giant open slate for our area after all of the terraforming we did earlier. Down here, super flat too. But do you guys remember that skeleton farm I mentioned earlier? I want to turn that into an XP farm and get a couple of enchants on our tools. So let's gather up some materials right now and I'll take you guys to it. Actually guys, I just remember that this is going to require us going to the nether, so I'm just going to make a little nether portal back here just hidden from everything. Let's go ahead and light it, and I'm going to try and get just a tiny little bit of soul sand. Alright guys, I really hope I get a good spawn right in a soul sand valley. Oh man, doesn't seem like we're anywhere close to a soul sand valley. But I do see a little bit of soul sand right over there, so I think I should try and go and gather that. Super dangerous guys, I hope I don't die. I'm gonna try my best not to get lost in here by putting some stone blocks down. Yes, we're so close, but there is a piglin trying to attack. Get out of here, dude. That Joker think he was. Oh, the Scorch is gonna be super useful. There it is. Soul Sand is right here. I just hear something try to attack me. Scary. I'd say we got pretty lucky with spawning right next to some Soul Sand on the beach. But we have everything that we need, so let's just go straight back home because I don't want to be here. And I don't think we're gonna have to go back, so let's remove this portal. And the final material I need to gather is actually over here. Back in episode 1, I realized that this is actually an ocean biome. Even though it looks like just a small little lake, it's considered an ocean, so it has kelp. And that is the final material we need. Only one. Thank you. Alright guys, so here it is. If you guys are familiar with how spawners work, we actually need to do a little bit of excavation. So let me place these chests down over here and empty out most of the stuff that I want to use. So without any further ado guys, let's get into a good old-fashioned time lapse and dig out and make this skeleton spawner an XP farm. And alright guys, so the farm is now finished. Took me a pretty long time and I ended up adding 2 bubble elevators right here. Well, technically 1 because this one takes us up and this is a drop chute. But I ended up making this area a little nice aesthetically. And I mean the farm works, so that's super good. Just over the time lapse, this is all of this bones and arrows I've got. And also, I am level 37, so let's go back to the base and do a little bit of enchanting. Alright, so I'm thinking that we should try our armor out first and see what we get. Chest plate, brass protection 4, I'm good. Leggings, I'm good. Boots, I'm good again. So it looks like we're going to be enchanting our sword or our axe. Put our axe in there, efficiency 4, okay. Put our sword in there, looting 3, I'm taking that. Hey, that's all I need. But now let's try out the armor again. Let's see what we get on the armor. I'm breaking 3, blast protection 4. On our axe, we have efficiency 4. So let's try out our chest plate, see what we get. Just in breaking 3, it's pretty unlucky. I'm breaking 3 on the leggings and depth strider 3 on the boots. I'm gonna do this, depth strider. Ooh, that's really good. Now, right when I run out of levels, they want to put prot 4 in the leggings. But I just moved some books and an enchantment table down here so that we can enchant while killing the skeletons. So I'm going to spend some time mining up all these skeleton legs and enchanting our armor, and I'll let you guys know when we get back. And alright guys, we have been doing a lot of enchanting. If you look at our sword, we have sharpness 3, sweeping edge 3, fire aspect 2, looting 3, and unbreaking 3, all on one sword. Then we go over to our axe, we have silk touch, efficiency 4, unbreaking 3. Then we go over to our pickaxe, obviously the fortune 3 one, and the shovel is the same as before. We also have a hoe with efficiency 4 and breaking 3, and we got protection 4 and breaking 3 on our leggings. So yeah guys, we've been able to accomplish a whole lot. Also, I'm not really sure if you guys are interested, but I sort of improved the bed. Let's go sleep real quick. But one thing I was thinking about is how bare our barn looked over here all alone. So I think we should do a bunch of detailing over here, and I have a pretty cool tree planned. Also, I want to start incorporating some stone buttons and stone pressure plates. I'm sure it'll add a lot of detail. But yeah guys, let's get straight into another time lapse and do a bunch of detailing around this barn to make it stop looking so lonely. Hello. I really like this area. I also got this new mod where I can do this thing where I can try to turn around and I can like look at you. Hello. But then also I can turn around and ooh, look at that tree. Ooh. Look at that tall barn over there. Ooh. Look at this wall in front of me. Ah, you like that tree, guys? Look at this hay right here. So tough. No, but in all seriousness though, guys, I think this area looks so good. I love this tree. It's so cool. And I had this little jungle slab, make it look like there's a little mushroom. And you know, I had to do my thing with the coaster under the tree. Added a couple of hay bale piles around. Other ones over here. And also this tree. I like this tree a lot. It's supposed to be a birch tree, and I wouldn't have used the birch fences if I had pale oak, so we might need to do that next episode. But I tried to fit some glow lichen in under here just to keep a little bit of lighting. Also, we added another little wagon right here, and also a cool wheat field. I don't know how, but I managed to fill up this plain area over here and made it look so good. Just as some other YouTubers do, I want to try and build a custom field every episode, because eventually we'll be able to fill out this whole area and make it look super nice. But yeah, moral of the story, I absolutely love what we did with this place. But let's try out the episode tradition and come check our iron farm. On one of my streams, I actually checked it and it was all the way jam-packed full. But that was about 20 days or so ago, so let's check it again. Ooh. Can I even carry all of this home? No, so I'm just going to take as much as we can. Well, look at how our barn looks from over here, man. It looks so cool. Yeah, I think we have a good amount of iron. But my friends, I think that is where we're going to call this episode today. I know it is way shorter than any of my other episodes, but I was super busy this week and I really want to get this video out. Also, I want to experiment with a shorter video style. So hopefully I can post weekly instead of bi-weekly. Oh, this guy is pale moss. You need to buy this. Here we go. Thank you for your business. That man was nice enough, he even gave me his 2 leads. But I want you guys to stay tuned because the next episode that's going to come out is going to be a freaking banger. I'm honestly so excited to keep expanding our area. It is an open canvas at this point, do so much stuff. But I also wanted to thank you guys for all of the support that you guys gave me on the last episode. We're about to hit 25,000 views. That is absolutely insane. I did not expect that much support at all. Also, we are about to hit 3,000 subscribers. If you told me that 2 months ago, I would not believe you. Like I said, guys, I am so thankful for each and every single one of you guys, and you even being here watching the video just makes my day. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that video. Please make sure to like and subscribe if you did. But guys, Jesus loves you, and I'll see you in the next episode. What's going on, everybody? It's Eagle here, and welcome back to my hardcore Minecraft world. Last episode, we built this massive barn for our animals. We also did a bunch of detailing work around the area. But after being in this world for 130 days, our tools aren't really looking the best. So in this video, we're gonna fix that by building a massive castle home to our villager trading hall and breeder. This video took me so long to make, so if you guys could be oh so kind, please make sure to like and subscribe. I am on a mission to hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so if you guys enjoyed the video, please make sure to press that red button as it helps out a ton. But without any further ado, guys, let's get straight into the episode. Alright guys, coming out of our brand new barn that we built last episode, which go watch it if you haven't, I'm so inspired to keep building in this world. In between episodes, I ended up planting a bunch of trees just so that we can have them if we need to harvest them, because we're going to build a big old castle up on that hill and we're going to need a lot of resources. But guys, we are severely lacking on diamonds, aka I literally don't have any. So just as we did last time, let's start off the episode by doing a bunch of mining. But actually, right before we get into that time lapse, while I was editing last episode, I realized that we missed some diamonds, so let's mine them up. We've got 20 diamonds out of that. That's insane. There's also one more thing I want to do before we get into the montage. With our newly acquired 20 diamonds, I think that we can make another pickaxe and enchant it with efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. That'll make the mining process go a lot faster. But first, I need to get up to level 33. Now that we are done hitting level 33, let's make a diamond pickaxe. So also take some lapis and enchant it one time, see what we get. Efficiency 4, that looks pretty good. And just efficiency 4, I'm not going to do that, so let's re-roll. Let's put it back in one more time. Fortune 3 on this, that's not really what we want, but I mean, sure. Now we have a fantastic pickaxe, just like this one. I am not complaining at all. Also, last episode, people were telling me that when I was healing up my shovel, I was actually wasting diamonds. And what do I have to say for myself? Yeah, you guys are right. I'm sorry. Like, come on, man. What was I even thinking? But alright, guys, enough stalling. Let's get straight into the mining montage. And alright guys, we are leaving those mines extremely victorious. We were able to acquire a grand total of 63 diamonds. We're also able to get a bunch more redstone and lapis. Something I also wanted to gather was some dripstone because eventually I want to make a lava farm. But look at all these diamonds that we have now, guys. Let's go. Let's also craft up another shield. So I want to take these diamonds and make a diamond pickaxe and also a diamond axe. I'm not sure which one is going to give us a better option, but let's put our axe in first. first. Axe, we can get efficiency 4, okay. And pickaxe, I'm hoping for silk touch. Efficiency 4, I'm not gonna take that risk. So I'm thinking I'm going to put in our axe and enchant this, chop some wood. Okay, that is a pretty good axe. I can eventually combine these two to make an efficiency 5 axe. But when we get more levels, I'm gonna try to get a silk touch pickaxe. One thing I just realized is how I love walking out of my house and seeing some big trees over here. Even though these ones are ugly and I'm gonna chop them down, I really like the idea of having some super tall trees. So let me know what you guys think about maybe a massive custom forest in this area. I don't know, there's a lot of ideas. But the brainstorming out of the way, I think I need to chop down all of these spruce trees, but also all of these trees over here. So without any further ado, guys, let's hit a time lapse and tear down all them trees. And alright y'all, that is all of the trees farmed. We're gonna keep that platform there just in case I do a little bit more spruce wood farming. But I want to do something that I haven't done this whole entire series. And that is this, guys. Turn on these shaders. I mean, just look at how cool our area looks. The animals and stuff, and we get to watch the sunset through the barn. I just love it. It's so good. It's so good. Also, look at that tree. But I'm sure nighttime doesn't fully do it justice, so let's sleep. Now that we are nice and slept, I mean, geez, this is so cool. The lanterns give off such like a nice glow, and also the house just looks so good. And I can't get over these lanterns. If you guys are wondering, yes, this is a different type of shader than I used in my 100 days. I changed the settings a little bit, and that's why it looks a little different. But as much as I'd absolutely love to keep playing in this, we have to turn them off. But and I mean but. If you guys in the comments say that you like me using shaders more, I will, I promise. I love using shaders. So yeah, guys, if you guys have any sort of suggestions for if I should use them or not, please let me know down in the comments. Because I mean, look at this. This is beautiful. But that's not real life now, is it? Also, man, in the first episode, I told all of you guys a seed. And I also said that if you ask me for the seed, it means that you didn't watch the full video. But guess what? Some people still asked. So I'll do it again. That is my seed, guys. If you want the seed, there it is. Also, my coordinates are right there. But with all of that yapping out of the way, we need to do a little bit more terraforming. I don't really like our terrain over here, and I'm sure we can smooth it out just like we smoothed this out over here. Also, it needs to look as nice as possible for our castle up there later. So my friends, let's hop into another time lapse and get that done. And alright guys, that is this part of the hill transformed. I can get a little bit of a better look when I hop into free cam here, but I like how it curves and it sort of keeps the same formation going all the way up. It looks like it did over here, but this side is just a little bit smaller. But now what we have to do is we have to find out a way to terraform this part of it right here. I think we should try to find out a way to get a little path planned, and off of that path we can sort of terraform around it. Also, I need to remove all of these trees and all of this grass up here for our castle build later. Let's pop this in here, hoping to get silk touch. And that is not silk touch. It's okay though. Guess we'll have to wait for another 30 levels. But guys, if that little detour out of the way, I'm thinking that we should get a big start on the terraforming of this hill. So my friends, without any further ado, let's hop straight back into the time lapse. And alright guys, this is the path all the way up to the top of the hill. Now what we need to do is we need to clear from this layer all the way up and remove all of the grass and flowers on this land. There's also a couple trees over here we have to remove. But first guys, I was thinking we should check our iron farm. And it seems to be working pretty well. Now we have all of this iron. That's crazy. I want to get as much iron out of it as I can, because eventually for the breeder over there, we're gonna have to take a villager out of here. Actually, we're gonna have to take two, but that's a problem for future me. Right now, we need to go and terraform that hill. And alright my friends, that is this top of the hill flattened. It really shows how much space that we're really working with. But now it is time to transfer 2 villagers all the way from the iron farm to here, because I need to start with a little bit of a breeder. Also, I think I'm going to set up a little bit of a zombie conversion chamber. Since we have so much iron, we can sell 1 iron for 1 emerald, and I'd say that's pretty big stunks. So my friends, without any further ado, let's hit the montage of getting those 2 villagers. Let's hope it doesn't take too long. And alright guys, that is the villagers inside of their box. As you saw in the replay, there were a couple of casualties. So we had to go and abduct another villager from the village, which I think was the last one. So these two, these are the only 2 I have. Well, that excludes the zombie villager I have inside of that box. But I mean, I don't want to convert anybody yet. I want to wait until probably the castle is built to be doing that. But yeah, guys, I'm thinking that we should set up a villager breeder so that we can get some villagers. Let's do it. Alright guys, that is the villager breeder complete. Eventually, I might actually want to expand this because this farm is expandable. But to expand, we need 2 villagers, and the only way I can get 2 more villagers is by waiting for them to breed. So I have a lot of time to think about if I want to expand it or not. How it works is they will breed right here, try to go in here, fall down into this little hole, and the hole leads to right here so that when they grow up, they swim up into this little chamber and they can be picked up by me pressing this button. It's actually my first time building this different style villager breeder. I have the same build that I make every time, but I kind of wanted to switch it up. There's a little cleaning up to do down here, but besides that, the farm is looking good. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to take some glass to pillar up, and I'm going to throw these fellas a bunch of bread and potatoes. Also a little bit of carrots. Now that should speed up the breeding process, and oh look, there's already some hearts. So I'll let them work at that. Don't worry, when we build the castle, obviously I'm going to make it a little bit nicer because this is part of the interior. Also, we don't have a name tag right now, but when we do get one, I want to add a little zombie conversion area right here. It'll probably be something like this with some trapdoors so that the zombie can't escape. But yeah, guys, just building this breeder sort of motivated me to play the game more in some way, because I know that eventually we're gonna get some maxed out tools. And that sounds great, doesn't it? There we go, we already have 1 baby. But you guys might be wondering, Taj, what is the plan? First, I'm going to start by trading carrots and potatoes to this guy right here for some emeralds. I am then going to use those emeralds to level up either an armor or a toolsmith. Once we level up the armor or the toolsmith enough, we unlock the iron trade. And as I said earlier, that is 4 iron for 1 emerald. Eventually, when we start infecting and curing villagers, it'll be 1 iron for 1 emerald. We're then going to use those emeralds that we take to keep leveling up those armors and toolsmiths until they eventually unlock us diamond armor and tools. After we've unlocked that, we're probably going to get some librarian enchantments going on. But yeah, my friends, that is the plan. And usually I trade for emeralds using tripwires, which is a duplication glitch. But I kind of want to change it up. I don't want to do that. Actually, that's one of the main reasons why I set up the iron farm in episode 1. Dang, what are y'all looking at? So yeah, y'all, I'm pumped. But let's wait for a couple of villagers to breed just so that we can get that done. Alright y'all, so I have just laid out a couple of villager pods in some very specific locations, which we'll talk about later. And I'm thinking that we should make a little railway over to the first one over here. Can't forget the trapdoors. So let's come right here and press this button. Now he's over here, we're going to keep him in the minecart though. Now let's place down a smithing table and he should become one. Yep, armor right here. Let's do that again. This time it's actually a baby villager, so we're gonna have to leave this one alone. Third one. We got another baby villager. When these guys grow up, they're going to become toolsmiths. Now that we have this guy right here though, let's just take as many shovels as we need until we can level him up. And now I guess we can just throw them out over here. This is why I traded earlier for those emeralds. Now we have unlocked the iron trade. Let's go. Let's take this and break it up into a couple stacks of iron. Let's level them up. We just unlocked a diamond hoe. Ooh, we've unlocked some shovels and axes. Let's go. Yeah, hey, this guy's grown up. Now I can trade with him too. All right, now you guys are seeing how useful that iron really is. Once tomorrow strikes, they'll refresh their trades and I'll be able to trade more iron with them. I just gotta hope I don't run out of iron too quickly. We have a lot, but we don't have a farm anymore for it, so we're gonna have to be cautious. Let's go to sleep though. But alright, you guys get the whole deal. That is what we're going to be doing for a while. So if anything interesting happens, I'll definitely let y'all know, but until then, that's what we're doing. Alright guys, so we are back and we did a lot. Looking in here, you can see all of the different books that we were able to unlock. So let's start enchanting, shall we? First, I want to start off with all of the mending books that we got. I got 10 books because I want to get one more pickaxe, but we have our full set of armor and full set of tools. So that is 10 mending books. Alright, so let's take off our helmet, put it in here, and put some mending on it. Also, it doesn't have Unbreaking 3, so we need to add that too. Let's put mending on our chest plate, our leggings, and our boots. Now let's put on our sword, our axe, our pickaxe, and I want to put on my shovel, but it's 17 levels, so we're probably just gonna have to make another one. And finally, our hoe. Put prop 4 on our helmet, our chest plate, and finally, our boots. That is a full set of diamond armor if I've ever seen one. Obviously, there's a couple of other enchants that we could do on everything else, but they aren't that important. We'll probably get them eventually. Also want to make these a Smite 5 book. Okay, just got all the levels. Now let's add Smite 5 onto our axe. Also, we've had Sharpness 3 on our sword for the longest time, so let's put Sharpness 5 on it, baby. That is a pretty darn good sword if I've ever seen one. Really quickly, let's buy a shovel. Now let's grindstone said shovel. Actually, I forgot. Let's also buy a pickaxe. Now let's also grindstone this pickaxe. Alright, I just added efficiency 5 to the shovel. The next step is I need to put the shovel in with the Unbreaking 3 and mending. But as you can see, I don't have those levels. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of grinding. Okay, now let's add this book onto the shovel. And now finally, we need 7 more levels to do this last enchant. Alright, finally, let's add Silk Touch onto our shovel. Pretty much the only other thing I want to do now is make a pickaxe with these same exact enchants. Alright, first step, let's put efficiency 5 on the pickaxe. And let's combine these 2 books. And alright, now let's add this book onto the pickaxe. And alright, finally, now let's add the Silk Touch book onto the pickaxe. If only you guys understood how beautiful this is right here. Also, I actually forgot we need to add Feather Falling 4 onto our boots. Also want to do just one more thing, and that is add Silk Touch onto our hoe. Now, it is going to be really hard to die, and I'm all for it. My friends, we have been doing a lot of grinding and no building, but now that we are this deep into the episode, I think it's about time that we gather materials to build our villager trading hall castle. And if you guys thought it took a lot of materials to build that barn behind me, just know this takes over 3 times the amount of materials. But I'm not gonna bore you guys with the material gathering, so...
2,000 years later.
And alright my friends, so after about a day of material gathering, we finally have everything that we need to build up this massive castle. And this is way overdue, y'all, so let's hit another big time lapse and build up this castle. And oh my gosh, this castle came out so extremely well. I'm absolutely in love with it, and I like how it's sort of a house. So the whole thing is a big interior. Now do you guys see why I put the villagers in these specific places? Because I knew that they weren't going to interfere with any of the building. But this place is in major need of a good interior. So I'm gonna do this really freaking cool transition where I zoom all the way in and then zoom back out, and now the interior is magically finished. I really hope that came out well. But right here we have this big red rug, and over here we have our farmers, which if we want to get the XP from the trades, we have to do this little maneuver right here. None of them are leveled up, but we can do that eventually. When we come over to the right, this is where all of our armors and toolsmiths are. Some of them I haven't even traded with yet. I just need to level them up still. And obviously here is the breeder right here. I was able to make it look nice and tidy. And these chests, we just have a bunch of random junk that we still have to empty out. And over here we have 6 villagers that don't have jobs yet. So if you guys have any ideas of what jobs to give these villagers, let me know. And up here, this is the super bare interior. We have 6 villagers over here with no job, and then 6 more over here. And then when we come over here, we have all of our extra librarians. There's also one that's waiting to get a job. These are all the trades that are over here. But then when we come over to here, these are the 4 main enchantments that we're going to use. Sharpness 5 and breaking 3, mending, and efficiency 5. These are the cherished ones. That's why I gave them a rug. If you guys have any idea what to put up here on the second floor, let me know, because I am stuck. Also, as I am recording this is Mother's Day, and I am in a bit of a time crunch. If you haven't already, go and thank your mom. Thank you, Mom. I love you. But yeah, y'all, pretty much the only thing we need to do now is go and build up a couple of custom trees outside. The area looks super bare right now with just the castle. So I'm thinking if we're able to build some trees where I put these stumps, it'll fill it out pretty well. So my friends, let's hit a time lapse right now. And alright my friends, the area is looking so good. You guys know I had to turn on the shaders just to bring a little pop of life. First things first though, I really like this tree. It adds a lot of character to the area over here. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to keep it or not, or rebuild it, but that is a decision for future me. I also added a lot to the path, added a lot of lanterns, flowers, details, and there's also these 2 trees over here. But you guys are probably wondering how I got some pale oak wood. I was actually able to buy it off of a wandering trader. So now we have that, I guess. Also, I do have a new mic now, and I'm not quite sure if I like the settings I have for it right now. I still gotta do a little configuration, but let me know what you guys think. Don't you guys just love how the area looks now though? Actually, let me show you guys my favorite view of the whole entire village. Alright, you ready? Ready? Right there, boom. Look at those 2 trees, and also look at the big old castle. But guys, I'm really pleased of how much work we got done this episode. I mean, we maxed out our tools and armor, and we built this massive castle, which I love so much. But yeah guys, that is going to be the end of the episode. If you guys did enjoy it, please make sure to like and subscribe, because I'm trying to hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if you'd be oh so kind, just go down there and press that little button. Also, if you guys have any build ideas for the next episode, let me know. Jesus loves you guys, and it's been Eagle. See you later. I have spent over 200 days building in this hardcore Minecraft world, but I really only have 3 builds to show for it. So in today's video, I'll be building a farming village full of auto farms and custom fields. Please make sure to like and subscribe, as we are now on the road to 50,000 subscribers, and enjoy the video. And alright my friends, we are back in the world, and it is looking so good. If you guys didn't watch the last episode where I built this massive castle, go and watch it right now. We were able to get a villager breeder in here, and also max out our armor with some librarian villagers up here. We also have a bunch of extra villagers and mine carts around the area. But today we have a lot of work to do. And I want to start that by fixing our iron farm that we had to get 2 villagers out of last episode. Actually, we need to get 3. So let's fire up a little montage and get those villagers into the iron farm. And alright my friend, so we were able to fix up the iron farm. And as you can see, we already got some iron pumping out. You can see a golem right there. And I'm actually really happy that we got this done because then we'll actually have an infinite iron source again. Okay, so I just went around our little flat area over here planting down a bunch more saplings. This is because we are sort of running low on wood and I think it would be good to do a little restock. But while they're growing, I want to extend our path that we have on the left over to our castle path. We're gonna have a couple of paths branching off of that one. That will be the basis for our farmland region. So I'd say let's do that right now. And alright y'all, the path is finally connected. I think it turned out really well and I like how we added a bunch of different flowers on the sides. I also think it looks really good too. But now it is time to chop down all of the trees that I planted earlier. And after we do that, we will be able to actually lay out the path formations that I want for later in the episode. And right, my friends, this area is looking nice and flat. So just as I said earlier, we need to expand this coarse dirt path over this way. But first I was thinking we should harvest up this field of wheat and that field of wheat because I want to plant some carrots over here and potatoes over there. I'd like them to be growing so that when we have to plant the actual fields behind us that we actually have enough crops and we don't have to wait. So I'm going to do this super cool thing where I zoom into this lamppost, and if I zoom out, we actually have both of our fields planted. As I said earlier, this is the potato field and over here is our carrot field. But now that we have both of our fields planted and growing, let's expand our path. Alright, this is the pathway finished. There was quite a lot of experimentation in the time lapse. And one of those reasons why is because I'm kind of insane. I'm thinking that we are going to cover up this entire river with some land over here. Like imagine how it would look if this land right here sort of sloped up to this land right here. I'd be able to work with some pretty interesting terrain. So let's go do a little bit of experimentation in creative so I can just see how it will look because I don't want to do all this work and have it look bad. And alright, my friends, I have just done a lot of planning in creative and I think I came up with the landscape that I really like. So everybody take in this little river because this is probably the last time that you're going to see it. But with that being said, my friends, let's get straight into the time lapse. This is like my first time planning something out in creative and doing it in survival, well, terraforming wise. And I mean, man, did it come out well. We just terraformed like right over the river. And we have a couple of flat surfaces to build on up here. But the one downside, yeah, this is kind of, it's kind of a mob spawner down here. I think it's funny how we literally just covered the whole river. That's so funny to me. I guess now all of these mobs have like their own palace. But I'd say only one thing stands in our way right now. And that is this massive piece of land. If we are able to get rid of this thing, I think it would make our area look so much better. But the problem is the manpower. This thing is going to legit take so long to get rid of. But I guess I am down for a challenge. So I think I'm going to pull up a little live stream and get rid of that hill up there. Obviously when this video comes out, it'll be after the live stream. So if you want to see how it went, you can go and check it out. All my live streams are saved on YouTube. But yeah, it's going to be really fun to hang out with you guys. But for you guys, it's going to be a time lapse. So let's fire that up right now. Alright y'all, this is VoiceOver Eagle. Just wanted to let you all know that only 11.1% of you guys are actually subscribed. So if you'd be oh so kind, go down there and press that red button as I'm trying to hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Subscribing is super easy and it helps me out so much more than you can ever imagine. But with that being said, enjoy the rest of the time lapse. Do you guys see a difference? Alright, so we're coming up the path, and what we used to have was a massive hill, and now it is a slightly reduced massive hill. No, but guys, in all seriousness though, it was all the way back up to probably about right here, and it took me over 4 hours of digging in total to get rid of it all. The stream went very well, and to everybody that was in the stream, thank you for coming. But yeah, my friends, now the big hill is gone. Now I'm in free cam. You guys can really see how much space we have to work with now. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do with this right here. I don't know if I'm gonna fully remove it or if I'm going to put like a little border around it. I don't know, guys, let me know. But now that we have a flat area laid out, I think that I should expand the pathway a little bit to where I want to build something that you'll see later, and I also want to detail it a little bit. This area really is just one big open canvas. I first started out by texturing out the path that we made earlier. I then expanded the path to a very specific location. I also went along the path adding lanterns, grass, and even a couple of flowers to add some detail. Alright guys, so as you saw in the time lapse, we detailed it quite a bit. I really like how it looks now because the lanterns give off a nice little warm glow, and the flowers also add a lot of detail as well. But there is something that I want to do right now. I want to create a tiny villager hut that has a field on each side of it, and in both of those fields I want there to be a farmer. Actually, I'm not going to spoil too much. Let's just go gather up some materials and I'll meet you back when I'm done. And okay guys, so all of the materials are gathered up right here, and I'm thinking we should just build this up right now. It won't even take too long either. And alright guys, now that we have the walls for the farm built, I think it's time to actually go in and fill this side in with carrots and that side in with potatoes. And okay guys, so both of the farms on each side are filled in. I also made sure to add a composter just to make sure that the villager would become a farmer. Also, there is literally no way of them escaping these walls. They are all mod proofed and villager proof. But now what I want to do is I want to break a little hole out of the front of the castle just like we did earlier and make a railway track all the way over to the top of this house. Yeah, something like this. The first villager will be guided into this part of the house because he is a villager that they will be trying to feed. And that's why we have minecarts with hoppers, because let's just say the villagers in there, they're going to be trying to feed him, so they'll be throwing him items like this. And as you can see, the rails are getting picked up by the hopper right here, and that food will be funneled down here to where they can be used. So let's take this railroad track all the way up to the top of the hill. And alright, so the railway is connected all over here, so let's press this button. There goes a villager. Let's see if he gets there safe. Yep, he looks good. He's going pretty good right now. Looks like he's having the time of his life. Oh my gosh. But here's the most important part. Can he make it up the scaffolding? Now he's just a little bit stuck right here, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to break the minecart. And now he's inside. Let's go. Let's put this back. All right, let's get another villager. See if this guy makes it all the way. Oh man, this guy's having fun too. There he goes. There he goes. Will he have enough momentum? Yes, he does. Okay, so let's replace this. Put the slab back and let's break the minecart. There we go. Now he's a farmer. Let's go. Oh, the minecart can stay. I'll leave it. All right, last villager. Might as well break the rails now too. All right, he made it over safe. Let's go. All right, my friends, that's where you will be living for the rest of your life. But now that we have our little farm over there set up and stuff, this area right here is looking super bland. So my idea, let's build a custom tree. Just know it's gonna look really good. Alright y'all, that tree looks amazing. I think it adds so much to the area because it was otherwise plain before. But now, ooh, this tree it just looks so good to me. We still have to do other stuff to fill out the area with custom fields and a couple of builds I've planned. So what do you guys say we go gather up some materials right now to go build one of the builds I've planned because it's gonna look super cool. Let's do it. That just looks so good, doesn't it? This windmill is it's definitely one of my favorite things I've ever made. I love the windows, especially since, just look at it. I think it looks really good. Also like how I textured the base down here with the moss and the cobblestone and the stone bricks and stuff. Yeah, I really like it. On the inside, I didn't really do anything in here. I made 3 levels and, well, actually 4, but there's not really anything on any of them. Nothing remarkable. But then you come sort of this way and we have a little staircase. And the staircase is gonna lead to a wool farm. The idea of a wool farm under the windmill is just so appealing to me. Also, it'd be really good to have some wool, just because I kind of built with it. One thing I hope you guys noticed is that I took off the side grass texture. I don't know, I needed to change, and I thought that the base just looks better. But it really does change the landscape a lot, especially over here. Like, you can see all of the brown grass and stuff. But yeah, the premise of what I'm saying is I like it more like this. But yeah, y'all, let's dig out this big room. After mining out the room, I decided to just get started on the wool farm. And alright guys, that is a finished wool farm. I made sure to make all of the sheep either light gray or white, but this area needs a nice little revamp, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in as far as I possibly can, and if I just zoom out here, we can see that we have finished the interior of the wool farm. That's pretty cool, huh? That's pretty cool. I think this whole area looks so good, and if we come back behind, you can see that it has still been hard at work with a bunch of wool waiting for us. That's lovely because I actually use light gray wool a lot. A little rambling session out of the way. Now that we have the big windmill over here, I feel like this area is missing something. And what else could it be missing besides some custom fields? Yes, I get that excited over custom fields. But yeah, I need to go gather up a bunch of oak leaves because those are what I'll be using for the outline of the fields. So what do you guys say that I go and outline those fields? Because I'm kind of excited for it. So let's do it. Alright y'all, our fields are looking very good. I filled both of them out, and on top of the leaves I put some glow lichen just so that we could have some light on the fields. Like I said, I also didn't put an outline around the pathway, so you kind of just walk through the farmland. I actually really like that. But now it's time to build the other building I had planned for this episode. Let's do it. What do you guys think about it? I love it. It fits in with the area so well. And if we walk up the non-existent pathway and we go inside, you can see that it is big and empty. There's also this little area down here that I was digging out where we are going to hold our bee farm. I really am not excited to do that, but the fruits of our labor will be very, very worth it. But what do I always say? A build isn't finished without its pathway. So let's expand this over to the bee farm. I don't know why I said it like that, but the bee farm. It's more like a house, but the bee farm. I forgot to record me making the actual path, but I was able to get some detailing, so woo. Alright y'all, the path is looking super nice. I really like how much character we added, like all the grass and the flowers and stuff. And after that time lapse, I decided that I don't have enough oak and birch wood, so I went out and destroyed part of a forest. And it looks really ugly, but hey, if it means I get to see my XP farm a little bit easier, I don't care. But there has been something that I've been dreading to do like the entire episode. And let me head into cheat cam here real quick, and you can see yeah, it's really dark. And you can see that a plethora of mobs have decided to call this place home. And every time I run over this land, I hear like zombies groaning or like skeletons walking around. You hear the occasional zombie villager too. And I'm so tired of it, so let's go down there with like a bunch of torches and light all of the entirety of the area up. It is genuinely so much better of a feeling to know that under here it is not so dark. Cause I'm telling you, before all I would hear was straight mob noises. But now, crisis averted. I like how it looks over here with all the wheat grown in. Also, look at the castle, so majestic with all of its blue hints, finally. Also, let's check out how the wool farm is doing. Seems to be working really well. Let's come back behind here and check the chest, and boom, that is so good. All this light gray wool is going to be so useful. Also guys, if you have any idea on what to do in the interior of this massive windmill, let me know down in the comments. Also, if you made it this far, comment the word apple down below. Let's try to confuse as many people as we can. But I'd say it's finally time we go out into the open and get some bees, because the interior is still looking super plain. And actually, I'm gonna take y'all with me. We've got our Silk Touch axe, so I mean, we don't really need to do much else. Let's go out and get these bees. My first idea is to go over to the flower forest that we spawned in. But actually, first, I just remembered there is a beehive up here because this is the flower forest as well. So let's come and get this guy. Nice. There's 3 in here. That is perfect. Where else could they be? Ooh, another one. There's another 3 in here. Nice. Ooh, I spot another one. Please tell me there's 3 in here as well. Oh my gosh, there's none in there, but it's okay. I can put it back down. Ooh, I see a bee over here. Actually, there's 3. Let's wait for all of them to go inside. Get back inside. Get in your beehive. I think this is better if we do it at nighttime, so I think I'm just gonna go over there and set up the actual farm part of the bee farm, and we'll just add in the bees later. Also, I wanted to let you guys know that the potato farmer doesn't really do his job. Well, I mean, he farms, but he doesn't even talk to the dude. It's only the carrot guy that does that. Hence, that is why down here we have a whole lot of carrots and 1 potato that I added in myself. So eventually we're probably gonna have to get another villager in here, but I'm way too lazy to do that right now. But like I said, let's set up the bee farm. Okay, so I started by prettying up the room a little bit, and I did a bunch of redstone stuff that obviously I understand because you know me, the redstone mastermind. And the farm worked well. I then took the next couple of minutes detailing out the actual interior of the bee house, which made it look really good. Okay, also, how do you like the interior? I farmed up a bunch of azalea trees manually to get manual pieces of rooted dirt, so I really took my time detailing the inside of here. Also added some coarse dirt and regular dirt, even a couple of chairs surrounded by flowers. And my favorite part is probably the spore blossom surrounded by all the azalea leaves. Even got some lanterns in here, some glow lichen, and some glowberries. Then we come down this little flower covered staircase and we come into the bee room. They are all inside their hives right now, but you can see already we got this much honeycomb, which is going to be so useful. We'll be able to actually wax copper, which means I'll be able to use more copper. But with that beautiful building out of the way, there seems to be just a big open area over here, and I don't want to just cover it with the custom field because I mean we've already done that. So I think that we should come around here adding sort of a small settlement full of like a couple of houses or something. And I don't even think I'm going to use Lightmatica. I think I'm just going to freehand build it. So the time lapse is either going to be really good and smooth, or you're going to see a lot of troubleshooting. But wait, let's see if I can hit him. Ready? Boom. But yeah, I'm excited, so let's do it. Oh my gosh, look at that, y'all. Those custom fields brought the area together so well. Also, the addition of these 2 houses makes it look like there's like actual life over here. It's not just the single house without a door. But I really love it. You guys will notice I also put a texture pack for the crops because they were just kind of looking super plain. And it kind of makes like the carrots take up more space. It also makes the potatoes have flowers and the wheat look a little bit better. But yeah, I know I said I was just going to build the houses, but adding in the fields was something that we just needed to do. I love the rose bushes over here, the little field, and I'm gonna remove this. This was temporary with all of like our stuff that we were using to build. I already emptied out that one, but yeah, I was able to cram in a lot of detail. I mean, I really like these windows with the trap doors. Some of them are actually on the scaffolding. I think that adds a lot of detail, and also the simple things like the signs on the planks, like right here. And I don't know why, but my favorite part is how we have like this little bush right here, and it leads straight into our custom field. I'm sorry, but we don't really have a way to get to the custom fields like pathwise. I can always just sort of find that out myself. Also, you will notice if you look at my hand, there's actually a little bit of a texture difference. Also my face too. I don't know why, but there used to be a little like pink dot in the top of my head, and it looked really weird, so I wanted to take it off. Also changed my YouTube profile picture, like the background behind it says subscribe now, which you should do. But yeah, my favorite house is this one with the little tower. This is literally like a starter base, honestly. But yeah, I think this area looks super lovely. But you guys might be wondering why there's like a big old open space in this grass area, and until a couple minutes ago I was wondering that too. But before we put something here, I think that we need to make the outline with the pathway and stuff. So let's hit another time lapse and do that right now. And okay, so this is a nice little pathway and sort of circle marked out. What I mean by sort of, it is a circle. But you guys can kind of see the pathway and how we have like 2 open areas plus this one, so I guess that makes 3. And I'm just gonna let you guys guess what you think I'm gonna build there. Any thoughts? Well, guess what? We're about to hit the time lapse, so you'll see. Let's go. Ooh, how do y'all like this? Gosh, I'm just in love with this area. Adding these market stalls and this pathway, even these 2 unplanned fields of like flowers, it looks so good. There could have been a couple more details that I added in here and stuff, but I don't know. I didn't really feel like doing it. Eventually, I want this to be where we store all our honeycomb. Maybe this can be for something related to light blue, possibly some wool, or maybe even some candles. And same thing over here, light gray and red. We have a lot of flowers from the iron farm, so I'm thinking that we can store all of them in here. Speaking of iron farm, running up on it, you can see it's kind of full. So let's empty this thing out, huh? I'd say the iron farm's working pretty well. And coming from over here, look at our area from the distance, man. Look at that. The windmill is so tall and you can see it from pretty much anywhere. I also love the roof of our bee farmhouse. But yeah, I think there is one detail, which is pretty much a bundle of details that'll make this area look so much better. Not that it already doesn't. I'm thinking that this tree is sitting here pretty lonely, so if you go around placing down a bunch more different types of trees, I feel like it'll bring the area together so well. This one over here is gonna be big. So let's hit the final time lapse of the video and get that done. And alright, y'all, look at how beautiful our area looks. I had to put on the shaders. If you just think back to what this area looked like before we did any of the terraforming to what it looks like now, it is honestly unrecognizable. I love these little gardens that I added with the lilacs and even our town square. Or I mean a market stall circle. Anyways, just look at all the trees that I added. I also added these 2 small, or actually 3 small mini trees just to fill out the area back here because it looked a little bit plain. But yeah, I mean, just like look at this area, man. It looks so good. The bee farm over here, and also this tree. I love this tree so much. I definitely don't like building this style of tree as it takes me so long to plan out, but I mean, I think it paid off. And I feel like those spruce trees sort of border off the area and give it sort of like a back line, so it's not just looking out into the distance. And of course, obviously the windmill, the main attraction in between the field of wheat with our sheep farm. And I mean, let's come back here and see how much wool it has, and wow, that's a lot of wool. But anyways, guys, I think that is going to be the end of today's episode. Yes, I know, I suck at an uploading schedule, but it is now summer, so I have so much more time to work on these videos. But before that, actually, for a whole week, I'm going to be going out of town. I have a college tour of my football team, and that will be from June 8th, which is a Monday, to June 14th, which is a Sunday. So I'll be gone an actual whole week. But before then, I think I'm going to try and get another episode done. You guys are just gonna have to mind the fact that I won't be able to do as much, but that's definitely the plan. And if I don't end up posting, I'm sorry, I got a little busy. And it doesn't help when I try to do the most ambitious things every single episode. But guys, I wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for you all. The support I've been getting recently has been so amazing. I mean, like 4,000 subscribers, that's insane. And we are even on day 326, so that's how much time I put into this episode. But guys, I love you, and Jesus loves you even more. God bless, and have a great day. Bye. After surviving over 320 days in this hardcore Minecraft world, I think it is time that we make a change. So in today's video, we're going to beat the Ender Dragon to get an Elytra, get a full set of netherite armor and tools, and make tons of new and essential automatic farms. Please make sure to like and subscribe, as it means the world to me, and enjoy the video. What's up everybody, it's Eagle, and welcome back to Hardcore Minecraft. Last episode, we built this custom farmland region, which I think turned out so well, and I am so excited to get back into it. In between episodes, we did something pretty exciting. I actually recently updated my Minecraft world to 1.21.5, and with that comes tons of new features like custom mobs, dry grass, which I'm really excited for, and even firefly bushes. But we need to go out into unloaded chunks to be able to find any of that, and what better way to explore the world than to get an elytra? Man, this is so overdue because I also want to make an XP farm so that we can repair all of our tools. Also, a couple more farms that you guys will find out about later. But first, if you look at my hotbar, we are missing one essential item, and that is a fully maxed out bow. I've survived this long without a bow and arrow. How did I do that? So let's come in here and grab a bunch of extra emeralds and trade with some librarians to get some books so that I can make 3 lecterns, place them down, and start cycling these trades until I find some that are good for a bow. Okay, already power 4, that is all I needed. So let's buy a bookshelf and get it from him. But that's what I'm going to be doing for the next couple of minutes, getting a couple more extra enchants for a bow, and I'll let you guys know when we're done. Ah, y'all, look at us, all nice and schmancy with our bow in our hand. I didn't put punch on it, 1 because it would have taken longer, and 2 just because I don't really utilize punch that much, but we have a maxed out bow anyways. Power 5, flame, and breaking 3 and infinity. Now I think we're ready to go to the nether. So I went to the chest and grabbed some obsidian. Also, you know, you can't forget the flint and steel. Then I built the nether portal inside one of our farmhouses. Oh my gosh, guys, let's head back into the nether. We haven't done this since episode 3. Alright guys, that is where we spawned before, over there in that portal. So I'm kind of curious which way we should go. Alright, I think I'm just going to dig in one direction and see how it goes. I didn't really have to dig very far until I came out into this area. Alright, we've broke out, so I think I'm going to have to go down there to that little plateau. We are getting chased by every single piglin known to man. Looks like we're gonna have to start digging again. Oh my gosh, finally. Oh my gosh, finally we made it. I'm gonna go that way. It looks like that's a blaze spawner, and that's literally all we need. Oh, let's go. That's exactly what it is. Let's get rid of these guys. We just gotta pick everything up. We already have 8 blaze rods. Let's go. And just as usual, I think I'm going to go all the way until I get 64, which we're already pretty much halfway. Alright, turns out I zoned out for a little bit and got a little bit more than 64. But it's okay, because now we're good and we can go back to base to set up a cleric. Yes, sir. We got 2 gas tiers too. Let's go. And alright, y'all, we are back. First things first, I think we're going to go over here and make a brewing stand with our blaze rods. And I think that we should head up to one of these free villagers and place a brewing stand. I guess this guy is it. What are these guys doing? And now that we grab some emeralds, we can come over here and buy a bunch of redstone off him. Now that he's leveled up, we can buy some lapis. The reason I'm doing this is because the final level, I'll get some ender pearls. 3rd level, what can we buy? Some glowstone. Okay. And now finally, we can buy a bunch of ender pearls. We only got 12, so we're gonna have to wait until tomorrow to buy some more. And right now that it's a new day, we can buy about a couple more ender pearls off him. Okay, 16 ender pearls, that's great. Now we can turn all of these into blaze powder and make 16 eyes of ender. But you guys get it, I have 16 eyes of ender now, which means that we can go and fight the ender dragon. But first, I need to go and gather up a couple more essential resources to bring to the ender dragon fight. But there's a super cool glitch that I found where if you zoom really close into this one lantern dot and then zoom out really fast, we actually have a full inventory full of stuff that we need for the ender dragon fight. Gosh, I love those. We have some books to enchant our elytra, we have a bunch of building blocks, we even have some golden carrots that we bought from the villagers. The most important thing is probably these rockets though, because that'll actually allow us to fly. And this is so overdue, y'all, but let's finally go out and after 300 days in this world, find the fortress so we can beat the game. Alright guys, so let's throw the first pearl and see where it goes. Okay, straight back that way, sort of towards spawn. I'm like genuinely curious how far we're gonna have to go until we hit the stronghold. I'm hoping it's under 1,000 blocks. This is the coast that we spawned on. I'm pretty sure over there is the mountain. Ooh, shipwreck. We must stay focused. Let's throw another pearl just to make sure we're going in the right direction. Okay, we are. And since we're going into new and unloaded chunks, we should be finding a lot of new stuff that we didn't see before. Look at that big old hill, that's nice. Ooh, and there's a mountain up here. Okay, let's go into the forest. Hopefully we find something cool. We are currently climbing all the way up the mountain and I hope that we can find some cool new stuff. Alright, we're at the top of the peak and from here I'm pretty sure that we can see a spruce. Yup, there is a big old spruce biome that way. That's nice to know. And down there you can see all the dead leaves. Nice, that's the new chunks. Let's go down there. I'm so excited. MLG. Oh, guys, look at this. This is so cool. Leaf litter. Nice. I feel like forests have so much more life with this update. I'm super excited to get to the birch forest because that's where we'll have a bunch of wildflowers on the ground. Oh my gosh, a new pig. Bro, look at these pigs, bro. They look so cool. They look kind of bald, but it's okay. I think they look super cool. Guys, I will be back for you soon. Don't worry. But for now, we must stay focused. Ugh. More pigs, man. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Look at how big this mountain is. Holy crap. I know we're trying to find the stronghold and everything right now, but we have to go and explore that. Man, this is so cool. We have to climb to the top of that, don't we? Ooh, a fallen tree. Just gonna use this water to swim up because we have depth strider. Man, we just got a free ride all the way up to the top of the mountain. Hello there, Mr. Goat. Wow. That is a lot of mobs. Alright, now that we're at the top, we can take a little nap. But golly, this mountain is massive. But first, I think we need to throw a pearl before we go anywhere else. Pearl thrown, going straight backwards. Okay, so we passed it. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Alright, let's throw another one. Backwards again, okay. Alright, we've gone pretty far back. I think that we have to throw another one. Dang. We passed by a lot. Oh wow, we found a village. And the fact that it's on the hill makes me think that we might have to come back and transform it. Okay, we've gone back quite a bit. Let's do it again. Okay, so it must be in the ocean or something because we went way past it. At least we found some pretty cool terrain. Oh, that was cool. Also, I added a new texture pack for the water. I forgot to say it earlier, so let me know what you guys think. But I think it's time to throw another pearl. Okay, backwards, so it's definitely right over there. Okay, let's clear out a little area and start digging down. Alright, area is cleared out and prepped. I think it is time to start digging down in a 3x3 manner. Actually, first let's check one more time if we're digging down in the right area. So I would have done a little bit of searching. Looks like we're just gonna have to dig down into the ocean. Alright, now let's start digging down. Okay, also I've just dug out this little area down here and put a little pool down just in case we ever want to drop down. And I'm thinking we should go left first. Are you kidding me? You guys might think that's scripted, but that is really so raw. Like, what the heck? There's a portal right there. I think we're gonna have to break this. Alright, y'all, cool. We can put all of our Eyes of Ender in. Alright, y'all, I think I am ready to hop in. But before we do, let's put on our shaders. And oh my gosh, this looks so much more illuminated. And I mean, we have everything, so all we need to do is jump in. We are in the end. Let's go. Gonna have to dig up. Alright, y'all, look at this. We are now fighting the Ender Dragon. Gonna start by taking out all of the crystals. Ka-chow. Take this out. Okay, now we can shoot all the other ones. Alright, seems like the only two we don't have are these two with the cage. Took that one out. Final one is remaining. And boom. Okay, so now all the crystals are gone. Only thing... Oh! The crystals are gone, and now the only thing we need to do is take out the Ender Dragon. So let's bow him down. This man keeps shooting fireballs at me, man. You gonna come down or what? He's coming down. Okay, now we can take this chance to take him out. Ender Pearl. Yes, sir. He's getting super low. We're almost there. Only a couple more bow shots. Alright, I need to heal. I got super low. Alright, let's take him out. Last shot! Let's go! We've defeated the Ender Dragon in hardcore Minecraft, y'all. Let's go! What a beautiful sight. Jeez, man, that is so nice. Grab all this XP. Y'all, we have defeated the Ender Dragon in hardcore Minecraft. Let's go. Now we gotta get the egg. I don't even have torches on me, so we're gonna have to use a bed. Gonna do that. Okay, he's over here. Dig, 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 dig. Placed a bed down there. And he fell onto the bed. Let's go. The next generation, y'all. We got the egg. Alright, now it's time to head over to the portal and get all the goodies that we've been waiting for. Our 2 trapdoors have been made. Now all we need to do is hop in like this. And okay. Alright, we're gonna have to find an end city because I don't see one. Also, it's time to take off the shaders. Let's turn our render distance all the way up. Alright, I think we're gonna have to bridge out to these islands over here. I actually think it'll be shorter if we go diagonal. Alright, let's go. My pinky is going to cramp. Alright, I need a break. Alright, I think it's about time we pearl. Oh my gosh, we almost didn't even make it. Alright, we're gonna need the pearl. Oh my gosh. I'm never doing that again. Yep, no more of that. My heart is racing now, and we're just going to be bridging. I hate the end. Okay, but this one is easy though. I can get this one. Yeah, that one was easy. That one was easy. Don't worry. Oh my gosh, we found a city finally. Oh, I know what that means. It means there's a ship right there. Okay, I'm thinking we're going to take out every single shulker that I can find in the city. Therefore, I'll have unlimited shulkers. Well, kind of. Also, if you guys didn't know, there's this cool trick where if you hold your bow in the offhand and your sword has looting, it'll actually apply the looting to whatever you kill with the bow. I'll show you right now. See, we got looting. We got 2 shells. All right, what's in the chest? Oh, there's some pretty good boots. Sharpness 4 iron sword. Let's just take it all. Ooh, we got a spire armor trim. Let's go. And now we gotta attack this team over here. All right, let's craft up a shulker box. You know what? Let's make 2. And let's just start dumping all of our trash. Peek again, boy. Peek again. Got him. All right, y'all. Only one more thing stands in the way, and it's this shulker. Now he is gone. And finally, we have an elytra, guys. Let's go. What's in these chests, though? Golden horse armor? And over here, oh my gosh, that's a lot of diamonds. But now finally, let's take this anvil out of our inventory, place it down, put our elytra in, put mending on it, put unbreaking 3 on it, and name it something. Seems like a pretty good name. And finally, after 336 days, it is finally time to take flight. Oh my gosh, let's go. We also have 63 rockets, but right now we should just finish off all of these shulkers. Okay, we have 52 shulker cells, and I think that's enough. But one thing I should definitely do right now is try to go and find more elytras to have extra, just in case they run out of durability. Alright, y'all, so back home with all of our chests organized and stuff, and the best things that we got were 2 more elytras and a bunch more shulker shells. Also, these 3 extra shulker boxes. Shulker boxes are gonna make everything so much easier. I also placed down a little ender chest right here, because now that we have shulkers, we can actually have an ender chest. So let's organize our ender chest right now. And alright, so everything is now sorted inside of our ender chest. We have a rocket box, a wood box, a sort of job block box, and finally a valuables box. We also have our 2 tools that we use right here. And if you guys are wondering why my toolbar looks like this, I have a mod where if I hold down caps lock, I get to choose whatever tool I want. So if I have a bunch of tools in my inventory, I can be like, oh, shovel. So I don't have to open up my inventory and replace it. Pretty cool, right? But alright guys, I think I've done enough stalling. I think it is time to go and gather up a bunch of materials so that we can build a mob farm. This isn't going to be no Rudy Poo mob farm either. It is going to be one of the best mob farms you can possibly have. Just don't bother me to build 4 of them. I don't know. But alright y'all, let's go gather up all the materials. And alright y'all, here are all the things that we need to build this massive mob farm. This time I actually planned ahead and built it in creative first, just so that I was able to replicate it a little bit easier in survival. So why don't I take you guys to where we're gonna build this thing. Alright y'all, here we are. We are currently in the middle of the ocean. Our base is all the way back there, and we flew all the way over here to this cold ocean biome. What do you guys say we kick this thing off in a crazy good old fashioned time lapse and build up the mob farm that we're going to be using for the rest of the series? Let's go. And alright my friends, we're up at the AFK platform after building that massive mob farm. And I'm thinking with our elytra, let's just glide on down here and see what we got. Alright, I can hear a bunch of mobs dying. Let's see. Oh wow. Dang, we're already getting so much stuff. But yeah, we finally got gunpowder. We finally got string. This is the farm that I definitely needed. The main reason I wanted to build this and not specifically a gunpowder farm is just because of the string. Now that we have a bee farm that we built last episode, I'd like to be able to make a lot more candles, but they're kind of string intensive, so it's good to have an output for it. Alright, but what do you guys think we go and do a little bit of an AFK test to see how much stuff we actually get?
Later.
Okay, that was about 15-ish minutes of AFK. Let's go down there and see what we got. But before we do that, I want you guys to notice, look at that tall mountain thing over there. If you guys want me to build anything, let me know in the comments. It's like a little forest raised super high up. I think this has a lot of potential to build something. And there's even some cows already. You could say they know what's up. Oh, that wasn't the best, was it? But alright, let's actually check what we got. I mean, man, there's so much stuff in all of these chests. It's crazy. I guess the Switch took some sort of like fire resistance potion because he's not taking any damage. It's okay though. All we need to do is just take this string and gunpowder. But yeah, guys, this farm is really good. As I said earlier, the two things I wanted were gunpowder and string, and if we look inside of the shulker box, we have a lot of both. So now I think it's time that we take off and go back home. Guys, now that I'm back home and situated, I realized we haven't built anything this episode. Well, technically we built the mob farm, but I mean, that isn't really a building, is it? And we also need to build a sugarcane and bamboo farm. So why don't we go and gather up the materials to do that right now, as we need to create the building itself and also build the farm. And I'll meet you guys back when I'm done. After designing a building that I thought looked pretty cool, I went around the world gathering up a bunch of different materials that I need to actually build it. I also realized that since I was using copper grates in the build, I needed some more copper. However, I didn't have any, so I went to the nearest trial chamber and took some. And alright, my friends, so I designed a bit of a house that pretty much requires another house to be on it for it to look good. And my idea is to have sort of like a chain of houses along this path eventually. But right now, we're only going to build one, and that is where the sugarcane and bamboo farm is going to be located. So without any further ado, let's build it right now. Alright, so the house is looking pretty good. Really like the chimney, how it's really thick and it adds a lot of immersion in my opinion. And also like the pale oak wood instead of the mushroom and calcite over there. I think it looks really good. And then how we have the grates up top on the second floor and the window panes on the first floor. I think it looks it's really, I just like it. I like it a lot. But my favorite part is definitely the roof, because this is one of my favorite shapes to make. There's going to be another house on this part of the building. I am still trying to design it and see what looks the best, because it's really hard to merge the roofs together and make them look good. So I'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, we are missing something on the inside, and that is literally the reason why we built the house in the first place. So let's go and create the actual sugarcane and bamboo farm, y'all. First, I started off by flying out to the nearest mangrove swamp and decimating it for most of its mud. Since I was going to have to use the mud in the farm anyways, I decided to just get a full shulker of it. I then spent the next 3 hours building the actual farm. Please pardon the breaks in the time lapse, that is because your good old YouTuber forgot to press and pause. Alright guys, so I had football practice this morning from 7 to 10. Let's just say I probably got back at around 10:30 or so, and for the past 3 hours I was digging out a massive room and doing all this stupid farm stuff. But I guess it's nice because we already have some sugarcane getting harvested, and we also have some bamboo. So is the 3 hours worth it? I guess so. But one thing that we do have to do this episode is go to the end and build an XP farm. I've done so much grinding today, I really don't want to do this, but it's for the content, boys. Let's go. And alright guys, so the Enderman XP farm is complete, and I'm not sure if I have muted the audio or fixed it or some way, but it is really loud. But that doesn't matter because look at this. This is awesome. I mean, there's XP following me on the ground. That's how you know how good it is. This is beautiful, lovely, and genius. Look at all that XP, boys. Look at that. Well, and girls too, sorry. Now we can leave knowing that we have had a day of extreme success. Right after that, I remembered I still needed to fix my potato farm, so I spent like 30 minutes doing just that. And alright guys, now that we got that much needed chore done, I think it's time that we should go to the nether and try to find a netherite upgrade template. Oh, wow, we're getting attacked. Boom, bam, and bop. But what I was about to say is that it is going to be extremely dangerous to go to the bastion. That's honestly why I hate going there, just because of how hard those piglin brutes hit you. So I'm gonna try to play it as cautious as possible, but let's go out and try to find one. Oh, well, that was pretty easy. I found one right away. Alright, I'm gonna have to take these brutes out right now. Alright, we've taken out 3. We're gonna have to be so careful, guys. Please tell me there's just gonna be one right here, please. Okay, there isn't, but, no, okay, it's pretty cool. Got some magma cream. I was gonna need that for later. But I remember this is really the spot that we need to be looking in. Oh my gosh, I'm actually so scared. I do not want to lose this world. Okay, my idea is we're going to go down here and make a little box. And we're just gonna dig down. Keep going. Uh-oh. Okay, that's 1 down. 1 right there. Let's take him out. Alright, let's dig down this way. I'm literally so scared right now. Like, if he had, like, one of those heart rate sensors on me, bro, it'd be going off the charts. Let's take him out. Take out that spawner. Nice. Alright, we found a chest. Please tell me it's in here. Let's go! And we got a smithing template. Oh my gosh, let's go. And 2 helmets. So nice. Alright, let's just get the rest of this gold. I am so done with this place. Let's get out of here right now. Right up this way. That wasn't as hard as I thought it was gonna be. Oh my gosh. Is that a chicken jockey? Oh, that's so funny. And the chicken is the worm variant because it's in the nether. Oh, that's so cool. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go home, y'all. But here's the thing, I actually didn't go home. I needed to revisit the fortress that we found earlier to try and find some nether wart. You have got to be kidding me. That was my first wither skeleton skull. I'm literally watching a YouTube video right now. I'm watching Oh My Fish, if you know who that is. But what the heck? That was the very first one I killed. That's so insane, bro. And shortly after that, I found the nether wart. Oh my gosh! Bro, we got another one! I'm so serious. If we check the statistics, I never check the statistics. Well, if we do, let's say we press on this, we killed 6, and we got 2 skulls. That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Last series, it took me so long to try and get wither skulls, but look at us now. Now let's actually go home, man. Alright, so the reason I was doing that is so I can take some blaze powder and put 1 in each of these. Alright, so the reason I got the nether wart is so I could put it in here and turn these into awkward potions. And now that these are awkward potions, if you put a magma cream in either of them, you can see that we get some potions of fire resistant. And one more thing, let's add some redstone, and now we have 8 minutes of fire resistance. We added 5 minutes to both of them. So let's grab all of these potions, and I feel like you guys can see where I'm going here. I'm going to make a shulker full of beds. Actually, let's make 2. And now our inventory is looking something like this. Alright, let's fly down to an area that isn't over a lava lake, therefore connected to the ground. Right here should work, and I'm thinking we should just dig down. And now that we are at Y level 15, we should hold F3 and G. That enables chunk borders, so let's dig this way, and yes, we have found one right here. If you do some research, you'll learn that the best way to mine for netherite is on a chunk border. So with that being said, let's cue the time lapse and get some freaking netherite, y'all. Okay, but really quickly, I just want to let you know that I only had to go that far, and I already found some. So, let's mine this up. We are getting so lucky this episode, and I'm all for it. Okay, we found 2. That's awesome. Alright y'all, I have an idea. So there's this really cool trick that I've seen recently where if you add on a no fog texture pack for the lava, you can fly around with fire resistance and see a bunch of ancient debris under. And now if we just fly around under the lava, we can see that we can see all of the ancient debris, especially this one right here. And alright y'all, that was a whole lot of mining. But guess what? We ended up with 56 ancient debris. That is amazing. One problem though, I need to try and find a way to get home because I don't know where it is. And alright guys, inside of our new house, I set up a little mini super smelter, and I think that we should just input all of our ancient debris up there. This should smelt up pretty fast. And alright guys, all of our netherite scraps are smelted. Now all we have to do is combine the netherite scraps with some gold. And I think it's only fair that we do it in our starter base where it all started. 14 netherite ingots, guys. Look at that. That is so beautiful. But I'm kind of worried that I won't have enough of these smithing templates. Whatever. Let's see however many we can make. We can make 2 more. We can make 6, and then we're already out of diamonds, so we're gonna have to go and find some more diamonds. But before we do that, let's take our armor off and go over to the smithing table and add netherite to our helmet, add it to our chest plate, add it to our leggings, and finally add it to our boots. Guys, we are full netherite armor for the first time ever on my series, or YouTube channel rather. We are fully kitted up in some netherite armor. We look so different, it's kind of weird. We're gonna have to get some real good armor trims, but we need to go down there and get some more diamonds, so let's do it. The best part about mining down here is the fact that we can get a bunch of deep slate and tough, not just the diamonds. In addition to all the diamonds we found, we were able to find a bunch, and I mean a bunch of redstone. Alright, I am back at the house. Now let's see how many more templates we can make. I think this is yeah, we can make 4. Now we can try to make some more. 5. Okay, I think we can make a couple more. Alright, we have 6 netherite upgrade templates and 0 diamonds. That is the sad effect of doing that. But my friends, it does not matter at all. Let's put our sword in, make a netherite sword, a netherite pickaxe, a fortunate netherite pickaxe, a netherite axe, and finally, a seriously dedicated netherite hoe. Hahaha, let's go. This is so amazing. I kind of forgot about the shovel, and I'm not really trying to go back down to get more diamonds. So I guess we have a netherite hoe, and we don't even have a netherite shovel, but it's okay. It's okay. But look at us, guys. We look so amazing with our maxed out armor and tools. But my friends, I do think that is where we're going to end off today's episode. We got so much done, and I have been in a big time crunch the entire time. I leave for another trip in 2 days, so it was amazing to be able to get the episode done already. Before we end it though, let's see how much bamboo we have. That's a nice amount, and that's a nice amount of sugarcane. I am so extremely grateful for each and every single one of you guys that watch these videos. Also, all of you creators who watch my videos, I am so thankful for you guys as well. It really is something truly special when you get to play your favorite game every day and share it with your audience. It is something I would truly never take for granted. Also, I just got monetized, so woo woo. And I'm also so thankful for you guys' patience on the uploads. This one should come out sometime during the weekend. But there's one more thing I just remembered I need to do. One of my fellow creator friends, Wombat, just recently perished in his hardcore Minecraft world, so I'm thinking we should make a little bit of something as like a tribute to that world. Put down an item frame with some pink wool, which if you guys don't understand, just go watch his channel. There we go, I think that works. And one more thing, let's add some coarse dirt. And right now we have a little memorial for Wombat. If you guys like the idea of adding in graves for fellow YouTubers who die in their worlds, please let me know. That is a great idea for me. Also, we have some great news. The potato farm's working, y'all. Yes, sir. But alright guys, that is going to be the end of today's episode. I hope you all did enjoy. Please remember to like and subscribe, and also if you got to this point in the video, please make sure to combat Rip Wombat. But guys, I love you and Jesus loves you infinity times more. God bless and have a great day. If you guys know me, you know that I love building. Building is pretty fun. However, to build, you need resources. And every time I need to gather those resources, I need to risk my life inside of a cave. And I'm tired of that. So in today's episode, we are going to build a massive mining outpost holding tons of auto farms that make our lives so much easier. Please remember to like and subscribe and enjoy the video. And alright guys, welcome back to the series. We have some big plans today. I want to transform this hill over here. Actually, just so I can show you guys everything that we need to do this episode, let's pull out the good old-fashioned goal board. If you're an OG, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And here we are, my friends. This is the new job board. If you take a look at everything that I wrote down, I want to find an azalea tree and get some rooted dirt because it is perfect for texturing. I also want to build a fountain right in the middle of our market square because I feel like it has been missing something ever since we made it. I want to defeat a raid for totems as well because that is something that we will need to survive in this world. I want to replace torches like these with better light sources to make it look a little bit better than just sort of a minefield of torches. Of course, we're going to build the massive mining outpost, and inside of that mining outpost, I want to have a super smelter and a infinite lava farm. We have a lot to do today, guys, so let's get straight into it. And that I did. I went around looking for azalea trees to mine some rooted dirt. We found about 2 different trees, so we mined all of the rooted dirt that we could possibly mine from them. Having this will be very useful as I will be able to detail my pathways a lot better. And alright guys, I think it is safe to say that our rooted dirt goal is checked off the list. There we go, a clean sign. Next thing I want to do is go along with our fountain build. And I just realized that I've been saying fountain instead of well, which sorry. Let's change this right here. Now we have a well build. Very well. Let's get started, shall we? And alright guys, what do you think of the well? I think it came out pretty well. Yes. But yeah, I went around lighting all of the candles from the market stalls because I completely forgot to before. And now we have a nice little well covering up the middle of the market circle. And I think it looks pretty freaking good. So that is another goal completed. But alright guys, I know you guys read what that says. We are about to defeat a raid for some totems of undying. My last hardcore series ended from a stupid elytra thing, but if I had a totem of undying, I wouldn't even have lost the world. So I think I'm going to learn from that mistake this series. But first, let's get a good night of rest because there is a long raid ahead of us. Alright, if we look in our mob drops chest, there should be a bunch of ominous bottles. Yes, there is. And I mean, let's just do the hardest one. Let's do a Bad Omen 5 raid. We're only gonna need one of those things. I made sure to get 3 golden apples just in case stuff gets a little bit frisky. But let's head over to our villager castle. I'm thinking we should just cross off the entire door just so that nothing is able to get to our villagers. Our castle should be nice and secured. Let's also cross off this door up here, and now we can finally say that the castle is fully barricaded. And oh man, I almost forgot, we need to cover up our villagers that are farming their fields. Oh gosh, I'm so happy I remembered. Let's just make a roof going all the way over this. Alright, my villagers should be nice and barricaded in. I really do not want them to die. And besides that, I don't think that there's anything else that we need to save. They're not going to try to take our animals or anything, so yeah, we're good. I guess the only thing that's left to do is... oh man. And alright, my friends, the raid should be starting in 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1... and the raid is commencing, guys. I'm really curious to see where they're going to spawn. Let's get on top of my tallest tree, and they want to spawn over there. Okay, this should be easy. These dudes are running from me. It's like they're scared or something. I don't know why. Come here, Captain. There's no running. Alright, that is the first wave of the raid commenced. Alright, I think it is time to sleep right now before the creepy crawlies spawn with the raiders. Ah, they spawned back here this time. Let's take them out. Don't trample my farmland. Dang it. He trampled my leaves, my farmland. Darn you. I will take out each and every single one of you guys just because he took out my farmland. Where are the other raiders at? Oh, I found him. Last guy right here. Alright, cool. I'm actually so mad that they trampled my farmland. That's gonna take a little bit to fix too. I guess I can replant it real quick. Don't mind me. I'm just replanting my field in the middle of a raid. Oh, they spawned back here again? Let's snipe him from my tree. With the high ground, these raids go pretty easily. Oh, these guys just run around the whole time. It's so annoying. Alright, that is that round of the raid done. This seems to be going pretty smooth. Nothing bad should happen. I have a passionate hatred towards these guys. Dude. Come here. There's so many arrows everywhere. Oh, my missed shots. Come here, dude. Oh man, they're probably all stuck in these caves. Bet they're in here. Yep, there they are. Oh, there's still more. Where are they at? I have literally no idea where these guys are, so I'm gonna see if I can get a bell and ring it, because when you ring bells, you can see where they are. Don't ask me why. It doesn't make any sense. There's a bunch of caves over here, so I'm assuming they're somewhere over here. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like all the way in here or something, but they're not, so. Alright, there's one back here. There's still one more, man. I really don't know where he's at. That's the worst part about over here. I knew they were gonna get stuck in some type of cave. This guy is literally nowhere to be found. I'm so mad. Alright, I've been searching for 20 minutes and I think I actually finally found him. He should be down here. Yes. Gosh, we finally found it. Now we need to get out. Alright, totem is in our hand now. We are good. We finally have a totem. Where did the raiders spawn this time? Oh my gosh, you got another totem. Let's go. One guy left. Come here, dude. Alright, another wave is coming. Let's get on top of our house. You should be able to spot where they are spawning from. Alright, they're up here. Bro, they keep running over my freaking leaves. Alright, there should be 2 more totems down here. Yeah, nice. Could have swore there was another totem around here. Well, I guess we only have 3 right now then. Let's keep fighting them. Alright, that should be 5 totems now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that is 5. Nice. Should be the last guy. Alright, another round awaits us. Wow, I found the sweet spot right here. Alright, there's one more raider around here somewhere. Alright, we've spotted what should be the last guy. Oh, let's go, baby. We are the hero of the village, y'all. Let's go. For the next 40 minutes. So I reckon we go into our house and unload all of the goodies that we just got. If I had known that they would do all of that damage to my farmland, then I would have just done it at a random village. But hey, I guess it was super cinematic, so hope y'all enjoyed. Now I think I can officially say that defeat a raid is completed. Let's go. Next thing I want to do is replace all of the torches in our area with different types of light sources. So all of these torches right here, gone. And I have an idea. Have you guys ever wondered what it is like to be a cloud? Well, you're about to find out. Let's hit the time lapse. Alright, this area has just gotten a brand new overhaul in my opinion. Now it looks a lot more lush in this area instead of a bunch of torches spammed everywhere. And if I fly around, you can see I did it back here. I also did it over here and next to the trees. And finally, I also did them behind the lighthouse. And I think it looks a lot better now. I also did a little bit around this area, but the only place I didn't do it was back behind the house. I didn't do the torches back here. One, because I was running out of moss carpet, and two, because kind of didn't feel like it, but it's okay, we'll get to that eventually. I want this path to extend all the way over here and build around this area as well. And before I get too distracted, I think it is time to cross off the replaced torches. Now it's about time we get into the knit and grit of this video. Alright, so I have just planned out a huge terraforming project over in this area, and it should extend the path all the way from over here, going about right there and all the way up the hill. Also flattened out some parts of the hill as well. And I also did a bunch of stuff in this area right here. But I was thinking that is going to be a lot of digging for us to do. In last episode, I don't know if you remembered, but we ended up getting 2 wither skeleton skulls. So my idea is we can return back to the fortress, get 1 more skull, and then create a beacon. Oh my gosh, a beacon in this world would be so amazing. Let's just hope it doesn't take forever though. So I headed to the nether and went through all of our passages until we finally reached the nether fortress. And I killed a couple of skeletons, but at the end of it I was able to get a wither skeleton skull. But oh no, we weren't done. We needed to mine up some obsidian as well. And after that we headed straight to the end, where I downloaded this new shader, and it makes this place look so incredible. So after setting up a little chamber under the bedrock portal to kill the wither, just watch what happens. Oh man, I don't think that worked. Oh, it did. Is he stuck? Nice, let's go. He is stuck. That didn't work like it usually does. But nice, we got him anyways. Oh, he took out a big cavern under here, and that was not supposed to happen. I must have did something wrong. But look at that. I love these shaders, man, and they look so cool. I think this is going to be the new shader that I use whenever I'm in the end. Now that we're back here, I'm sure that we can just craft up the beacon right now, and there we go. Then we can come over here and set it up right here. Boom. There is the beacon, y'all. Now inside of here, let's put an iron ingot in, and we should be able to get haste 2. Alrighty, there we go, haste 2. While gathering materials for this project, I knew I needed a lot of coarse dirt. So that took us out to the nearest windswept gravelly hills, where we were able to get 2 full shulker boxes full of gravel. And after that, we headed over to the end, where I needed to repair my shovel. And after repairing my shovel, I went home to where I needed to gather up just a couple more resources. And alright, so I think that we have done enough preparation, and wow, look at that, the rain just stopped. But yeah, we have done enough preparation to the point where we are finally able to do the big terraforming project. So without any further ado, my friends, let's completely transform the area behind me into something special. And alright guys, don't you just think that came out so well? You see why we gathered the rooted dirt earlier? Oh man, it just makes the pathways look so much more alive. Eventually this path is going to lead up to some sort of building or structure up here somewhere. But yeah, the beacon definitely did wonders when it came to mining up that stone. I just think now it's time to try to find out where I'm going to lay some buildings.
Later.
And alright, so I've just planned about 2 different builds in this area, and they honestly look so good. Like, I'm so proud of them. One should be going right right here, and the other one should be going about right here. But don't worry, those won't be the only two things in this area. There will be a lot of stuff around towards the end of the episode. But we need to go and gather up a bunch of materials, so let's do it. And alright guys, look at that. This has been irking me, so let me okay, cool. But yeah, we head up our path and you can see this beautiful blacksmith building that I designed. See, it even says it right here. I was gonna ask if you guys have any name suggestions for this blacksmith building, please let me know in the comments. But yeah, I also extended the path over that way because there is going to be another building. And if we head on through here, we can see all of the little bit of interior that I did. You can see the lava, there's smoke coming out of it going up to the top, and the top is looking, so, oh, no, those aren't campfires at all. That's the lava. That's not the campfire. But yeah, look how high the smoke is going. And also have this mod called Easy Anvils, where if I leave a tool inside, it will actually appear on top of it. So it makes detailing look super cool. I got this trident in between like episode 1 and 2, and I never did anything with it. Like, see, it's still 3 durability. So I'm going to come back to this in the future. But yeah, this is also my first time using some of the leaf litter, and I also used it back here as well, just blending the path in with the grass and stuff. And I also like this little patch of wildflowers that I put here. I actually got the idea from a little stream I was hanging out in. I was watching Cryptozoology. Love that guy, and he knows me, guys. He knows me. But yeah, like I was saying, the leaf litter adds so much detail. I'm so glad I'm using it. And I also added some vines, some moss all around the area with some leaves up here as well. And if we head in through the front door, we see that there's nothing. But when we head upstairs, we can see that, even better, there is nothing. I might come back to this later in the episode. I might not. I don't know. But yeah, I know this area is looking pretty weird with this path that goes to nowhere. So let's build that beautiful thing up right now. And oh my, we cooked. This house looks so insane to me. I have no idea why it looks so cool to me, but it just does. I really like the moss patches I put in the deep slate roof. This is the first time ever putting it in like a deep slate roof. Like, it doesn't seem like it would make sense, but I think it came out so well. Then we also have this little area under the awning over here. I'm not quite sure to put out here, so let me know in the comments. And then when we go inside, you can see that yet again there is no interior. But when we come upstairs, you can see that there is a chest room where it can hold all of our like main essential stones. So we have granite, andesite, diorite, cobblestone, and stone. And the stone, we have a lot of stone. But when we go into our original blacksmith house, we can see that inside of here there are also some chests. This one right here, as you can tell, it's all of our tools and armor that we found. There's a lot more at my house, but I kind of just didn't feel like moving over here. Then there's a chest for like deep slate blocks, and then stairs and slabs, which yet again, I do not feel like moving all the stuff. And also, I do a lot of material gathering inside of my starter base, so when it's all in the same spot, it makes it a little easier. I also added this little bench. So this area is coming together amazingly. Let's pop in the free cam here, and you can kind of see the vision I'm going for. There's gonna be something right here, something right there, and maybe something around this area. We're also gonna have to do something down in this area because it's flat and so many mobs spawn at night. So I don't know, we might add some custom fields or something. Or we're gonna have to go through the super tedious and painstaking process of hiding a bunch of torches under moss carpets. Yeah, we have a lot of work to do. So I got to work and started by mining up a whole lot of spruce trees because we were running short on spruce wood. And after a little while of gathering up a whole ton of azalea leaves, we used all of them to create this custom tree, which I think came out super well. And shortly after that, we built up 2 more new custom trees that I think filled out their area respectively. respectively. And then finally, just because I was feeling myself, I extended the path over to where I want to build a new building. Yeah, I know that was a lot, but don't you think that it added so much detail to the area? I mean, let's just pop into FreeCam here. You can see that this tree filled out like this sort of area right here that seems super blank, like it really needed something. And I really like the tree. And then these two right here helped fill out the empty spaces that were there prior. But if you just back away for a second, man, it looks so good. How am I missing a block right here? I did not see that. But I do have a build plan for right here, so I'm thinking we should just get started on it. Doesn't that building just look so good? I mean, just walking up our path here with all of the different houses, like it really looks like a little city. The chimney is super nice, and when we come up this extended part of the pathway, we can look inside and there's actually a lava farm. Up here you can see the lava is dripping, the dripstone is taking it and dropping into the cauldron, and then we can take the lava out of the cauldron. So that is, that's pretty cool. And then we also added this little rock right here. I think it added a whole lot to this area because it was just flat grass before. And I'd already placed in so many wildflowers, like that is definitely the main flower up here, and I didn't want to put any more right here. But yeah, let's look at the house again. I didn't want to add a trim to the roofs. Like you can see, there's like an overhang, but then right here there isn't. This is one of my more textured builds, probably the most textured thing I've ever made, and I am absolutely in love with it. But I keep getting attacked by mobs, and that's literally the reason why I'm building this place in the first place. Literally so we don't get attacked by mobs when we're gathering resources. So let me take some moss carp and some torches like we usually do, and go around lighting up the whole vicinity of this entire area because it just needs it so much.
2,000 years later.
And alright, so this should be all of the lighting up that we need to do. I used a little mod called Mini HUD, and it allowed me to see exactly which blocks are spawnable for mobs. And I was able to cover up this entire area, which is kind of why there's some black strips. Usually when I don't use the mod, I just spam torches until there's like no darkness. But now I knew exactly where I needed to put torches, so that's all I need. But alright, let me build a little retainer wall right here. You guys will see why in a sec. Alright, so now we have a pretty good look at the wall I want to use, and I want to make a mining entrance. But before we do that, there's actually a build that I have planned on top of this land right here that we can use. And honestly, it looks super good too. So I mean, let's hit that time lapse and build it up. My gosh, isn't this thing beautiful? In the time lapse afterwards, I know you saw I added this little awning over to the side, which we can sit down. And I like how we extended the path over here as well. It was kind of weird because it was just a weird angle, so there's a lot of diagonal, but it's okay. And then we come over here and inside the front door, and you can see there's nothing in here. I literally have no idea what I'm gonna put in here. This house was literally just for aesthetic. Hold on, let me do something real quick. It's kind of a little bit weird how it's the same level as the pathway, so I'm thinking we should just take some tough bricks and lay them across the entire thing, and I've run out. Good thing I always have a stone cutter and tough on me though. Now do you see how it's a little bit more trimmed? That's pretty much all I was trying to do. Looks a lot nicer now. Also, let me go grab some bone meal real quick. And because mainly all of our flowers that we use are yellow, I'm going to make a little yellow garden over here. So we'll mix in a bunch of wildflowers and also some dandelions. Now we have a nice little yellow garden right here. I'll just bone meal over here though, because it's a little bit flat. Take away all the tall grass. But man, oh man, do I have something amazing planned. I want to build up a massive crane that can be holding like some coal and iron. It is genuinely going to look so good, just like everything else that we made. So let's do it. When I told you that thing looked awesome, I really meant it. I mean, like, geez, there's something about this that just, it really is it's just so cool to me. But I have to give a little bit of credit. I had part of my design from a guy named Cryptozoology, who I literally mentioned him earlier. I used this crane as some reference to build this thing, and I mean it definitely worked out. But we're still missing this little mining entrance right here. You know, that's kind of where they got the coal from. So I think that should be what we get started on next. And okay, so I think that this area came out pretty well. After the time lapse, I ended up adding a little bit of a path over from our main course dirt path and a little rose field. But this area does seem really complete right now, so pretty much the only thing we have to do left is dig all the way down to Deep Slate. And alrighty, the mine is dug out all the way to deep slate, and if you look down there, it goes down for a really long time. We also kind of need to get our beacon. Alright, the beacon is successfully mined back up, but I just thought about it. We still have to make the super smelter, and we don't really have an interior for this house, so let me see what I can cook up and see if we can fit a super smelter inside of here. If we could do that, it would be awesome.
Later.
And okay, so I think I've pretty much done everything that I need to do, so all I need to do is just add this one more chest right there, and there's a bunch of copper in here. And now all I have to do is click this lever, and now they should be turning on, but they're not. I know, I just forgot to put the lava buckets in. Now we should be good. We're gonna flick the lever. There we go. Nice. Alright, so everything is fixed now. It took a little bit of troubleshooting, but it should be working well. There's a little bit of a problem with the fuel input because I wanted to use lava buckets because of the farm we made earlier. But it's okay now. We fix it. We fix it. But I also think that we should remove this red flower field right here. Just, I don't know. It doesn't really fit the area very well. I want to till the ground, and you're probably thinking, where's the water at? But I am going to place some potatoes, and I have some bone meal so that I can grow them up all the way, so I don't even need water. I wanted to use the potatoes because they have like that little flower texture, and I think this will fit this area a lot better. Yeah, man, I really like this. It's definitely more vibrant than everything else, but still, I think it looks really good. I also replaced this little iron block right here with a diamond one, and you know, that diamond always gives a little bit of flair. But if you look at my inventory, I have some moss and mossy cobblestone because I want to come over here and replace just a couple of these things with some mossy variants. And from the aerial view, you can see how much of a difference it makes. But although the main infrastructure of this entire area is complete, I still feel like it needs just a couple more details. So let's go detail it right now. And those details ended up being different types of wagons with coal and iron on the back of them to symbolize that they're actually mining and moving these ores around. And okay, my friends, I think that will be the end of today's episode. I always say that we got so much done, but literally all I need to do is just have you guys look at this image right here. Like, this is so beautiful. As you guys saw, I just added these two big wagons, a little one, and a couple other tiny ones around. That shows that there's actually some life in the village. I really love the tree that we made, and all four of these different types of houses. My two favorite parts of this village are definitely this building right here. I just love how textured it is, and also this crane. I mean, like, just look at the crane. So beautiful. I wanted to add trees around, but I feel like if you added any trees anywhere, like up here, it would kind of ruin the view. So yeah, I settled for not doing it. But finally, I think it's time to cross off the final goal off the board, the mining outpost. Because like I said, just look at this beautiful thing. I put in so much effort into this video, so if you guys did enjoy, please make sure to like and subscribe, as it literally just helps me out so much more than you can ever imagine. We're going to be working on some crazy stuff in the future, and I'm so excited for it. But that's pretty much all I wanted to say, guys. I love you, and Jesus loves you so much more. I hope you all have a great day, and remember to subscribe. Bye bye. I have spent the better half of the last 3 months building in this hardcore Minecraft world, and we have been able to produce 6 amazing videos in that time. But let's take a step back to episode 5, where I built up this singular building in aims of holding our sugarcane and bamboo farm. And yes, this building is cool, but it's kind of standing alone. So in today's video, we are going to completely overhaul this area, giving our singular building some friends. Make sure to slap that subscribe button, everybody, and enjoy the video. What is going on, everybody? I hope y'all are having a great day. I'm not doing too bad myself. In the last episode, we were able to build up this incredible looking mining village. And actually, my friends, you guys are able to get it to 10,000 views, so thank you so much. I knew I had a great feeling about this place. For the past 3 weeks or so, I was actually working on a 100 days video, and it came out pretty well, so make sure you guys go and check it out. I'm not gonna lie, it is not performing the best right now, but it's okay because we live and we learn, right? A couple hours ago, I actually asked everybody what they wanted to see me do in the next video, and an overwhelming amount of people said hardcore episodes, so here we are. I'm not gonna lie, guys, we have cooked up for this episode. I know you probably saw it in the thumbnail and in the intro, but still, I'm really excited to build it. In episode 5, I actually stated how when I built this building, it would pretty much only look good if we added a bunch of other buildings on the side, and I'm really excited to get started on that project today because it was so much fun to plan. And hey, the bamboo farm is working pretty good. Also, the sugar sugarcane farm. But anyways, my friends, we have just hit day 450 and we still do not have any armor trims. I mean, look at our armor. It's nice and majestic, but still, we can add a little bit of pizzazz, you know? And I actually know exactly which armor trims I want to use. However, we have none of them. We only have the rib, snout, and spire, which the rib is rare, but it doesn't really look that cool. It's not as bright and vibrant as the other ones. But the first armor trim I want to find is the coast armor trim, which can be found inside of sunken sea ships. So let's try to come and find one right now. Oh wow, look at that little island. It's pretty cool. Alright, so we have found the first one. Let's just equip our chest plate in here and fall down, see what we can find inside of the chest, and okay, not the best. I guess we'll take the diamond. Now let's check downstairs. Oh my gosh, we found it already. 2 coast armor trims. That's exactly what we needed, and a buried treasure map. Alright, let's pull the map out, see where it wants us to go, and see what direction we're facing. If we are facing north and we are all the way down there in that little corner, that means that we need to keep flying up this way. And okay, it should be right down here. If we can make that red number 9 and that blue number 9, it means that we are right on top of the buried treasure. Let's walk forward just until it hits 9, and okay, it should be this block right here. Let's dig down. And look, just like that, we found it. Not too shabby. We got another diamond, some TNT, and a heart of the sea. We don't really need anything else. Now let's go back home so that we can talk about the next armor trim I want to find. I want to get the dune armor trim, but there is one tiny little problem. You find these in desert pyramids, and desert pyramids are in deserts. Unluckily for me, the nearest desert is about 8,000 blocks away. Yes, 8,000. So looks like I'm gonna have to be flying for a while. So I mean, I guess the only thing that we can do is go and fly. Oh my gosh, finally we reached the desert. I mean, I guess it wasn't that bad. We were flying for about 10 minutes. But hey, at least we know where a mesa is. If you look at this, we flew all the way from over here, 8,000 blocks all the way over here. I just realized this will be our only opportunity to try and get some dried grass. So I mean, let's hang out here and try to get as much as we can. Also, we can try to get cactus flowers, and yep, look, there's one right there. And alright, I think we've gathered enough of that stuff, so now I want to set my sights over to this ocean where we see a giant coral reef. Swip out our silk scribe pickaxe and go and gather up a bunch of different coral, because coral is a great building block when it's dead. Oh man, that sentence doesn't sound that great, but still, great material, and I want to gather a little bit of it. And alright, all of the coral that I wanted to get is now acquired. And ooh, did I just see a village? Yeah, that's the village over there. But anyways, let's fly around until we can find a desert temple. Ooh, did I just see one? I think I saw one. Yeah, right there. Look at this terrain though. This is pretty cool. Please give me an armor trim so that the search can finally come to an end. Drop down here, take out the pressure plate, and protection 3. Nope, not in here either. What about here? Finally, dune armor trim. Let's go. Look at that, guys. That was so successful. Just to repair my elytra though, I want to come over here and fight a bunch of these pillager captains. And do an allay. Let's get these guys out of here. Not mean to hit that allay. Where'd the other allay go? Oh, he's over here. Come here, man. Oh man, I missed. Come here, dude. Alright, we have 2 allays now. Yay, let's go. And alright, finally, now that we have everything that we needed to come to the desert for, let's just leave victorious. And alright, my friends, the final trim that I want to collect is the bolt armor trim. And that is found inside of trial chambers. Luckily for me, we know exactly where one is, so let's go there right now. And alright, we have made it back to the trial chamber. I plan on leaving this place with our armor trim, but not only that, I want to get some copper as well. I do love copper grates. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's drink this bad omen bottle. Ah, more copper. We love this. I have a very strange feeling that we are about to get jumped by some sort of mob. I think there's a oh, yep, right there. Bogged. Diamond armor. These guys seem kind of strong. Some baked potatoes. Nice. Oh man, I don't know why I think so, but this looks like it's gonna be a big room, and oh man, yes it is. Okay, we have a big battle ahead of us. Let me pull out my golden apples. pop a golden apple real quick. Oh man, we actually broke into a spawner room. That's crazy. Can't go anywhere, buddy. Ooh, a name tag. Let's also mine up some of these grates. Oh, we have 2 ominous trial keys now. Okay, let's see where we can take them. I feel like this is where we can use one of our keys, so let's put it in, see what we get. Oh my gosh, a god apple, diamonds, arrows, and emeralds, and an emerald block. I mean, it's okay, but it's not what we were after. We found another one. Please tell me we get the armor trim. We got the disc, we got diamonds, diamond chest plate, and oh man, that's all we got. I thought it was gonna be pretty easy to get this armor trim, but clearly it's not. We also don't have that much time because we're about to run out of Bad Omen. Whoa, diamond sword, slow down there, buddy. Ooh, baby zombie. Ooh, watch this, watch this. Wait, hold on, hold on. Bop. Oh no, that's my shovel. Ready? Bop. 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 Oh, yep, we've definitely found the hardest room in the trial chamber, so let's pop a golden apple. Oh crap, starting to get a little bit frisky. Bro, they keep hitting me down into this pit. Please tell me I found him. Yes, found him. Finally, the last guy. We couldn't even get a key, bro. Oh my gosh. All right, let's come up here. Hopefully, we can finally find another big room. Okay, seems a little bit promising. What's up here? Oh, found one. Nice. Oh, finally, we got another key. Please tell me that this is the last one that we need. I am in a very big time crunch to create this video, and if this isn't it, I don't even think I'll be able to get it this episode. There are more spawners up here, so maybe this can be another chance. Sadly, I also ran out of Bad Omen, so at this point, I don't even think I'll be able to finish the entire trial chamber. I don't know, we're really gonna have to hope that this key actually gives us what we want. Alright, let's see. We got nothing good. I mean, I guess we got another enchanted golden apple. I'm thinking for the final armor trim, it's either going to be another dune or another coast. It's not like any armor trims are ugly. Alright, let's get up out of this place. I mean, hey, I know we didn't find the armor trim, but still, the amount of stuff that we were able to get, like copper, is insane, and it was pretty successful in my opinion. But for now, let's head back home. And here's the thing, I'm not actually too sure which one I like more, iron or quartz. Let's put our chest plate in, see what it looks like. Okay, the quartz is pretty bright. Let's try the iron. And that's the iron. It's a little bit different. I think I'm gonna go with the quartz. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put dune on our chest plate because this was the plan. Then for our helmet, let's put coast on. So let me grab this right here. And for the leggings, let's see, because it was gonna be the bolt armor trim, but now we have to make it one of these. Can make it another dune, make it another coast. Let me see which one do I like more? Okay, I think I'm going to go with the dune, but let's duplicate these just so that when we use them one more time, we don't lose them forever. All right, let's duplicate this. And now to duplicate the coast one, we need cobblestone. There we go. You know what, scratch that. I'm gonna go with the coast. It looks a little bit nicer in my opinion. Looking nice and snazzy, guys. And now finally, let's put the dune armor trim on our boots. Don't we look so snazzy, guys? Like, what the heck? We look so good. Now we're gonna have to save these up here just so that we never lose them. And alright, my friends, I think it's finally time that we get started with the building of this video. There are a lot of miscellaneous resources that we need to gather though, and I thought what better idea than to do it on a live stream. I'm gonna gather up materials, or at least that's the goal, of each and every single one of the houses that we're gonna build today. But for you guys, we're just gonna jump into the time lapse of the first building that we're gonna build. I think it looks super awesome and I'm really excited to bring into our world. So without any further ado, my friends, let's hit the frickin' time lapse, yo. And alright, so doesn't this place look so good? I absolutely love the style where there's house and then another house and then another house. And I know I said I was only gonna build one, but here's the second one. They both obviously have no interiors. That is for later. But let's take a look at this one. We have a dark oak and mangrove trim, some mud bricks on the bottom and some calcite on the top. Then we come over to this one right here. We have beehives as the base, and I think it makes it look a lot better. Just like how we put the barrels under the oak logs and stuff. And peep the copper grates. This is what what we used from the trial chamber earlier. They're actually waxed as well. You can tell by the little outline I have on it. And then you come inside, there's nothing. Look over here. There's gonna be a massive interior in here. I like how it connects to this house right here though, so if we ever need to add anything over here, we definitely have enough space to. But eventually, we're gonna have to remove the leaves and the trapdoors because these are no longer windows. But yeah, this place is looking super nice. But one thing I want to address though, I may have left a couple of chests over here outside of this. Oh, that was really full actually. I need to go clean that up. Detour. Yeah, but that aside, we definitely left a couple of chests right here, and it ended up letting a zombie get in, trampling our farmland, which you know I hate, and then he kind of bit up our villager, which he's gone. He's gone. It's so sad. Now this guy doesn't have a friend anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, man. So, yeah, I'm thinking we should make a little bit of a railway all the way up from our villager trading hall castle, which go watch that episode if you haven't, going all the way down the hill and over here, putting one more villager inside of here so you can become a farmer and keep giving us potatoes. Actually, I think it's a good idea to go down here and check how much potatoes we have, and ooh, that's a lot. But the carrots are probably all the way up to here, aren't they? Yep, they definitely are. We have a lot of carrots. We can start trading these to villagers as well. So yeah, let's go do that right now. And alright, so this guy's looking nice and snazzy inside of his brand new potato farm. I'm thinking if I come in here and actually harvest the field, help him out a little bit, it'll speed up the process. Oh yeah, also we have to fix this right here. Put a potato. So now look at the nice little skyline we've got going on. It's looking so nice. Adds so much more depth. It's not just that one house. I love it. But the thing is, we still have a little bit more to do. Those 3 chests right there contain the materials that we need to build the rest of the houses. So let's hit a time lapse and build them up right now. This area looks so incredibly good. Let's talk a little bit about the elephant in the room. Yes, I removed this tree, which yes, it was also one of my favorites, but you gotta admit it does kind of mess up the line of sight, and messing up the line of sight in Minecraft is a no sin in Minecraft, a sin. But yeah, we do have a pretty large space right here which doesn't really have anything in it. I mean, unless you're counting all the flowers and grass. So what I want to try out is I want to try and make a little bit of an alternated field. It'd be like a strip of carrots, strip of potatoes, and so on. So I guess we'll just see how it looks in a second. And okay, so the fields are planted, and actually afterwards I added a couple of planter boxes. My friend Crypto does this, and I wanted to do it myself, and I think it looks pretty good. Once these fields are grown up, it'll look a lot better. And hey, it filled up the space exactly as I wanted it to. And I was thinking, while we're waiting for those fields to grow up, we should do a little bit of work on the interiors. I don't think they deserve too much, but at least just a floor and a roof or something like that. And I'm sure once we're done, we'll come back and see these fields all grown up. I'm also debating whether or not we should put some coarse dirt in between the fields, but I guess we'll just find out later, right? So let's start by taking out the grass at the bottom of this room, and now that it is gone, let's start by placing some unstripped oak logs on the ground, and then let's start putting beehives in all of the open spaces that we can find. And wow, we are already out of beehives. Looks like we're gonna go have to craft a little bit more. And okie dokie, we got a couple more so we can finish off the ground. And now let's go along stripping all of these logs. I'm sure you can see the effect that I'm going for here. I actually already have this in one of the blacksmith builds over there at the mining village. And yeah, now we have like a super clean, sleek floor design. But what should I use for the roof though? That's the question. Saying we should craft up a bunch of spruce slabs. Check on this wandering trader. And what do you have? Some packed ice. It gets us pretty decent. Slime balls. I need to get that. Let's fly on up and grab some emeralds. That's a lot. Come here, my friend, I am not done. And okay, let's buy all the slime balls, and I guess we should buy all the packed ice as well. And also let's place down a pressure plate made of oak. So now we can just walk out the door like that, and when we need to come in, we can go and it'll close by itself. Pretty cool, huh? Let's place a torch down in here just so nothing spawns. And I'm thinking it should go like this. 1, 2... 1, 2, I guess we'll go 3 and then another 2. And now we can just keep that same exact outline going all the way across. Diagonals are pretty difficult to work with, but this shouldn't be that hard. And okay, so the roof is looking pretty nice. This side over here is even, so that's why the roof looks a little bit different over here than it does over here. What's the best we could come up with? Well, I guess we can add a slab right there or something. I don't know. It's gonna be awkward either way. And for right now, that's pretty much all I want to do inside of here. And now that we've placed some lanterns in, we can remove the torches and it's looking a lot brighter now. I might want to eventually use this as some sort of storage room, but I'm not sure. One thing I think we should do though is we should make a little bit of a doorway going over here. So let's remove these blocks right here, craft up some trap doors. That's not enough. We're gonna need a little bit more, and then place those down on the sides. And now we got a little bit of a nice little walkway going over into the next house. And for in here, I think I want to go for a darker tone, maybe a spruce floor. I just found out why it looks so awkward. You need to add one more layer of slabs on this side. Yeah, there we go. Now it's a little bit more even, looking nice. See, it's really just trial and error at this point. So yeah, let's place some torches in here, and same thing as the other house. Let's remove all of the grass that's on the floor. And I guess we just dug into a small little cave, I guess. I probably blocked it off before. Dang, this is literally history right here, guys. What the heck? Okay, so let's take these stripped spruce logs, which is that an alliteration? I think it is, and take them all the way across. I feel like spruce gives a very inviting and like warm atmosphere. I'm not sure. Then we can add like a cozy red rug in here, maybe. I think that's a good idea. Let's craft up a couple more slabs, and I'm thinking a good lighting source could be if we put a little fence right there and see if we have any lanterns. Do we have any? No, we don't. I guess we're out. But eventually I want to put a lantern under this. Oh man, I forgot. I'm gonna have to expand the pathway over to the store as well. Yeah, just like that. Then just as usual, we can craft up a couple of pressure plates and put them down so that we can walk through it. And just like I said earlier, I want to keep it simple, probably just a floor and a roof, just because I might come back in the future and make storage rooms. And I'm thinking in this building we can do just like the other building and put the beehives and the stripped logs. And we barely have enough, which that's pretty nice. They could come across placing our beehives with that nice little texture. It's the same on the bottom as it is on the top. And then finally strip all of the logs. And we can probably find out a way to fit some sort of staircase right here, which I know you can't really see, sorry. Let's put a torch down. But for that, we're going to need to make a couple more stairs. And then a really cool trick I know is if we make a couple of gates, 3 is not enough, so we're probably gonna need like 4. And we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have a nice little bit of sort of stabilization holding the stairs up, and it makes it a little bit less bulky than putting another stair under. And yes, I removed the fence from earlier, so we're not going to put a lantern there anymore. But what we will do is we will remove all of this right here, place one more stair, and now we're at the upper floor. And up here, we're going to do the same thing as before. We're probably not going to do anything with the roof though, just because it's already kind of short, and it's looking pretty good already. So yeah, this is, I guess, another semi-finished interior. Now we have this one over here leading into this one over here. Oh my gosh, guys, I just realized something so funny. Let me grab some chests and then go down to our sugarcane and bamboo farm. And if you look down here, you can see that there's some sort of blockage going on, and I'm assuming this is a full chest, and yes it is. It's crazy it's already filled up and it hasn't even been built for that long. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take out that lantern right there, add a couple of chests. We'll do one more stack right here. Then let's grab all of the bamboo that we can take and then put it right here into this. And yeah, so now we have a nice little source of storage for our bamboo, just in case it gets overfilled, you know. Also, there has to be some sort of zombie down here. I keep hearing some groans. Yeah, I found him. He's right here. Take this guy out. Hold on, if I do this, pop. But yeah, now we have the next interior to tackle. But first I want to come into here and create a nice little archway just like we have right here. Then we can recreate this with the trapdoors and the stairs later, but for now, what we always do, let's take out all of the grass. If you guys are confused why you're seeing some spruce on the ground, that is because under here is where the bamboo farm is. And okay, so for the floor, I was thinking we could alternate some tough and some tough bricks. And yeah, it looks super rustic and I like it, so let's keep doing this. Yes, I know I could just use slabs, but I don't know. I really just like having a full block under me at all times. I don't know if that's some weird Minecrafter thing, but I don't know, I have it. And let's also take out all of these leaves right here. Of course, all of the window panes as well. And it kind of irks me to do this, but let's take out the vines as well without shearing them. We can take these out later. Also, this is a little bit random, but let's check on the iron farm because we haven't done an iron farm check since like the last 3 episodes. Yeah, it's still working, but if you look right here, oh, I guess it's not clogged. Let's check it out. Yeah, that's a lot of iron. We love that. Also, I guess a couple of zombies decided to try him and they found out. They effed around and found out. If you don't have an iron farm, I don't know what you're doing. Let's also buy some golden carrots because our supply is going down pretty rapidly. Come here, sir. Lovely. And now let's add some dark oak logs on the ceiling, alternated just like usual. And after adding the slabs in, then we can strip all of the logs. And yeah, now it has that nice little indented design on the top. Then I also want to go right here, alternating tough and tough brick slabs. Then let's place some tough stairs right here. Place some lanterns in all four corners. Then let's put the fence gates underneath. Yeah, look at that, looks so nice. And yeah, now we got the nice tough alternated floor down here, and then we have the nice little dark oak alternated floor up here, which is a floor up here, and I guess a ceiling down here. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But now that we're up here, we should remove all of this deep slate. This was from the house on the right. I'm thinking we should try to come up with a nice design for the roof. So first, let me put a torch up here just so nothing spawns. And yeah, let's repeat the same design over on the right. However, there's a problem, and that is the fact that this is not even. So scratch that entire design. Instead, let's make some spruce beams going all the way across, and then we can put these slabs in between. So it's a little uneven, but it's better than me breaking down this entire wall. But one thing we can do is remove this part of the wall right here, and now we have our usual archway. Pretty nice, huh? Can we remove this actually? Yeah, we can. These don't even need to be here. Let's do a spruce outline. Now it has a nice little divider. And now, yeah, I guess that is another semi-interior done. We should put down some lanterns though, so light this place up. Let's also add our archway down here. So now we can start inside of this building, walk our way all the way over into this one, and finally also walk over into this one. All three of them have an upstairs as well, with these two connected. Actually, this one doesn't have an upstairs, false alarm, sorry. But yeah, man, I really like how this area has come out. And if we take a step outside, our fields are all grown in. So look at how beautiful this is. So nice, right? One idea I had though is we should add a couple more of those planter boxes over here just to balance it out a little bit. But my friends, I do think that is going to be where we are going to end off today's episode. All of these buildings add so much character to this area. And now from our starter house, we can see this beautiful view right here. If you guys have any ideas of what to add in this open space right here, please let me know down in the comments below. Just let me know. I'm going to keep an open mind. Also, that's a floating block. What the heck? But yeah, my friends, I love this place. I want to start uploading a lot more frequently, and that does mean weekly. So therefore, there isn't going to be as much technical or big projects done in each video. However, I am going to be upping the frequency of the videos while trying to maintain the quality. Also, I do play on a pretty prestigious football team, so we do stuff all of the time, and it is really hard to find some spots to actually do YouTube. But when you have passions, you find time for them, you know? So yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. Oh yeah, also, I want to try and make my weekly upload schedule on Fridays, and I am currently finishing this on a Tuesday, and I have no idea if this is going to come out on a Wednesday or a Friday, but I want Fridays to be my upload day. I don't know, we'll figure it out, guys. But as always, my friends, I love you, and Jesus loves you so much more. God bless, and you guys have a fantastic day. Goodbye. Yes. I have survived 503 days in this hardcore Minecraft world. We've been able to build a farmland region, a mining village, a small town, and even a beautiful castle on top of a hill. However, since day one, I've always noticed this massive cave opening behind our starter base. And honestly, the fact that we haven't even touched it yet amazes me. So today, we are going to start a massive cave civilization that I want to eventually span throughout this entire open canvas of a cave. Please remember to like and subscribe, everybody, and enjoy the video. What's going on, everybody? It's Eagle here, and welcome back to Hardcore Minecraft. We start today's episode directly on day 500. I can't believe it, 500 days in this world already. In between episodes, I did make a couple of minor changes to some texture packs and some mods, and I also updated to Minecraft 1.21.6. And with that comes happy gas, some lead functions, and even some craftable saddles. We have been waiting for that for forever. And also, everybody, thank you so much for all of the support on the most recent hardcore episode. It's doing fantastic, and it's all because of you guys. I know I mentioned it at the end of the last episode, but I want to start uploading weekly every Friday, and school is about to start back up, so it's gonna be really rough. But I'm going to try my absolute hardest to be as consistent as possible with these uploads. But what that means is that we might not be able to have a hardcore episode, as each episode gets more and more ambitious. But I definitely enjoy it. It is so 100% wasn't worth it. Let me know if you guys want me to make mod videos, possibly some resource pack videos, maybe some 100 days videos. Y'all just let me know. If you guys have any video ideas that you'd like me to do, let me know down in the comments below. Also, I have been trying to find a good shader pack. Yes, I do use my own shaders, but if you guys have any specific settings or videos or anything that you want to share with me that you really think will enhance the visuality of my game, let me know. I am all ears. Also, a lot of people since I posted the 500 days video have been asking for the seed. So everybody, there you go. The seed is right there. Also, those are my coordinates as well. But why don't we head over to the cave over here so I can show you guys what exactly I want to do today. You probably saw it in the thumbnail, also in the intro, but I want to transform this entire area. There is going to be a lot, and I mean a lot of terraforming done in here, but hey, it's going to be worth it in the end. And that is going to start with us lighting up the entirety of this cave. I do not want to be snuck up on the entire episode, so let's do that right now. After mining up a bunch of the coal ore I had laying around in some chests, I was able to craft up enough torches to light up the section of the cave that we are going to be building in today. I also tried to mine up all of the exposed ores that we could find. But my friends, now that this area is nice and lit up, keeping us away from all of the creepy crawlies, we need to do a lot of terraforming. And stone kind of takes a while to mine. So I have a fantastic idea. Inside of our valuable shulker box, we should be able to find some beacon stuff, and yes, we did. Can grab all of that iron and the beacon itself. Now let's put that bad boy back. And I'm thinking we should try to build the beacon down here somewhere so that we don't go out of range at all. Let me turn on full bright for you guys. Let's just hop down here and build it as fast as we can. All of these mobs are telling me otherwise. Now that we have a nice flat area, let's place down all of our beacon blocks. I am so dumb. I just tried to make a 10 by 10 beacon even though I knew it was 9 by 9. Oh my gosh. Alright, all good now. Now we can place our beacon down, except there's one problem, and that is that there is no space up here. So let's take down these coordinates right here. -911, -1655. Alright, it should be straight down this way. So let's just dig down. Never mind, I'm one block off. Here's where we need to dig down. How was I so ridiculously off? Did I do 1665? Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. It's 1655. Okay. This should finally be it. Now that the beacon is on, we just need to go and power it up. That means grabbing a piece of spare iron. Oh my gosh, it's never ending. Leave me alone. Alright, before we get barraged by some more mobs, let's finally power it. Haste 2. Bada bing, bada boom. This is a little bit of a side note, but guys, we really need a better storage room. We are seriously so cramped right now. But alright, my friends, now that we finally have the beacon installed, I think it is time to turn on the Lightmatica file, which... there we go. And if we look around, everything that's purple does not need to be here. So that is a lot to remove. And with all of those blocks, everything that is blue, we need to add. So those blue blocks are all stone. This is how your favorite creators are able to finish big projects in such a decent amount of time. But enough yapping, my friends. It is finally time to a mega terraforming time lapse. So without any further ado, my friends, hit the like button, subscribe, and enjoy the time lapse. Waking up after a great night of rest. If we fly on over, we can see how much better the cave looks, and oh my gosh. I don't know how this fella spawned. Let me actually do a little bit more lighting up. Anyways, my friends, we definitely made a lot more space for us to use. It's so much flatter now, just like such a better area to build. Also, I do want to show you guys, I have a mod called FreeCam, where if I press G, I can go and fly around, but it's not actually me, it's just a glitch. That's my character. I can't do anything. I can't mine anything. No, I can't. No, let's grab our pickaxe. See, I can't mine anything, can't interact with anything, but I can fly around and see stuff. So hopefully you guys don't think that's cheating or anything, But speaking of our pickaxe, we need to repair a couple other tools as well. There are also 2 miscellaneous tools that I use a lot that I never have maxed out. Those being my shield and my shears. I'm also going to make a flint and steel, and I want to max out all 3 of these. So let's mine up this gravel for a piece of flint, take a piece of iron, and craft up a flint and steel. Let's grab our shears and our shield as well. That was kind of a tongue twister. I don't think I'm ever going to use the shield, but it's just kind of good to have maxed out. Flint and steel. Do we have any extra books in here? That is the question. Nah, none that I can really use. I do need to buy a couple of bookshelves though for some books, so let's see if we have any. Yeah, we can buy bookshelves. I need to buy 3 because I need 8 books. And alright, so let's try to find our mending guy. Where are you at? Ah, there we go. The golden book. I'm gonna need 3 of these. Also need efficiency 5. Where are you at, bro? Efficiency 5 right here. Also need unbreaking 3. There you are. Actually, I was thinking about putting silk touch on the shears, but I don't even think we need to do that. I think this is all the books that we need. So let's get to enchanting, fellas. Alright, so let's put our shears in, put mending on them, put efficiency 5 on them, and finally unbreaking 3. Then let's put our flint and steel and put mending on it. I don't know where that mending book just went. I am totally confused right now. But let's put unbreaking 3 on it as well. How do I still have the... I don't know. Maybe it's one of the mods I have, but that's kind of crazy. So let's put our shield in, put unbreaking 3, then put mending on it. My question is, where did the efficiency 5 book go if I didn't use them? I have no idea. But hey, now we got some maxed out tools. Special tools at that. And now we can head over to our Enderman XP farm and repair all of our stuff. I am going the wrong way. You'd think I know how to get there by now. Sploosh. You guys know I had to enable the fancy shaders. I don't know, man. I'm just bougie like that. Bro, like, why does this place look so majestic, dog? Like, imagine playing Minecraft and looking out and seeing that. Well, I kind of am doing that right now, but like in real life, playing Minecraft, watching this, I mean, like, whew, it's majestic. All right, let's get some XP. Never gets old. Like, dude, what the flip? Alright, everything is fixed up. Now let's head home. Hey, I forgot to set my spawn point. That's lucky clutch. Wonder how our area looks with these shaders. Yeah, it's pretty dark. And dang, that's some crazy motion blur. But still, it looks pretty freaking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. But as I've said previously, it's not real life now, is it? But I am very excited to get started on the next project of this episode. I want to connect our beautiful path that already connects our home base to our mining village. Let it go over here in the grass and take us to our cave village. It is the same path as it has coarse dirt, rooted dirt, and a little bit of mud over there. You can see it right there. But also, it has a lot of ferns and short grass. So you can see that we need a lot of ferns, but not only that, we also need a lot of short grass, which this is a lot. We need 278. Pretty much these red numbers, the missing, that is what we need to get. So let me come into our storage room and see how many materials we have. Get as much gathered as we possibly can. Alright, so just as I thought, I was able to gather up all of the blocks and stuff. However, we need a lot more short grass and we need to get all of the ferns. This is my first project in this world where I'm actually using them. And hold up, actually I can grab our new shears, Mr. Shearington. We need to locate a mega taiga forest because that's where ferns spawn. And I know exactly where one is. And alright, so we have found it, so let's see if we can spot any ferns. Oop, I already found some. So let's gather some up. Let's also try to get a bunch of grass as well. One thing I know is that there's also another project that I'm going to do in today's episode. I actually ended up teasing it in one of my community posts, and it also requires a lot of ferns and short grass, so maybe I'm going to try and gather up an abundance of it right now. I don't really have much of an idea exactly how much ferns and grass we're going to need for that project, but I'm thinking we're just going to hang out here for a while and get up a bunch of it, and let's hope our shears don't die. And alright guys, we have pretty much a full inventory full of grass and a whole shulker box full of ferns and grass. Might as well collect up these bushes right here as well. But with that being said, I think it's finally time to return home, which I'm pretty sure should be this way. So let's fly off into this beautiful Minecraft sunset, which I can't really see the sun, but still beautiful. But yeah, it is about time that we finally continue this beautiful path all the way over to where we are going to put our cave base, and that is a creeper. So without any further ado, my friends, let's hit the time lapse. So first we started off by removing all of the grass that is in the way of where we want to make our path. Then I went through and filled it up with all of the coarse dirt, mud, and rooted dirt. Finally, I went around adding a bunch of grass and ferns, even adding some lampposts to keep the area nice and lit up. And okay, so the path came out extremely well. I love how we added all the ferns and stuff. It really adds a lot of variation to the grass. And also there's a little bit of tall grass as well that was there before. I actually have a texture pack on that makes grass shorter, so the smaller grass is shorter and the taller grass as well. And yeah, it all just looks so good. You might be wondering why I have a little bit of just a hanging piece of dirt right here. As because I want to build a structure right here, but I won't show you guys what it is yet. First thing I want to do is, if you look over to our right, we can see that we just have like this super bare sort of hill thing, and we are going to be building what we built in the sneak peek that I posted a couple days ago. However, we are going to need a lot of materials, just like the pathway, so let's go and gather them up right now. And okay, we were able to gather up all of the materials besides the acacia leaves and the mossy cobblestone. For the acacia trees, let's just go and bone meal some trees and get the leaves really quickly. And for the mossy cobblestone, let's fly back out to that mega taiga that we found earlier. I don't want to waste all of my moss just on some cobblestone that we can find. Let's grab some acacia saplings, our handy dandy bone meal, and let's use our hoe to get all of the leaves. Alright, that is more than enough acacia leaves. Now let's gather up some mossy cobblestone. Alright, so we have a decent amount of mossy cobblestone, probably enough for the rest of the episode, so let's take flight into the sunset once again. Oh, you can actually see the sun this time. And because we have pretty much all of the materials needed now, not pretty much, we do have all the materials, we should get started on this terraforming project. It's a new style, so if you guys don't like it, too bad. I'm absolutely in love with it. So without any further ado, guys, enough yapping, let's hop into the time lapse. Okay, first we started off by building all of the boulders that were necessary to fill out the area, but I still felt like there was a ton of dead space, so I went around building up a bunch of custom pine trees. And finally, just like with the path, I went around detailing adding some grass and ferns, which I'm really starting to like now. And alright, so what do you guys think? I've been getting a lot more into terraforming recently, and it has definitely been paying off because this just filled out the area just so incredibly. I loved how I used the ferns and the grass, and it really just makes it seem a lot more full than it did before. After the time lapse, I went around adding a bunch of hidden lighting just so that at night I don't get attacked by a bunch of mobs over here. But yeah, I think it looks really good. Next thing on the agenda though is to gather up some materials and build up a nice little pulley lift sort of system going down here, and I already cleared out an area. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do like one of those super cool like time lapse thingies where like I'm in the shulker box and it goes bop 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 bop. You know what I'm talking about? You know I'm just like, y'all know it's like. My favorite view so far has got to be this one right here. If you zoom in and you can see the rock over here on the left side and the pulley system on the right, all that we've added to this once blank area makes it look so much better. But we come down this nice little elevator shaft looking thing, drop all the way to the bottom, which I have feather falling, so I'm okay. And down here we still have a lot of work to do, which the first step is to get the entire pathway put in. So you guys usually get to watch me gather the materials, but it's everything that I already have. So without any further ado, let's just get into it. Now that we have the actual pathway inside of the cave, it makes it look a lot more full. And you can see that I left out different spaces for the different houses that I want to build. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. There's also going to be some up top, up here, like on a little cliff. Or not cliff, it'd be more like an overhang. But 2 of these buildings actually require some copper for their roofs. And it's the type of copper that I don't believe I farmed at the trial chamber. Let me just check my ender chest here. This should be the copper box. And yeah, this is a type of copper we need these types of stairs, and I don't have enough. And I don't want to turn this into, what is it, oxidized cut copper? Yeah, I don't want to do that. So just like every single episode, let's head back to the trial chamber, gather up some copper, and get started on the material grind. And alright, so let's gather up all the materials for this first house.
Later.
And alright, my friends, I think it's time that we get started on the first build of the cave village. Since this is a similar block palette to this house right here, I might want to get both of them done in the same time lapse. But as I said earlier, my friends, remember to like, subscribe, and enjoy the time lapse. And alright, so the first two houses are added in, and I'm thinking it's adding a lot of details to this area. If you look at this one right here, my favorite part about it is how it's at an angle, and because of that I was able to utilize the trap doors on the edges of the blocks. It sort of adds like a separator slash divider detail right here, so I really like it. I like the signs on the edges with the polished deep slate. I think it makes it look a lot more reinforced, and I like how we use the tough and not just more deep slate on like the walls right here. And we also have some barrels right here for some storage, and it kind of makes it look like it's like wine barrels, the lantern of course. And then over here I like it a lot because of the windows. This is my favorite type of copper grate, and it looks so good. However, both of the interiors are empty. Who would have thought? But now we have two more houses to build right here, so let's go gather up the materials. If there's anything interesting I have to do, I'll let you guys know, but I don't think that there's pretty much anything interesting that we have to do. Turns out something interesting did happen. I kind of removed part of the forest, but it's okay because I needed a bunch of logs for these next builds. But besides that, we have all of the materials that we need gathered up now. In this shulker we have the materials for that house, and in these two shulkers we have the materials for this house. Also have plans to put little mossified areas up top on the cliff. That is after we put the buildings up here, but I think it's gonna look really nice and I'm really excited to get it in. So let's get started on it now. And okay, so what do you guys think about the new additions? This house ended up being a little bit more rustic than the other ones, and I love how it came out. It's one of those builds where you just kind of put a bunch of your favorite blocks together and they somehow make something just super nice. It's not like these buildings are super huge or anything, but they're so packed of detail and I love them. Also, I keep getting attacked by zombies. I don't know how to fix that. I guess it's just gonna be a problem while we're down here. Like, you can even see the rotten flesh right here from another one. But yeah, and then this one, I like this one a lot. I like the tough roof with the mossy stone brick stairs, and also like how the signs border the bottom and the top just as usual. No interiors. How surprising. This one should have a lantern inside of here just to light it up though. Interiors will be something for another episode because I do not want to do that today. I'm already behind on my upload schedule as it is. It's crazy. But what I need to do now though is gather up materials for the upper part of the cave base. This video is literally taking me forever, but it is all so worth it because this place looks amazing. So let's initiate the super fun and involving task of gathering up some materials. Hooray. It's gonna take forever.
2,000 years later.
That actually didn't take as long as I thought it was gonna take. It only took about 35 minutes or so, and now we have all the materials, so let's go over to the cave. I actually have a little bit of like a secret entrance, which is like behind the castle back here. If you fly down to this little tiny hole, we're in the cave, and man, the area's looking so nice already. But let's get those final touches added. Okay guys, so how do you think it came out? If we fly up to the top layer, because yes, there is no way to get up here, you can see that none of these houses have interiors, which as I've said earlier is very surprising. And this one doesn't even have a door, but it still looks cool. I legit spent 2 weeks planning and building this episode, and it came out so well in my opinion. It's just kind of cool to see all of your hard work sort of pay off in the end. If you guys have any ideas of what I could add to the village down here, please let me know. I have a pretty big idea for the next episode, and I think I might be back down here in the cave. So like I said, let me know if you guys have any ideas. Also, as I'm recording this, my 500 days video hit 26,000 views. That is insane. It is by far my best performing video in terms of like the time that it has been posted for, and it is doing so well, and I am extremely grateful for every single one of you guys. We also gained like over 800 subscribers in like a week and a half. That is awesome too. And as of right now, I'm about to hit 6,000 subscribers. I'm at like 5,800, so please subscribe. It'll help me out so much. As I said before, I'm trying to hit 50k before the end of the year, and as we are nearing towards the end of the year, it's kind of getting out of hand, but I still have faith. Also, I have a new cape on. I don't even know where it came from. I just kind of have it. Looks like pancakes. So like, ooh. But yeah, my friends, I hope you did enjoy this episode. It was a blast to make. Well, kind of. It's a blast to plan it, but actually building it in the world, That was kind of hard. There are some details I'm gonna add off camera as well to sort of tie this place up, but we are running out of time for today's episode. So if you guys did enjoy, please make sure to like, subscribe, and comment on any ideas you have for the next episode. And as always, my friends, remember that Jesus loves you. See you frickin' later. Oh, you can't really see me, but see you later. Back in episode 4, I built up this entire farmland region outside of our starter base. However, when you look at it from an aerial perspective, there seems to be one big glaring issue, and that is the fact that we have this entire massive mound of dirt and stone behind it. This, my friends, is not ideal. So in today's episode, I'm going to spend 4 weeks of my life terraforming this entire area and extending our farmland region. I am trying to hit 50,000 subscribers before the end of the year, so if you guys can be oh so kind, make sure to press that red button as it helps out a ton. I have a lot of work to do, so let's get straight into the episode. Man, does it feel so great to be back. The world is looking beautiful, and I'm so excited to get started on this episode. Last episode, we built up this nice little pathway, and even this nice little landscape right here with the boulders and the trees, and this all leads us to this sort of pulley lift system that we've got over here. I wish it would work, but right now, we're just gonna have to drop down and into the cave where we built up a nice little cave village. This came out so well, like I'm so proud of this. We have the nice 4 houses down here and then a nice 3 houses up here. All of them have their own different type of charm and color. I just love it so much, guys. I actually do have a big idea for something that's gonna go right here, but that'll have to be done in another episode because this episode we already have so much stuff to do. I'm sorry about the uploads recently, guys. I've been so extremely busy, like I can't even fathom how busy I've been. With all my sports and all of my school and all that stuff, it's just been so hard to get some time to film. But that changes today because we actually have a little bit of time to talk about something right now. Back in episode 4, when we built the original windmill and stuff, there was just a little pathway over here, and this is sort of the entire region. It looks pretty cool, but still, there's so much stuff that I could add. So today, I kind of want to extend the path through this wheat field right here over into this area, where I want it to be all the way flattened out and turned into an extension for the farming region that we already had. But, yeah, it's kind of hard. This is gonna take a really long time, which that is why last episode, you can see this little beam in the air. I'm so happy that we got this because, like, last episode we wouldn't have been able to do this in the amount of time that we did. And man, let me just talk about this for a second. This project was so tedious. It was so tedious. I had to always scaffold up, and oh, I also realized that I left a little piece of scaffolding. Hold on, I can ready? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I got the scaffolding. But like I was saying, I had to take scaffolding up and sort of mine out the roof and then replace it with moss and stuff. And then the glowberries, man, they're already still so annoying. Like you could see them, they're going too far down. But it's okay because the end result came out super well. Really proud of this place. I can see myself growing as a more detailed and small builder instead of like a big builder with like sort of like mediocre details. However, all of the interiors are not filled in. So if you guys have any ideas of what I should do down here, let me know down in the comments below. But anyways, let's not get too distracted. Let's keep talking about this over here. I wasn't able to stream for a while due to some restrictions, and I sort of wanted this to be my first time streaming again, mining out this entire little thing right here. But just due to time constraints, I don't think I'll be able to stream anytime soon. So I might have to grind this out and watch a couple movies in the background. Maybe some Netflix documentaries. Ooh, super fun. But my idea right now is I think that we should hop into a little bit small time lapse here and sort of forge our new path through this little wheat field right here, all the way from here and into where I eventually want to start the region. So let's do that right now. And after extending the pathway, I decided it was a great idea to also farm up the wheat field. This would be super nice because we need wheat for a lot of the packed mud used in the pathways. And okay, so the path is extended and the field is farmed. Now the path is going straight through where the field was before and straight into the nice little ugly, whatever that thing is. It also branches out that way, but I didn't want to do it yet because I didn't want to spoil what the layout's gonna look like. And if we look into these 2 shulker boxes, we have a whole lot of seeds and a whole lot of wheat. So what I'm thinking is we should actually make this windmill super useful. We should put down a bunch of barrels right here, 8 on each side. And on this side, we can put all of the seeds that we need to put. And on this side, we can put all of the wheat that we need to. And I kind of wanted to show you guys this. If you look into these chests, we can see that they're all full of different types of crops. So just to empty this one out, let's get a bunch of carrots, put them all into the shulker box right here. Now you have 2 full shulker boxes of carrots, and I'm doing the carrot side because it actually had a little bit of the head start on the potato farm. If you know, you know. And I'm thinking we should put all of our carrots up top to the right. Let's also check how our wool farm is doing because we haven't checked in a while. I'm holding a lot of extra wool. Maybe our chest is full. Yep. That is, oh man, that's a lot of wool. Actually, let me show you guys where I put all my wool at. Now that we have these nice little market stalls, I can actually put all of the light gray wool inside of here, which, hold on, I kind of need to sort it a little bit. Then we can take all of our white wool and put it on this side. And we're already out of storage, which that's kind of crazy. Also, it's getting pretty dark out, so let's go to sleep. And okay, since we've recently updated to the new update, I think it is finally time that we indulge in one of the newest things that they added. And that is the Happy Ghast. And I need to find dried ghast, but the thing is, this world was made in the previous update, so they're not generated yet. And everywhere on this map I've been before, so we're gonna have to probably go this way, somewhere over here. Okay, let's embark on our journey. It's a pretty straightaway shot. I'm honestly kind of surprised. There's like nothing over here. That's pretty nice. And since that is new lava, that means that these are new generated chunks. So let's see if we can find any dried ghast over here. Oh, I already found one. Oh, there's one right here. Look, one right here. Dried ghast. Let's go. Oh my gosh, I actually found another one. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, bro, there's another one right there. This is actually crazy. I didn't think that they were this like common. And honestly, I might as well just collect all these bone blocks as well. Having bones is such a necessity. Yo, why does this look like the phase logo? Look at that. That's weird. Yeah, I've been flying around for a couple of minutes now, and I haven't found any more, so I definitely got really lucky with those 3. They were all literally within like 50 blocks of each other. It's actually kind of crazy. Oop, I found another one. If I had Swift Sneak, it would make this go so much faster. Oh man, I found another one too. Let's go. That's 5. Oop, let's see if we can get him back. Is that gonna get him? Oh man, that was actually cool. That was so cool. What the heck? Let's check up here. We haven't been up here yet. Oh, I'm getting shot at. Hit it back. Oh man. Snipe. Oh, we have to get the thing. No. Oh, I found another one, man. It was up in the little crevice. That's actually so fun. I feel like I'm playing that old Xbox 360 like Elytra game. The real ones know. Dude, I see another one over here as well. This is crazy. We had 6, now we have 7. Hey. Ow. Why am I still here, everybody? We have 7. I think it's time we should head home. We also have about 4 stacks of bone blocks, so that's super nice as well. I believe that the bastion we came from is right here, so it should be somewhere over here. Let's do this. Oh yeah, that was pretty straightforward. We already found our base. It's honestly really simple as well. That's cool. But let's head home knowing that we have all of the Happy Ghast that we need. And I kind of don't really have anywhere to put the Happy Ghast, so I'm thinking that we should build a little bit of a custom pond right here. I've actually been thinking about doing that for a while, and now it is actually the perfect opportunity to actually have it be useful as well. So let's get started up on that right now. Okay guys, so the pond is added in and it's looking super nice. I made sure to add a bunch of custom rocks and mossy bits inside of the pond, and also made sure to add a lot of color and greenery around. Like for example, I added a bunch of kelp and seagrass, and also I put acacia and mangrove trapdoors and some coral fans on top, and it makes them not die out, so it looks super nice. Also, a super cool detail I added is like these little moss carpets on top of the rocks and stuff. You can see them around, and since I have like a little texture pack that makes them overhang, it makes it look super cool. Also made sure to add in a bunch of stone pressure plates, buttons, a lot of ferns, and a lot of bushes. And you know we had to add in the sugarcane. Which, speaking of the sugarcane farm, let's see how it's doing. Looking inside of here, and oh man, that is a lot. Let's go. Also the bamboo chest, I already had to empty it out because it's overflowing, so I added like these extra chests over here. But my friend, I think it's about time that we tackle the big issue of this video, and that is the huge removal of this massive landmass behind our windmill. It's nice that we have the path going this way now, it looks super cool, but this thing just makes it look so much worse. But before we get started doing that, I need to fly over here into our cave village, ouch that hurt, and grab our beacon, but it's down there with all the mobs and it's kind of scary, so I'm going to turn on full bright for a second, and let's just get this thing removed. Mining up iron has got to be one of the slowest things in the game. Okay, beacon is mined up, gamma brightness is off, time to head over, and I need somewhere to set up my beacon as well, so let me fill in this little area right here and do it right here because it's kind of in the middle of the entire project. Alright, area is flattened out, now let's set up the beacon. Alright, beacon is powered up and set up. Let's set up haze 2. And there we go. Nice. But okay guys, the area is finally prepped for digging, so I think it's time to finally bite the bullet and get rid of this giant mass of land. Remember to like and subscribe as I spend way too much time on these videos, and let's hit the time lapse. After removing the mountain, I headed over to the nearest slush cave so I could gather brooded dirt, as I needed to use this and some other materials inside of our pathways. And I'd say the area came out very well. And oh man, this area just looks so good. As you can see, there's no longer a massive mound of dirt and the pathways are shown. It's also nice and flattened out, and it looks super cool when you're coming off the path. The only problem is, it's kind of not lit up. But I have a fix to that. Hold on. Yes, this is absolutely an eyesore, but it's gonna have to do for now. Also, you might be wondering why this part of the grass is a little bit lighter. That's because it was a cherry grove biome. And in the cherry biome, the grass is a little bit lighter than in the plains biome. But anyways, once I finish up all of the builds, I will remove all the torches or hide them in some sort of way. But now that I'm seeing that the area is flattened out and ready for building, it's getting me super excited. But there are a couple things I want to do before then. First, I want to get rid of this entire chest monster of all of the items that we collected while removing that giant mountain. And then after that, we kind of forgot to put the happy gas inside of the pond. The pond is looking so nice, isn't it? It's just so cool. Okay, so that took like a really long time, but I've finally finished clearing out all of the chests. Now it's time for us to come over here and set up the happy gas. I don't think that there's any reason to take more than 3, so I'm just gonna grab 3 right here. And let's find the best place to put it down. I think I should put it right there. Oh, I got an achievement too. What does it say? Stay hydrated. Yeah, okay, we'll put one right here as well. And then finally, we'll put one right here. And they seem to be getting nice and hydrated already, so I think I'm just gonna kick it into a nice little time lapse and just wait here, and you guys are gonna get to watch as I just sit here and watch them grow. Also, I don't know why there's a block of dirt right here that's like super random, but it's okay. I guess it adds a little bit of zest to the river. But yeah, let's hit the time lapse. I know everybody says that the happy gas look cute and stuff, but man, they just look so cool, man. The pond was a perfect thing for them to grow up in. But to make them just a little bit older, we need to go and gather up a bunch of snowballs. And lucky for me, there's actually a mountain back here somewhere. Yup, right here. We can get all of the snow back here. I got so many snowballs so fast, so let's just start feeding them. Just gonna keep going, man. This guy's super hungry. He's taking all my snowballs. No, I didn't mean to hit you like that. Yo, there he goes. Big happy gas. Let's go. Now it's time to get to other 3. Yo, come here. Why is he flying away? Yo, that's 2 big happy gas. Let's go. All right, we should have enough snowballs to get this 3rd one up. Come here, man. Where are you going? Why are you flying away from me? There we go. Let's go. We got 3 big happy gas, guys. Now let's go to sleep just so I don't get attacked. And now what I need to do is I need to go and craft up some harnesses. Do I have any light blue wool somewhere over here? Anywhere? No, I don't. But do I have any orange wool? No, I don't have any. But I do know I should have red wool. Yep, there we go. I also know that I have to have some light gray wool. Yeah, it should be, yeah, right here. And I don't want to go white because that color is just a little bit lame. So let's come up here and craft up an orange one. And I don't want to use white, so let's take this light blue wool and craft up a blue one. I don't know if I have enough, but I guess we're just gonna have to find out. We also need some leather along with some glass. And now we should be able to craft up a light gray saddle, a light blue harness, and a red harness. And alright, so let's fly up, try to get on top of this one, and come here. There we go. Yes, we're on top of him. And if I shift, I can actually just stand on. This is gonna be so nice. This is gonna be so nice. Look at me, man. That's a whole screenshot in itself. So that's the light gray saddle. That's like my favorite color. But now it's time to head over to here. See if we can get this guy the light blue. And there we go. We're on him too. And if we shift, we just stand on top of him. This is so cool. This is so cool. Finally, let's come over. Let's get on this one. Put red. Okay. This is what I look like, guys. I look so cool, right? I'm awesome. I'm awesome. If you guys have any sort of name suggestions for the blue, light gray, or red happy guys, please let me know. But for now, we're just gonna have to lead all of them. One. Let me see if I can get all 3 of them right here. All right, we're gonna go for the higher one first. Okay, let's grab him. 1, 2. Come here. 3. Oh, I missed him. Come here. Are my snowballs still over here? Come here, man. Let me lead you. There we go. We got all 3 now. There we go. Let's go. The question is, where do I put them though? I'm thinking that we should just hang them up over here. Nah, never mind. That's too, it's too restricting to them. I don't want to do that. How about this? Let's try to make our way up to the top of the tower. They can live out their days in the sky. And don't be fooled. I'm definitely going to use these guys to start building soon. If I had them to help me build the cave base, it would have gone by so much faster. And there we go, guys. Our gas are soaring above our town. It looks so cool. So now if I ever need to go over to them and use them, I can just fly on over just like this. Let's see if I can get it. Hold on, and there we go. Light gray guy's my favorite. You know, it's my favorite color. It's the color of my shirt. Yeah, man, so cool, so majestic. But okay, guys, it's finally time to get started on the part of the video that I've been procrastinating since the jump, and that is the material gathering. As of now, we are short on a couple of things, including spruce wood. For the builds, we're also going to need a lot of oak and birch wood as well. Also some moss, but I think we're pretty good on that right now, so we don't need to gather any of that. What we need to do right now is we need to chop down a bunch of spruce trees. And luckily enough for me, I have a ton of bone meal, and I also have a ton of spruce saplings. And I may or may not have a place to... Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down here? Are you guys seeing the vision? We're going to place down a bunch of saplings in a little bit of a diagonal manner. This is so that it takes less bone meal to grow them, I believe. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go across bone mailing each and every single one of them, make them all grow up. As you can see, that is quite the bit of spruce wood. So I'm not too sure how much I'm going to gather up, but I do know that I want to kind of stockpile for future videos as well. So I might be here for a while. Anyways, guys, let's hop into the time-lapse montage of me mining up all the spruce wood. And man, oh man, did that take forever. But it doesn't matter though, as we were able to get this much wood from that entire endeavor. In total, we have 2 full rows and a little bit of oak logs in that shulker box. And in this one, we have an entire shulker box full of spruce wood minus that like 24 or whatever. But yeah, overall, we were able to get a ton of wood. And while I'm over there, I'm assuming that these are going to be growing in the background as well. But it really wasn't that big of a deal to get all of the oak wood, as I kind of just removed most of the forest again. I do that pretty much every episode. I may or may not be planning to do something down here in this area, but if you guys have any ideas, let me know. Also, we have like an entire little XP farm sort of hut thing. I mean, we have that too, so maybe we can turn that into something. But for now, we already have so much on our plate. Let's not talk about that. I did want to talk a little bit about a little bit of a change that I made. So what I did was I changed it from 100% brightness all the way down to 30. So everything's a little bit more dim, but it allows you to add in a lot more depth and stuff to your builds. Everything, especially in front of our starter base, seems so bright, and now it's starting to actually show a little bit of depth everywhere. Another thing I also changed is, actually, I'm gonna see if you guys can notice a change. The change I made was this, toggling on these TAA shaders. It makes everything look a lot more smoother. It's kind of an effect that I can't really explain. Even my friend Crypto can't even explain it. But I want to turn it off as it actually makes the fog look a lot thicker. Don't ask me why, I have no idea. It also restores stuff back to its sort of grainier texture. It's not as smooth. And it's a little change I wanted to make, so I mean, I was thinking we might as well do it. Also, I was thinking of maybe going back to regular grass sides. Everybody just let me know whatever you think looks better. But it allows you to see all of the brown parts of the grass. I mean, hey, I like it, but I know some people don't. So for now, we're just gonna turn it back on. What I'm thinking we should do right now is get started on the first house in the entire little region I want to build. It's really cottage-like, and I like the roof a lot as we've incorporated a lot of moss and leaves into it. And overall, I really enjoy looking at it. Like, it's really easy on the eyes. It can stand alone, but it can also look really good with a bunch of other buildings. But yeah, enough talking about it. Let's go gather up some materials and build this thing up. For gathering up the necessary materials, I thought it'd be a great idea to extend the path to the necessary locations. And alright, so all the materials are gathered up in both of these shulker boxes right here, so I think it's about time we get started on that house. And okay, so what do you guys think about the new cottage? I'd say this can be if someone came across our settlement somewhere for them to stay, and as the equal special, there is no interior. But it's okay, this house might be useful some other time. Over to the left here, we added some ferns and some grass. I even added some hay bales with some bamboo slabs on top to sort of smoothen it out a little bit. On the right side, we have this little awning with a lantern under it, but the interior is pretty large, really big. One thing I used in this house that I've never used before was using chiseled bookshelves, and when you put them under the scaffolding, it adds a little bit more structure. I usually use barrels at the bases of like these pillars, but I wanted to switch it up and make bases at the bottom of like the windows, and I'd say it gave off that effect pretty easily. The base is the usual cracked stone brick to andesite to stone to light gray wool, and then the occasional mossy touches as well. I also used a lot of signs, a whole lot of signs. But yeah, so that is house number 1 of like the 4 main things I want to build. Next thing I want to build is actually going to go right here. You can kind of see by where the pathway ends. This is going to be in a very similar style to this house right here, except it has a pretty unique shape, and you guys are just gonna have to see that in a second. Also, it's gonna look really cool because the backdrop is gonna be full of a bunch of custom trees, which you'll see those later as well. But yeah, let's head over here and gather up some materials to build the next cottage. And alright my friends, materials gathered and all of these shulker boxes right here, so why don't we get started on another time lapse and build this other cottage up. And alright my friends, that is the second house added in. As I said earlier, it is in the same style as this one, but it's a little bit of a different shape. It's a little bit of an L, but then on this side there's a little sort of part of it that extrudes. And I love how there's just so many different parts of the roof. Like there's this little jet out right here. I mean, obviously there's the main L-shaped roof, but then there's this jet out, and then there's also this little jet out right here. I like this a lot too. And just like earlier, we are using the chiseled bookshelves, that little texture to reinforce the base. And then again, a lot of signs. A lot of signs. But also really like this little area right here. It's a sort of covering / awning with a bunch of leaves. And this is actually the front door. So when we head inside, you can see I did a little bit for the interior. I added a couple of plants and stuff, and then when you come upstairs, you can see I added this little divider wall right here, but that's pretty much it. I still don't really know what to put inside of these houses, so you guys are just gonna have to let me know. There might be an episode I do where it's literally dedicated to just building interiors in all of the houses, so let me know. Also tried sprinkling a bunch of leaf litter on the side of the pathway, sort of the smoothing it into the grass, but also kind of the idea that there are dead leaves right here because there are leaves on top, and when the leaves fall, they sort of lay down there and eventually they die. You know, that little idea. But yeah, I really like this house a lot. It's just really cool. It's really cool to me. But next up on the agenda is there's actually a little horse stables building that I have planned. This entire time we haven't had a single horse stables after we've built all of these things. So let's go and gather up some materials so that we can get it built. Alright, materials gathered up, so let's get started on this thing right now. And alrighty, so this new horse stables building is in. After the time lapse, I actually ended up adding sort of like clothed lines, and I put banners on them, and I think it just adds a lot more color to the area. There's two types of banners. There's like the gradient from white to like either orange or red. And then there's the other one where it's like sort of stripes like this. But yeah, I also tried to add in a lot of greenery and overgrowth, and it makes it look so nice. On the inside of here, we have space for 3 different horses, so I actually need to go and find some. But I don't really feel like doing that right now because I'm already about 38 days behind my upload schedule. Yeah. But yeah, I really like these little areas right here where it's like the fences and there's like the leaves growing over them. And then over here where there's like a bunch of ferns and grass, and oh my gosh, I love using ferns now. They're so nice. And obviously I had to go with my trick where I put signs on each corner every block. Just like right there, do it right there, just replicate it. It just looks so good to me. Makes it look more reinforced. But now if we look from right here, we have like this nice little area over here on this corner. But over here, we don't have anything at all. And actually the building I've been most excited for this episode is actually going to go right here. It's a massive windmill and it looks so cool. If we take a look at this windmill that I just flew past and look at, you can see the sort of turbines or whatever they're called. It's like the certain diagonal shape, and I do them with literally every single sort of windmill design that I do. But this one is a little bit different. It's a little bit more curved and hooked, if I can explain that. So let's hit another montage of me gathering up a bunch of materials and let's build this thing up. And alright my friends, we have all of the materials inside of these shulker boxes just like for these houses. So without any further ado, let's hit another time lapse and build up this massive windmill. And okay guys, the windmill is all in and all built up, and I don't know man, what do you guys think about it? I don't know if you guys realized, but in the time lapse I was actually using the happy gas to build the actual turbines, and it looks so cool. I don't care what people say, I don't care if it's slow, happy gas is one of the best things they've ever added. If I was able to use that thing inside of the cave last episode, it would have gone so much smoother. I mean so much smoother. But still, the windmill is looking fantastic, standing in sort of the middle of our town center center. It's kind of like the main centerpiece, you could say. But yeah, I also ended up adding a bunch of different types of fern and short grass like surrounding it. And actually, speaking of short grass, I'm actually completely out of it now, even though I spent like hours gathering it last episode. But before I do that, I actually want to get started on a bunch of custom pine trees, filling out this area right here. I promise you, when I put the pine trees in, it changes the entire look of this whole area. I love them so much, and like they're my favorite trees I've ever made, hands down. I have been struggling building like oak trees and other types of trees recently, so if any of my YouTube friends are watching this video, please hit me up, because kind of struggling. Also, I didn't show you the interior, but it is completely blank inside of here, but that is because I'm focusing on the exterior of everything first. Anything to avoid the interiors. Like I said earlier, an episode dedicated to building interiors sounds amazing. It won't take that long, and it will make this world seem a lot more lived in, so I don't know, let me know guys. But for all of the trees, I need a whole lot of spruce leaves, and I don't even think this is enough, but I did take all of them, so let's see if that is. Oh wow, it's actually enough. It's way more than enough. All I needed was like 4.5 stacks. If you guys are wondering how I know, it's because I have like a materials list, but that is a Lightmatica mod. If you guys want me to do a video on that, let me know. It would be pretty fun to do that. But what about birch leaves? I need 3 stacks of 64 plus 34. Let's see if we have enough. And I do not have enough at all. Great. We also have been running short on some birch wood as well, so I think we can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone right here and head over to the forest. Actually, we can head over to the birch forest, over here somewhere. Yeah, right here. And my idea is to go around shearing all of the leaves with my trusty and dandy hoe. Don't be hoeing around, guys. Don't be hoeing around. Gather up a bunch of leaves, and then once we have a bunch of different stalks sticking out of the ground, like with all of the birch wood just sitting there alone, then I'll go around mining it all up. So let's commit a little bit of an act of deforestation and hit the time lapse. Alright guys, back at base now, and we can see we got a decent amount of leaves, but farming birch wood is hard, and I didn't get that much. We had like 2 stacks already, so pretty much this is what we got. It's not that much, but I don't know, it's okay. We never need it in like a bunch. We usually need it in like sparse quantities. Ooh, that was a vocab. But anyways, let's finish setting up all of the materials for all of the trees. And okay, all the materials are gathered up. Before we get started, let's take a little bit of a nap. So let's put these materials to good use and build up this small part of the forest. And alright guys, so the custom little bit of a forest is added in. I absolutely love how it looks when you're down under it. There's like all of these tree canopies above you. And now that I'm looking at it, I guess I could have added a couple more trees, but I wasn't really trying to make a full forest. I was just trying to add in a couple of trees to fill out the area. And yeah, it's looking super cool, but there are a couple of things that I need to change. Sorry, add. A couple of things I need to add. First of all, I need to find a way to hide all of these torches. Make some lighting with them hidden in them. Second thing is I need to go around placing a bunch of greenery in. I'm saying we're gonna add ferns, grass, bushes, all of that stuff. And the third and final step is to go around and add in a bunch of custom rocks and boulders. So yeah, to solve the first issue, let's try to head out into some sort of forest or some plains biome. Up here should do it. I like this right here. And I'm going to gather up a bunch of grass because we are almost pretty much out. I feel like I need to find a way to make some sort of grass farm. I believe if you can find a biome where flowers don't grow, that makes it the most efficient. Pretty much it's just you put in a bunch of grass blocks and then bone meal the grass blocks like this. And then since no flowers can spawn in, it's just straight grass. So I think that is the most efficient way of getting grass. There might be another way of like bone mealing it or something, but I'm not sure. Oh no! I just broke my shears. That's so crazy. I wasn't even paying attention. My plan was to like go and repair it after it got like super low, and I just looked at it, but I completely forgot. We need to go make some new ones. Also, I'd say that we have enough grass now. Alright, Shearington Part 2, new and in service. And okay, so now that we have a decent amount of grass, I'm sure we already have enough ferns to complete this project, but stockpiling up on some more never hurts. And I'm going to be over here because I need to gather up a lot more mossy cobblestone. I built so much stuff since the last time I've gathered up a bunch of it, and all of my supply is pretty much gone now. It's like depleted. Oh yeah, guys, remember this island. If you want me to do anything with it, just let me know. I think it would be such a cool idea for an episode. But okay, we are here, so let's start gathering up some ferns. Alright, we have a decent amount of ferns gathered up and we can add it to our little shulker box. Now we should just go around and gather up a bunch of mossy cobblestone. I don't know why, but mining up a mossy cobblestone is so satisfying. Like just listening to the blocks breaking, like oh man. Also, if my ambient sounds mod enabled, it makes everything have like a little noise. So if this, you can hear like the birds chirping in the background, like oh man, it's so immersive. Ooh, a firefly bush. Alright, I'd say that's enough mossy cobblestone, so let's head back to the base.
Chop, you just need to put your face in the camera.
Ooh, I will not walk my face. And okay, so in our handy dandy bundle, we have a stone cutter. So I think I'm going to take about half of these and half of this, turn these into stairs, and turn these into slabs. Actually, wait, hold on. I can split that as well, or split it back. I don't know what I'm doing. Can turn these into slabs, and then the rest of these can be turned into mossy cobblestone walls. And now I'll be right back because I need to gather up some actual cobblestone. I should have absolutely plenty of it inside of my chests after the terraforming that we did earlier. Yep, here we go. So let's take a bunch of stairs, slabs, and walls. Let's also take a bunch of buttons. Never know, these might be useful too. And your favorite YouTuber slash super smart Tods forgot that he needs to gather up some actual cobblestone, just the regular block. And okay, so first step, let's go around adding in a bunch of the boulders. I'm thinking if we add in the boulders first, then it'll show exactly where we need to put our grass and ferns. Let's put one right here. Put one back here. Another one right here. And yeah, let me just add in the rest of them. And okay, so now that all of the green parts of the boulders are added in, let me take all of our regular cobblestone variants and let's mix these in. So like, for example, in this one, I can put a cobblestone block right there and a slab right there. And in this one, I can make these two cobblestone blocks with this wall right here being regular cobblestone. And yeah, pretty much just doing that going around the entire thing. And alright, so that's how the final boulders look. Now it's time for us to go around putting in a bunch of short grass and ferns. Okay, maybe not that many ferns, that's like a lot. Oh man, wait, hold on. First, I need to go around adding in a bunch of buttons. I could also go around adding in a bunch of different like pressure plates, stone pressure plates, but I don't think it's going to mix in with the mossiness, so I'm just gonna leave them for now. But yeah, you can see how much those buttons add. Now it's time to go around placing all the grass. The key here is to just place every few blocks, like filling out the general direction that you want to go, but without making it like one uniform sort of line, if that makes any sense. And then if there's really densely populated grass parts, that's when you add the ferns in the middle of them. But you kind of need to get all the grass placed in first to know exactly where to put the ferns. So yeah, you can see how much better it looks with all the grass in. Now we go around with the ferns, and this adds a lot more detail. I like adding them in sort of clusters because they are a lot darker than the regular grass, so if it's just mixed in with them, it doesn't really make that much sense. I'm not like a science or biology guru, so I don't know exactly where all of the ferns would grow in real life. So like I said, I kind of just put them wherever the most grass is. Also, putting coarse dirt under the trees definitely adds a lot of detail as well. But yeah, now you guys can see how incredible it looks with all of the stones added in with the ferns and the grass. Now it's time to go in and put all of the... Okay, hold on, sorry. I know I just looked away from the mic, but I looked outside and like there's like this huge like dark gray cloud like Man, I'm glad we don't have those in Minecraft. But sorry, distractions aside, I just had an idea. What if we use the firefly bushes as some sort of lighting? We can put a couple of them on the grass and a couple of them underground as well, because the particles will still come out. I believe that bone mealing them actually produces more of them instead of us having to go out and find a bunch of them. So let's go grab our bone meal. Oh man, it looks so good, except the torches just need to go. So if I put this right here, we can just keep bone mealing it and they'll grow everywhere. This is awesome, right? So cool. But I think that is enough of them, so let's gather them all up. I actually think I should go around adding a bunch of them in under the ground, because like I said, it'll still give the particles at night. And I think hiding them inside of the forest is a great idea also. Except I forgot the fact that we also need grass blocks to do this, so let's grab them. And wait, this is actually perfect because it's nighttime. And since it's nighttime, you'll get to actually see all of the particles. Oh man, do you guys see it? Do you see the fireflies? This is exactly what I wanted. This looks so good. Now that we have them around the entire windmill, now let's go into the actual forest and put a bunch of them. And so I think I've added enough of the firefly bushes underground. So the next part is to get rid of all of the torches and replace them with a different type of light source. But the problem is, if I put the torches underground, it'll make it a little bit too bright for like a forest. So my idea is we're going to craft up some candles and make some dim lighting, like the least amount of lighting possible for us to be able to have no mob spawn. But of course we have to hide them under the moss carpet, so let's grab those and then take all of these candles that we have left over, which dang, I'm honestly kind of surprised how much we have. And then we gotta grab our flint and steel and use it for the first time. And how I can do that is I have this mod called a mini HUD, and it shows the light levels, and any blocks that are spawnable will actually be shown. So what we can do is we can go down here, put in some candles, light them up, and then yeah, now we can put a moss carpet over them and we won't have any mobs spawning. We can do the same thing over here under all of these torches. And you see how it's super dim, but it still gives off a little bit of an effect? That's exactly what I wanted, and I'm so happy that we did that. This one right here though, it's gonna need 4 candles. And I ended up adding a little candle right here just because this needs to be lit up and I don't want to forget it later. But for now, you guys can see how the entire area is now mob proofed. And hold on, let me fix this. I think this is a little bit too bright right here. If it means I need to add in more candles, I honestly don't mind. The dim effect is exactly what we need here. But yeah, there we go. Every single block is now not mob spawnable. Oh man, actually I missed one right here. I need to do this. This one should only take 1 candle though. Yeah. And I just added a little candle right here to mob proof this one. But oh man, does this part of the forest look amazing. Now I need to really put my head down and grind, because now I just need to do the same exact thing but on a bigger scale behind this. Also, I want to add some trees right here. Can you guys see how big of a grind this is going to be? So without any further ado, let's hit another, I think I'd say cozy time lapse, because this is going to be of shaders. And I'm going to try my best to put a little bit of some smooth jazz in the background. You guys can sort of chill out a little bit. So let's hop right into it. And alright my friends, doesn't that new addition to the forest just add so much to this area? I can't even explain it. Something about the flood of just like the darker green and then like the paler green, or more vibrant green I guess you could say, filling out this entire area over here just looks so nice. And just like we did over here, we ended up adding a bunch of different types of like mossy rocks and stuff, and a bunch of ferns and a bunch of grass and a bunch of stone buttons. We put a bunch of firefly bushes under the ground so that we could get that effect at night. Oh, you can actually see one right there. And also we put a bunch of candles under moss carpets, and it actually is a newer alternative to making it a little bit more dim but still stopping mobs from spawning. But yeah, walking through here, it is such like its own atmosphere. It really like encapsulates you into the game of Minecraft, and it is just so nice to I can't even explain it. It's just so cool. I never built a custom forest like this before, and it's just so nice to actually see like the fruits of your labor, you know. And now we have a backdrop behind this building. So we have this right here and then this right here. I'm contemplating whether or not I want to add 2 more trees right here, like 2 more taller trees, just because it looks a little bit like sort of empty back there. But firstly, if you look at all of the coarse dirt on the ground, you can see that we actually need to add in a couple more trees right here. I think it's about 4 more trees I need to add. I'm honestly pretty tired of building trees and forests, but this, I guess it has to go in. You'd be surprised how much atmosphere it adds when you add trees to the left of the windmill as well. So let's hit the time lapse and add in that final little part of the forest. And okay everybody, the final part of the forest is added in. I don't think I really need to give it another explanation. It's the same thing I did over there. Just like I said before, it adds a really cozy atmosphere and I like it a lot. But if I hop into FreeCam here and take a look at the base, you can see 1, it looks really cool up here, but 2, that there is a bunch of open space. And my idea is to fill in this open space with the big field. I want to have probably a big wheat field right here, and then we'll probably go like carrots or potatoes right here, and then right here I'm thinking we might go like rows. Maybe we can make like a pumpkin patch or something. And then finally right here, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I mean I guess we'll just find out soon, right? Anyways, this area is looking so incredible, and it is now time to get started on the fields. This video is taking forever, guys. Please make sure to like and subscribe, and I love you guys. Okay, so bye. Okay guys, so I just built a field, which this is replay, so the fields aren't actually over there. And I was wondering like why one of our happy guys wasn't even there. It was just these two. And then I went into the replay and watched this. This guy he's just sitting here having a jolly old time. And then hold on, give it a second here. He just sits here for a while, smiling, all happy and stuff. And then yeah, he just despawned. I've never seen that before. He was on here and he came over here and he despawned. Like that's so rude of him, bro. Like what the heck? And also I forgot that even though we built the pond, there's actually nothing inside of it. I mean, obviously there's all of these decorations and stuff to make it look pretty, but there's not actually any life. You picking up what I'm putting down here, fellas? Yes, that's right, guys. I'm going to put all of these axolotls inside of the pond. I have 3 from a Lush Cave adventure I had a couple episodes back, so we might as well drop all 3. We'll put 1 right there, 1 right here, and 1 right here. Let's hope these guys don't despawn like that guy right there did. But if you guys have any ideas or suggestions for names for these axolotls, please let me know. I want this world to be super interactive for all of my YouTube supporters, so let me guys know any name suggestions that you have. Okay, distractions aside, let's take a look over here. Doesn't this area just look so great now? We used to be empty fields of grass is now 2 vibrant fields. Right here we have carrot fields with a little well in the middle, and past this over this way we have a little bit of a pumpkin patch. I'm not sure if this is the optimal way to grow them, but I'm sure it will work out at least somehow. It's more just for the vibes and aesthetics, you know? Also, before I didn't like it, but now I'm really starting to like this cape that I have, pretty much just for the gold, because I love gold. Gold is pretty cool. We might have to get gold into armor trims. I don't know. Tell me. But yeah, then we come over this way and see that there's this massive field of wheat. And then actually, if you can see right here, I used a new dry grass to sort of blend the wheat into the coarse dirt right here. It sort of looks like it's dying because this is where more people are usually like walking into it. But the rest of it is, you know, the main strong and golden wheat. Then you keep heading over onto the path this way. You see that there's another entrance, and then a little bit past towards this way you come around to this field right here, which this is a potato field. Hold on, I forgot to put a lantern. But yeah, over here, this is a really nice section of it. The texture pack has potatoes have this sort of flower on it. And if you head over to the mining village, right, we're not going to head over there, but if you take a glimpse, you can see that I have this potato function, you know, utilized. But yeah, now flying into this, you can see how much more of a farming village it is now. But there is one main gaping issue, and that is this entire sort of like oval sort of shaped thing in the center of it all. I think I'm going to make some market stalls. Here they're going to be selling all of the wheat and carrots and potatoes and pumpkins that they get, and I'm thinking we could put some villagers inside of them, specifically farming villagers. I would say I want to get the ones that I already have leveled up all the way from the castle, but you know, that's just too much work, guys. Just kidding. Now that I think about it, I'd have to do that anyways to get new villagers out of the breeder, you know? So it's just a necessary evil we're gonna have to deal with. It does seem like a pretty easy path though. So why don't I go and gather up a bunch of materials to build up these market stalls? It's going to be a market oval. A market oval. Yo, we found our ghast. What the heck? Dude, I was stressing so bad over you, dude. I was coming over here to get some freaking cocoa beans, but I found you, so guess I have to babysit you and take you home and then go get the cocoa beans. These happy ghasts, am I right? And alright, my friends, I have all of the materials gathered up inside of the shulker box, so, I mean, what do we always do? We always build something up afterwards, so let's get straight into it! And alright guys, so now look at how great this area looks with the market stalls. With all of these details and the pathway in the middle with the coarse dirt and the grass and the bushes and the ferns, this place just looks so lively. However, there isn't any actual life, if that makes any sense. And like I mentioned earlier, we're gonna try to get some villagers inside of these stalls. Probably just normal 1 per stall. I don't feel like doing 2 per stall. And my idea at first was to take a railway just like how I've been doing previously, all the way over from the castle over to here. However, I kind of realized that is going to be a little bit difficult, especially navigating throughout all of this new grass and details that I added on the ground. So my idea is to utilize the happy ghast a little bit more. So okay, for this to work, we're gonna have to craft up a bunch of boats, and right here we already have 3. I guess technically that's already most of the boats that we need, but let's just get 1 more. And we already have enough leads in our inventory. Yep, 4, that's all we need. And if we fly on over to the castle that we built in episode 3, which go watch it if you guys haven't, I thought we had a bunch of leftover rails inside of here, but we actually don't. So hold on, let me try to find them. Oh, there they are, right here. But it is getting pretty dark outside, so let's take a nap really quickly. And now what we need to do is we need to take one of our happy ghasts, which we used the gray earlier and the red, so now it's time to use the blue. Obviously, the red wasn't used by choice. He tried to escape, but I found that pesky little guy, so it's no worries. Where did that other lead go? I have no idea. Oh, I see it. Hold on. Is this it? Wait, no, I don't see it. Never mind. I don't see it, guys. Sorry. This blue guy's already trying to leave me. This is kind of crazy. But now we have to wait about 30 minutes to get all the way over to the castle from where we're at. Now that he is at least somewhat close, we're gonna have to hurry up so he doesn't fly away. We have to break out a little part of the wall right here. And pretty much I'm just going to take the rails going all the way outside and onto the pathway. Now what we need to do is we need to press this handy dandy button about 4 times. That's 1, that is 2, that is 3, and finally that is 4. And we're gonna break the rails just in case they try to come back towards us. Yep, just like that guy. Then we're going to put the tuff back. And now I'm not sure if you can, or maybe we can keep them inside of the mine carts, but let's see if we can lead the mine carts. Maybe can we do that? Oh, no, we can't. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to try and find a way for each of these guys to get into their own separate boat, which that was the plan from the beginning. Get in the boat. Yo! Hey, pal, hop in this boat, dude. All right. He's in the boat. Now it's time for this guy. Get him out of here. And come on, get in the boat. Hop in the boat. Oh, he's already in this one. Okay. Then this guy, I guess I'm just gonna separate these 2. Let's take him out. And where are you running? Dude? I don't know what you're doing. Hop in the boat. Dude, get in the boat, bro. All right, there we go. He's in there. And now I'm pretty sure if we break this, he's gonna hop in the boat as well. Get in, dude. It's not that hard. Come on, dude. Come on. Get in the boat. There we go. That honestly wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. So now we just put the minecarts back. And now we take these leads. And then if the happy guys can get a little close to us, we can lead him on to this. But hold on. This might be a little bit more difficult than I thought. We're going to have to lead the happy ghast. Then we come down here, put the lead on the boat, put it on him. Yep. Then we're gonna put this on him. No. How do I do this? This doesn't even make any sense. And the happy ghast is flying away. Okay, maybe this might work. I just come right here and I just attach it on like that. No, that doesn't work. Okay, maybe this might work. Now we get on top of him. Oh, snap. Is it working? Oh my gosh, guys. What the heck? It's actually working. Hold on. I'm gonna detach my camera and still fly. But look at this. Wait, hold on. I need to go up a little bit. Look at that, guys. We got the villagers under us. This is such a cool feature. It's gonna take another 30 minutes to get here. Yes, I know. It's alright though, guys. It's alright. My question is, how are we going to get the villagers off of the gas? I don't really know how I'm gonna do that. I do know that we're gonna have to, you know, leave a little... Yo, what's going on? What's going on? I'm gonna have to leave these guys right here. Mr. Happy Gas, you served me well. Hold on, stay right there. I might need you in a second. I'm gonna let one of you villagers get in the hole. So hurry up. Go in the hole. 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 Get in. It's your new home. It's your new home. Don't make me punch you. Don't make me freaking punch you. Yo, stop. Stop. I told you, don't make me punch you. Could have been so much easier. Now we're gonna put a little bit of a composter down here for this guy. So he has his own job. There we go. If this guy's anything like the guy in 100 Days video, he's probably gonna have a grudge against me for like the next 7 years. But it's alright though, it's alright. Let's get this guy over here though. We can actually break all of this, I believe, and then just pull him in. Oh snap, he's on the path. Dang it. It's like I'm gonna have to fly up. Oops, looks like our... Oh my gosh, the guy escaped. Oh, the guy escaped. How about this? Why don't I just let all of the villagers out and see if they'll run into their proper places? All right, get out. Go to your... Where are you going? You're not a fisherman, bro. Oh my gosh. No, this is not what I wanted to happen. But I guess we have 2 villagers now that, I mean, they're just gonna be walking around and stuff. But actually, I do have an idea now that I look at them. Why don't I put a couple of park benches around with like beds on them? Hold on, I'll show you guys what I mean. Brown wool would probably work the best, but brown wool is really hard to make. Actually, I have a little bit of it left over, so I'm gonna just make 2 beds like that. And I'm thinking 1 park bench should go right here, so I can do that. And I put a trapdoor behind it like this. Actually 2 trapdoors. And I take signs and then put a sign right there and a sign right there. So now we have a nice little park bench that they can sit on. This guy's probably gonna go to sleep. Oh, one of them did. All right, we need to make another one for this guy. Probably gonna put it right here. So let's put down the bench. Oh, he's already in the bed. Look at that. Now we have both of our guys happy, I guess. But when it comes to these guys, I'm thinking we should just do the same thing I did before. Let one of them out while they're on top of this thing. So I'm gonna break the boat really... Hold on, I need to like push him over this way first. Break the bed or the boat, whatever, in the pie. Inside joke, guys, inside joke. So now this guy's down here. He should become a farmer at some point. Oh yeah, there he goes. I might actually try to find some way to put like a bed in the ground for these guys. Now it's this guy's turn though, so get in the boat, get in the boat. Oh, and the happy guy's just pulled up. He knew what time it was. So now I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna attach him, and I'm going to hop... No! Come here, dude. Mind you, all of my leads are gone. Oh, never mind. No, they're not. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. Mr. Gas, come here. So let's attach him. Hop on the gas. Now we're going to take him over to this stall right here. Mr. Happy Gas, you did me a great job. Break the wool out just like that. Replace it, obviously. And then break the boat. And now we have another farmer man. Like I said, I'm going to try to find a way to get some sort of beds inside of here. But now we have 2 guys in their stalls, and now we need 2 more. Also, I think it's a good idea to push these guys off of the composter and then put a slab on top of it just so that they don't keep climbing on top of it. And let's do the same thing over here. Now you have 2 guys all safe and sound, but we should make a couple of yellow beds. Don't ask me why I want to make them yellow. I just want to make them yellow. 4 yellow beds, perfect. And let's come into these stalls right here, put some beds in. We'll put one right there. We'll come into here, let this guy sleep. He's been awake for too long. Boom, boom, boom. Put this bed right here. And finally, whoever's in here will also have a bed. And okay, there we go. I believe the market stalls are fully complete now, except getting 2 more villagers inside. But enough yapping, guys. Let's hit the montage of me getting all of these villagers inside of their market stalls. And okay, with the help of our super dandy happy guys, we were able to get all of the villagers inside of their stalls. The only problem is that these 2 guys are still fishermen, but I believe that once they're away from their job block for too long, it sort of converts them to the nearest one, so we should be fine in that department. But yeah guys, now we have a full and lively market circle. Now I guess we have to take our happy guys all the way back over. And alright, so pretty much everything is finished now, except one little thing. Actually 2 things. The first thing I want to tackle is actually a little small well that I want to put right here. It's is pretty much just going to be the one that I have right there. Maybe I might change into a different color or something, but I want this to be like the main style. The second thing is I want to actually max out all of these farmer villagers. This is because the reason I have them here is because my main food source is actually golden carrots. You can see them right here. However, golden carrots are a little bit expensive, and since I've been working in this region a bunch, I actually haven't had my iron farm working, simply because it's just out of render distance. So instead of me heading over there and seeing a boatload of iron, I have none of it now. You're probably asking what's so important about this. I actually use the iron to sell to the villagers, and that is how I make all of my emeralds. I just come over here and trade it all to the bald guys. But as you can see, it doesn't really get me the most amount of emeralds, so sometime in the future I'm probably gonna have to come up with another way to get my emerald supply. I guess in the meantime though, we can head over to our starter base. I don't really think it's a starter base if I'm still living in it. Then we can turn all of these blocks of iron into regular iron. Then we can put these minecarts back. Actually, I need those. We can't put these boat backs though, and these rails and the composters. So now let's take this iron all the way back up to the castle and sell pretty much just as much as I can. Remember, the bald guys are the guys that buy it. That got us about 60 emeralds, probably a little bit less because I already had some. And I'm sure this amount of emeralds can max out for villagers. So let's take them and put them in this barrel right here, because remember, the first thing we're doing is building that well. And actually, instead of a time lapse, I think I kind of wanted to show you guys exactly how I'm going to build it. So let's take a look here. I'm going to need about 4 full blocks, about 12 walls, about 24 slabs if I counted correctly, and about 8 trapdoors. We're also going to need some candles and a cauldron and some chains. So let's gather that up right now. Alright, that took me about 30 seconds. Now we have all the materials, so let's fly back over to the base. Aw, man, it never gets old. It looks so good. And we should do it about right here. We're gonna start right here. We're gonna put a couple of blocks of deep slate and stuff. And then now we're gonna go up with the walls. And if I remember correctly, we do this and then we go up 1 block right here, making sure to break that. Then do the same thing on both sides. And then this final layer right here. Also, we can't forget the slabs on the outside. And then finally the trapdoors. Okay, here it is. Now it's time to hang down some chains. Have to remember to grab our water buckets as well. Then do that. Now we have an infinite water source. And then we put the cauldron right here, fill it up with water. Oop, I was crouching. Then we have to remember to put those chains right there. Maybe we could put another cauldron right there, so it looks like we're getting multiple things. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. So now we can't forget we have to put the candles. Gonna put some right there, and then a couple right here. Oh, we might as well go in the back too, right? And there we go. That is a finished well. Now you guys got a little bit of a free tutorial, but it is getting pretty dark, so let's take a little bit of a nap. Oh man, I forgot. Why do we have so many torches? Let's get rid of them all. But okay, all the torches are gone and the well is finished. So let me come inside of here and empty out my inventory really quickly. Then actually, since it's a new day, let's come sell a little bit more iron since the trades are refreshed. Emeralds. And alright, so we just gained a little bit more than a stack of emeralds. Then these emeralds right here. And now let's just start trading all of these ridiculous trades that these farmers sell. Let's buy some bread. 60 bread. I mean, hey, that's a pretty good food source. And then we might as well buy out all the apples as well. Now we are on to the cookies, the most useless thing that farmers sell. Now we're on to the cake. We're almost done. And now finally we have golden carrots unlocked from this guy. Let's go. Now it's time to do that about 3 more times. And with that, the final villager is maxed all the way out. So let's buy all of the golden carrots that we can. Let's do it from this guy too. And I mean, we might as well do for the other 2 guys as well. So now we have a whole lot of extra carrots that I won't have to buy anytime soon. This episode has taken so long, but it has been such a great success. But my friends, I do think that is going to be the end of today's episode. It has taken me almost about 2 months to complete this, not only because of its massive scale, but also because my schedule has been very tight recently. But I mean, just look around us. What was once just a huge mound of dirt has been transformed into something honestly incredible. This is probably my favorite build yet. Over here we have the wheat field, and I love how we have the dried grass symbolize like the sort of smaller wheat, like the deader, the more deader, is that a word? Then over here we have the potato field, obviously, and I like how thin it is. It also connects to this field right here. And then to the right, obviously we have the carrots, and wrapping it up with this huge pumpkin patch, which I think came out extremely well. I have a texture pack that makes all the crops look good, which you've probably realized that, but I never realized that it made the pumpkin stems look so good. Like, oh my gosh, that's incredible. Sometime we're definitely gonna have to farm these and let them regrow, but that's for next episode, you know. Over here we come past this massive mound of barrels, and inside all of them I have all of these different types of foods and stuff that I got from the villagers. Then obviously we have the 4 market stalls, the brown, pink, orange, and red. They all have a fully maxed out farmer villager as well, so that's super nice if I ever need any food. Also, these two, I can actually sell carrots and potatoes to them. And let me tell you something, we are not short on carrots or potatoes at all. My favorite build of this entire area is definitely this windmill. I'm absolutely in love with this turbine design. I remember before I even built it, I was telling you guys how great it was gonna look, and I mean, dang, it looks better, honestly. Then over here to the right, we have this sort of weirdly shaped house, which I think came out extremely well. Obviously, with no interior, as per usual. Then right here, we have the horse stables. We still need to get some horses, but right now we don't have any, so it's just gonna be empty. Then this house right here, this is the first thing that we built. It came out great as well. And just like the other one, no interior. Also, did I mention the windmill has no interior? I think I showed that to you earlier, but yeah, no interior. Then we have the well that we just built. And you know what? I was lying. My absolute favorite part of this entire project, which it wouldn't be the same without it, is definitely these forests. I mean, man, I've never built forests like this, and adding in all of this detail with all the different waves of like different parts of it, like going placing down all the stones and then going through placing all the grass and then lighting everything up. It's all so awesome. And I love how I manipulated the walls and the trees with all of these tricks with the glass and the trapdoors. Something I'm definitely gonna do again soon. But this is honestly the smaller part. If you go behind the house, well, you can see there's a cat. I didn't even know we had a cat. Then you can also see this part back here is honestly even better. Which, how about I toggle on these shaders, guys? I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been using them a lot more in the time lapses, so let me know what you guys think about it. But man, looking at these rays of light going through the trees, this is just incredible, man. Like, I can't even explain it. It literally just looks so good. And honestly, with shaders, this entire area looks probably about twice as good, and that's honestly saying something. If you guys did enjoy watching me struggle in building this entire project this episode, make sure to like and subscribe, as it honestly helps me out so much. Also, my 500 days video is at like 65,000 views right now. It is absolutely incredible. I've never had anything go that well. What you guys don't realize is that you literally just clicking on the video and watching it all the way into the end helps me out like more than you could ever even imagine. It allows more people to do the same thing as you, and I'm assuming if you enjoyed it, you want other people to enjoy it as well. So like I said, don't just be a hero and be a doer. Press that subscribe button. But I am extremely thankful for you guys, and I hope to see you guys in the next episode. Remember, Jesus loves you, and I'll talk to you again soon. Bye-bye. Make sure to watch this video next. It's super cool. After wrapping up this 150 plus day project last episode, one thing became very evident. These big projects take big amounts of resources. However, for almost 700 days in this hardcore Minecraft world, we have been living out of the starter base storage room. And my friends, I am quickly growing out of this. We have had to make an entire storage room in the attic, and we've also had to utilize this house right here in our mining village to hold all of these stones that we are overflowing with. So in today's episode, we are going to build up a massive storage room that not only solves all of our storage needs, but also give us the absolutely perfect place to put our episode 10 map, marking all of the progress that we made in these 750 days. If you guys do enjoy, please make sure to like and subscribe, as I am trying to hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. But without any further ado, my friends, enough yapping, let's get straight into the video. What's going on, everybody? It's Eagle here, and welcome back to episode 10 of the Hardcore Minecraft series. Last episode, we spent over a month transforming this entire area, and you can see we built some pretty cool stuff. Starting right here, we have this little house, and right next to that we have a horse stables building, which you don't have any actual horses, but it's okay, I guess. Then we have another building and even a windmill. We also made a huge custom forest behind all of this stuff, and I think it looks so freaking cool. Also, we have a couple of fields, which I'll talk about these soon. In today's video, I want to solve the issue that we've had for the past 10 episodes of the series. I want to build a huge underground storage room, and these barrels are going to be the walkway down into it. But before we get into that project, I actually want to solve an issue that we had from last episode. I don't know why I walked away, because it actually has to do with the horses not being in the stables. If I fly over the base, you can see that there's a horse right there, there's a donkey somewhere up here, yeah, right there. And then there is another horse right here. And I want to get all of those kind fellas, whether they're good or not, and put them into the stables. Don't ask me why, it's not like it's important or anything, but I just want to do it because I feel like I still didn't really complete the base if there's no horses. And I actually have a pretty funny idea on how we're going to get them. Inside of our starter base, we should be able to find a bunch of string, and it should be right here, yup. I mean, this even proves how our storage situation sucks. But recently, Minecraft changed the crafting recipe of leads, and all you need is some string. So I can craft up a couple of leads right here. And now I can come up to this horse right here, and I actually should be able to lead him. Yeah, there we go. Now I just have to drag him behind me all the way over to the horse stables. This guy's fast. He knows what he's doing. And yeah, he should be able to come in here right now. And yeah, get in here, buddy. There we go. Now you're in your stall. So this is one of the horses down. Horses? Geese? Is it geese? I don't know. Oop, that's horse butt. But I still do need to get a saddle on this guy. But I guess we'll just wait until we get the other ones. Now it's time to head over to this donkey right here and get him. And hey, I might as well get this donkey too. You fellas come over here towards me. I want to do something really cool. I want to see if I can glide across this. So I guess we'll just see. Come on, guys. Oh, are they okay? Oh man, they made it. Let's go. And I was thinking we should try to breed one of the horses with one of the donkeys and try to get a mule. I believe they take golden carrots, so take that and take that. You guys get freaky. Get freaky. Never mind, they're not getting freaky. It might actually be hay bales, so hold on. Let me just attach you guys to like a fence or something right there, and I'll be right back. Let's craft ourselves up some hay bales and fly all the way back over. And now I'm going to take them off of here, which, how do you do it? Are they off? Yeah, they're off. Now I'm gonna give you this, and I'm gonna give you, oh sorry, I'm gonna give you, no, wait, no, it's not working. It's not working. Hold on, I'm gonna do a little bit of research on how you breed up these. Okay, I think I found it out. I actually need a golden apple for the donkey. Maybe it might be for the horse too, I don't know. So I'm going to head into our food chest, and we only have one golden apple. So let's make like 3 more, shall we? 2, 3, and there. Then you come over here, my friend. I'm gonna pull out some golden apples, and there you go, there you go. Did that work? Oh man, I don't know what to do. Okay, looks like I'm just going to give up, so let's put these guys back inside of their stables. Mr. Horseman, come in here. Follow me. Follow the golden apple. What are you doing, bro? Sir, get off of there. Come here. There you go. Now he's inside of his stables. Now it's your turn, Mr. Sir. Come over here, donkey. All right, this donkey needs to come into this stall right here. Come on, man. No, get off of the stairs. Get off of the stairs. No. Come on. There we go. All right, cool. We're gonna close the gate on him, and wait, how did you? You know what? Not gonna ask any questions. I just guess these fences don't really do anything. So I guess I'll just leave you all in here to, I guess, live together. Third donkey, come here, sir. Come in. Come on, you're right here. There we go. All right, he's in. Now I need to head over and craft up some saddles. Or actually, we have 3 right here. So let's just take these. And then let's fly on over. Okay, I just downloaded a mod where it's called Subtle Flex, and it lets you hear villagers sleeping, and this is so funny. Just hold on, just listen. Bro, I came over here, I was like, what? Is there like a drowned somewhere or something? That's actually so funny. But come here, sir, let me tame you. Just love me already. All right, here we go. He loves me now. What's up with his character? Bro, what is this? What is this? And let's see how fast you are, sir. Gosh, you're slow. It's okay though, because we might need him at some point, so let's speak life, you know? Oh, this guy loved me right away. And he seems to be a little bit faster. I think he's faster. No, I guess they're like the same speed. Oh, this guy loved me right away too. This is actually kind of funny. Let's put the saddle on him. We don't have any armor yet. I need to go and grab some. But hey, he's decently fast, so we might as well ride him over to the starter base. And now that we are in our attic, let's see if we can find some horse armor. I believe it's somewhere in here. Yes, here we go. Diamond horse armor. And oh my gosh, I didn't know I had this many saddles. Sir, where did you go? Horse? Mr. What are you doing over here? You just trampled my farmland, brother. Gosh, that's annoying. But here's some armor. But wait, hold on. I need to grab up some stairs. And also, I guess we should craft up some trapdoors. Also, I can't forget the water buckets. And this is because I want to give the horses and donkeys a little bit of a water trough. So I'm going to leave you right there, Mr. Horse. First, I'm going to put a trapdoor right here, trapdoor right here, then another one right there. Then we'll put a stair right here and a stair right there. And then we'll go water and then water. Now they have a nice little water source. But my horse keeps venturing off, bro. Where did he go? You'd think the shiny bright armor would make him a little bit easier to see. Oh, here we go. Why are you on my patio? You're on my patio, brother. Get in here with your brothers. If you guys have any name suggestions for what I should name these donkeys and this horse, let me know. I asked people to name the Happy Gas last episode, and I didn't really get any actual like name suggestions, so I'm all ears right now. But now that we have our horses and our donkeys inside of their stables, which I feel like I've said the word horse, donkey, and stables like like 1,000 times, we can finally get on to the actual meat and potatoes of this video, which I'm thinking we should remove these barrels right here and then remove all of this stuff right here. And pretty much we need to grab a bunch of spruce slabs and spruce stairs. We also need to grab a bunch of oak and some oak planks. But first, let me strip a bunch of this oak. But now we need to take these spruce stairs and put them right there. And now we put some slabs there and there. And then pretty much we're just going to dig the staircase down a bunch. Actually, here's how it goes. That's how it goes. And now we got to dig out all of the stone right here. Then we have to put stone right here, and then we have to put some slabs. Eventually, I'll fix the walls down here, but for right now, it's just gonna stay like this. And actually, I'm going to pull up the Litematica file for this, but for this, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to use these barrels, and I'm going to put them upside down, which it's really hard to do in survival. And I'm actually missing one barrel, which that sucks. And bada bing, bada boom. Oops, upside down. Hold on, let me break this, and boom. But yeah, I'm also going to have to fill in this little area up here. So I'm gonna put like a little spruce right there. Then I'm going to finish these slabs going all the way like this. Then I'm just gonna put like 2 oak and then an oak regular plank block. Then now it's time that we grab our lantern and hang it up right there. So now just like that, we have a brand new entrance into where the storage room is eventually gonna be. And let me dig down these pillars because eventually these are going to be water elevators. Let me grab all this gold too. It's kind of useful. And now you can see it's a little bit dark down here, so I'm going to turn on full bright. But now I kind of have to find a way to get back up there. But it's okay. I'm going to worry about that in a second because right now all I want to do is just dig up this part right here. But hold on, let me fly up here really quickly and oh my gosh, I did that. It's so cool. Hold on, we have to put a spruce log right here as well. Hold on, wait, do I even have any? Oh my gosh. Let me do that because I'm lazy, and then boop, missed it. There you go. Now we got to dig this part down as well. Just as every other episode, guys, I do plan out the entire building creative first, just so that the video structure is really good, and I try to still show my creative process, so that's what I'm kind of doing right now. But digging is getting pretty difficult right now, so I'm going to put on my elytra, fly up here and do that or whatever that is. I don't know what that's called. Then I'm going to head where our beacon is right now, and actually I need to go around this way because it's a little bit hard to get there going that way, and I want to break this bad boy down. So let's get started on that right now. I wish mining these things didn't take so darn long, but hey, people in hell want water. And I should be able to rebuild this on the surface, as the underground base isn't that far underground. You have to be within 50 blocks of it. So let's just start building it right here. I am building this 1 block above the grass as well because I do not want to mess up all of like the ferns and the grass that I have. So if you're wondering, that is why I'm building the floating beacon. But let's put this on there, and then let's take our iron and pop in haste 2, and there's the iron. Boom, there we go. And now we got a nice little floating beacon, y'all. Well, I guess the one stone block makes it a little bit more grounded. You can just say it's balancing. It's just balancing. And speaking of balancing, we should actually balance out down here. So let's dig out all the dirt right here. And then the stone. Then we can put another pillar right here, put like mainly spruce, and then come in at the end, switch our axe, put like some oak right here. Then we got to take our oak and try to place it up here, and wait, hold on, right there and right there. Nice. Now we got to do the oak going all the way up as well. Now time for this wall. Now the area looks like this, and we pretty much just need to replace this wall. And I forgot I had Fulbright on, so this is what it actually looks like. This lantern is enough to illuminate this entire place down here, or I meant to say illuminate. But yeah, now it looks super nice. And I would replace these walls right here, these stone that are going down to the water chutes. But I think it's best to have the water elevators be last after we finish the storage room. So for right now, what I think I'm going to do is collect up a bunch of chests, probably 8, come down here and turn back on Fulbright. Then we can get to digging out just a tiny bit bigger of a room. Now I can put all of our chests right here. And yeah, my friends, I think it's time to dig out this entire storage room. It's gonna take a long time, but definitely not as long as that big hill that we removed last episode. And this one I actually have a really good plan. I'm just gonna dig out the shape and then eventually we'll get around to decorating it. But yeah, my friends, let's turn on a cozy little time lapse and get started. And okay, so this is the finished digging out the entire storage room. The excavation, rather. I did fill in an extra couple of blocks so I could fill in the walls on these sides. Just 1, 2, 3, and 4. But as you can see, we did dig out a bunch of stone, so I think it's time that we should take it upstairs and sort it out. And okay, all of the chests are now cleaned out. And I was thinking of removing them, but hey, we might as well just keep them there. The next plan I want to set forth in action is actually getting started on these 4 different sort of corner things. We're using a brown concrete powder trim with a bunch of different types of mud blocks, rooted dirt, and some mushroom blocks. Ooh, man, I can't believe I listed all those off. That's a lot. But yeah, those are going to be in the 4 corners. They're also going to be the backdrops back here, but that will be towards the end of the episode where I do those walls. But my friends, just like usual, we need a whole lot of spruce wood. Something we should take some bones just to replant the saplings. And actually, first before we go over there, I actually want to fly over to the stronghold as I need to go and repair my tools in the end. Let's see if we can nail this. This is always a game I like playing. See when we can take off our chest plate in 3, 2, 1. Oh man, I always miss it. But now that we are here, we just head over this way towards our XP farm. Then we can put this bad baby in our offhand. And now we should be able to just swing away. There we go. We can't have our tools all broken up. And okay, all of our tools are healed up. Mr. Sir, what are you doing right there? So let's get on out of here. See if we can time up this part though. There's like 2 little mini games I play for myself. 3, 2, 1, and oh, we did it. I guess the hole is a little bit bigger though. One thing I wanted to show everybody really quickly is, do you guys remember the massive cave system that I found? I think it was actually right here. Oh baby. Look at this. This is so cool. This is so freaking cool. I could have an even better cave civilization down here, fellas. But we must stay focused, my friends. We must stay focused. And I don't know why I came back home, because if we check our map, we actually need to go over this way. As this, my friends, is where the mega taiga is. And I started thinking about it. Instead of growing trees over here, I think I'm just going to keep this as my oak farm. And whenever I have to chop down some spruce wood, I'm just going to come over towards the mega taiga. And I guess we can just replant all the trees. Okay, why the heck is it so foggy when it's raining, dude? What the heck? I guess this is just one of my mods, but geez Louise, this is... you can't see anything. And man, I don't even know what mod it is that's making it look like this. So I'm just gonna go to sleep because gosh, I can't see anything. But my friends, enough yapping. Let's get started on the deforestation, which I guess it's not really deforestation if I'm replanting the trees, but I guess we're getting rid of and realiving an ecosystem. So enough yapping. Let's go. And alright, we have mined up a whole lot of the forest. Now, I don't know if you guys saw in the time lapse, but I was also planting a bunch of different saplings, just like this. And I was actually bone mealing them to see if I could get them to grow, just because the process was going so slow. But nonetheless, it took about 30 minutes, but we have a full shulker box full of both stripped logs and regular logs. So I'd say that's a victory. Now it's time to head home. And because we need a bunch of brown concrete powder, I was thinking we should come in here and harvest up all of the cocoa beans I planted last episode. This is definitely a lot. Now we have plenty of cocoa beans to spend all on brown dye, which if there is such thing as a cocoa bean farm, I need to get that pronto because this is really important. And also, since I am running out of mud, this is pretty much all that we have. Packed mud, that's what I'm trying to say. We do need to grab our Fortune 3 pickaxe and go and harvest up one of the wheat fields. Or actually, what's wrong with doing them all? I might get too lazy, but I don't know. Let's try it out. This is gonna give me so much seeds. Holy. And well, my friends, just as I thought, we were able to get a whole lot of wheat, and we need to craft up a bunch of packed mud. So let's take a bunch of it, and then we can go back into our mud chest, grab a bunch of this, and craft up a bunch of packed mud, as much as we can make. I think that is 8 total stacks of packed mud, and we do also need a decent amount of mud bricks as well, so let's craft up a bunch of this. And we still do have a decent amount of wheat left over, so this is nice. But we are also going to need a bunch of brown mushroom blocks, and also a bunch of rooted dirt. And finally, let me take a bunch of gravel and sand, and then let's grab our handy dandy cocoa beans, turn this all into brown dye. Then we can come over here and craft up a whole lot of concrete powder. Brown concrete powder to be exact. And this is pretty much everything that we need for the walls of the inner circle, so let's head downstairs into our storage room. Wait, hold on, I actually need some spruce and oak logs. No worries, we have them right here. So let's come downstairs and get started on the walls of the inner circle right now. And okay, my friends, dropping down into here, you can see we made a whole lot of changes. You can see that all of the walls are made of all the materials I talked about earlier, and we also have nice arches with lanterns going into each different section of the storage room. These are going to be the area where all of the barrels are, which I don't know if I talked about it yet, but I'm going to be using barrels instead of chests in the storage room. That is because chests make your game lag a whole lot, and barrels do not, as they're an actual block. And also, barrels just kind of look better, so that's why I'm using them. But speaking of barrels, we actually have to get the barrels into the storage room. But I forgot to do that. We need to push these walls back another 2 blocks, so let's do that right now. And okay, so all of the little corridors have been expanded. And if you take a look inside of our materials list, you can still see that we need to do a lot more. This is a whole lot of barrels, I mean dang. So let's fire up a little bit of a material gathering montage and get all of these barrels and miscellaneous materials gathered. And okay, everybody, I have all of the materials gathered up for all of the little details I want to add inside of the storage room. Without any further ado, my friends, make sure to like and subscribe and comment down below if you want to see me do anything in the future. But with that being said, enjoy the time lapse of me detailing out the storage room. And just like that, my friends, we have the entirety of all of the barrels inside of our storage room. You can see I really went for a sort of curved and arched shape down the hallways, even including some dark oak on the roof and some lanterns to light everything up. This hallway is the same over here and over here, so this does give us a lot of space to have a lot of storage. But we are not done, not even close. We still have to detail this area back here, and also there's going to be a second tier of the storage room, and it is going to be in the center. We're also going to have have a world map. Probably it's like going to be like 3x3 world map in the center of it all. But the main issue I am going to have when it comes to material gathering is the glowstone. We need so much glowstone. We need about 5.5 stacks to be exact. Let me pull up the materials list. If you guys don't know, I do use Litematica and plan beforehand, so I know exactly what I need to get. And you can see I need 5 stacks plus 4. So why don't we go on a little adventure into the nether and get that sorted. First, we need to get some rockets out of our rockets box, so let's grab this and take a whole lot of these, put that thing back, and also put some of these dark oak signs back that I have left over. Let's fly on over to our little nether portal, which actually is inside of a villager house. Also, the door was, I guess, broken down by some sort of zombie. I don't know why, so don't ask me. So we also don't have a door, but I guess that's a problem for future me. For now though, let's head into the nether. But as you can see, all of this over here, these big chunks are all over a lava pool. So let me fly down our little corridor right here and out here, and then forward again. Hold on, I'm getting chased. I can't be getting chased. And then when we come out here, we should be able to see some exposed glowstone. And yeah, there it is right here. What the heck? What's going on here, bruh? What is this? This has to be some sort of mod I have on, cause what the heck? Oops, I'm getting attacked. Boom. Boom. Let me gather up some netherrack though, because I do need to make a little bit of a platform at the top. Oh, that is lava. We don't like lava. We don't like lava. But yeah, since we do have Silk Touch on our pickaxe, we should be able to just like insta-mine this. Yeah. If you guys are wondering how I'm insta-mining it, it's because I have a mod on that makes tools a little bit more useful, especially for those random blocks that don't make sense. Like a glass. You know how hard it is to break glass with like an efficiency 5 pickaxe? It's so slow. How do I mine stone faster than glass? So yeah, that's why I put that mod on. Actually, it's not a mod, it's a data pack, but whatever. We are pretty much like barely off of the lava pool though, so we should be able to just come up here and mine it, and none of it should be lost. So let me come down here and check. Yeah, none of it is lost. But so far, we only have 54, so this is going to be a long and tedious process. And alright, so that should be all of the glowstone that I need. We have about 5 stacks and 20, so let's head home victorious. So let's put all of this glowstone inside of the shulker box. The next thing I'd say is probably like the worst thing we need to gather up is a bunch of red carpet. But honestly, I think we might actually have all of the materials already. We're gonna start by heading up here because in one of these barrels, we should have some red, poppies. There we go. If we turn all of these into red dye, actually put some of that back because that's a little bit overboard. Then you grab a bunch of the wool that we have. Let's just take this white wool and then turn it all into red wool. Then we can make as many carpets as we can, but that isn't that much. Usually I'd make a carpet duper in this sense because those are super easy to make. But honestly, if we head down into our market stalls, specifically this white and light gray one, we should have a whole lot of white wool. So let's turn that into red wool and that into red wool. And then we can make a bunch more carpet, which maybe is that enough? Let me check. And no, it's not. We actually need about 1 more stack. So let's take 1 more stack of white wool, head upstairs and grab some of that dye that we crafted, and make 1 more set of red carpet. Now that should be enough red carpet as well. But if we continue to take a look at these materials, you can see that a bunch of them are honestly really random and miscellaneous. So why don't we hit another montage of gathering up a bunch of miscellaneous resources, just like last time. And then after we do that, we can finally get started on detailing out the rest of the storage room. As I said earlier, everybody make sure to like and subscribe and enjoy the montage. And alright my friends, I hope you enjoyed that montage, but as you can see in these 3 shulker boxes right here, we have all of the materials needed. Without any further ado my friends, let's hop into a little bit of a time lapse, pretty much finishing off the storage room. Let's do it. And oh my gosh, doesn't this place look so great? There are still a couple of details that I want to add though, and that's pretty much just filling up all of these flower pots. Also, I want to put some book and quills inside of these 4 lecterns. And lastly, but pretty much most importantly, I need to replace the blocks in front of the barrels with the blocks that I want to put inside of the barrels, if that makes sense. So over here, I have the stone cutter. This is probably going to be where I hold all of my stones. So I'm probably going to put like stone right here or something, and then all of these barrels will be filled with stone. And then like andesite or cobblestone right here, all these will be filled with that, and like stone bricks or whatever, and so on. You guys get the point. So I'm going to head upstairs, which also I forgot another thing we need to do. We need to replace the stone right here with some mud brick and like the same texture right here. Then we also need to get the water elevators. One of them is probably going to be a drop onto like some sort of like slime block or something with a carpet, so you take no fall damage. And the other one is probably going to be a water elevator. I think this will be the water elevator and this will be the slime block drop, but it doesn't really matter right now because let's go grab some flowers. Also, we could get some ferns and stuff, so I think I'm going to grab some ferns, some dark oak saplings, some jungle saplings. Then I think I'm going to get like probably some dandelions, some poppies, some cornflowers, and hey, let's throw in a couple of oxeye daisies as well. Now that we have all of the flowers in, let's remove these shelves, because I just had a pretty cool idea of what I want to have on these walls. I want to craft up some paintings and put some 3x3s in all of the ends of these hallways. So let's head back upstairs. I also don't know what the crafting recipes are for paintings, so why don't we search it up? Painting. Oh, I misspelled it. Okay, painting. You need some wool and some sticks. Dang, I didn't know they were this inexpensive, because if I did, I would have made a lot more by now. Let's craft up a bunch of them. Let's put one right here. Nah, that's a little bit too big. Let's make it 2x2. Yeah, okay, there we go. I like that. Oh no, I messed it up. I didn't mean to hit it. Need to do it again, I guess. Okay, there we go. I finally have one. And okay, starting right here, let's put one down. And oh, that's a 4x3. And I actually like that a lot. It looks so cool. What? I don't know what's going on here, but that's some pretty cool art. Let's come down here, do the same thing. That's the same painting. I don't want that. Ooh, we have another 3x4. I didn't know that these existed. Dang, these look cool. Now let's place the final one right here. And that's the same one. Let's redo it. Oh, okay, so that's a 3x4, but it's going sideways, so I don't want that. Let's do it again. No, don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Nope, don't want that either. Nope, not that. Looks like I'm gonna have to make a little bit of a border. Let's take these wool blocks and I think we're gonna put them right here. Okay, I like this 3x3. Like, look at how much that adds. Like, I really didn't know that paintings were that, like, non-expensive. I'm definitely going to be making a lot more of these. Let's put a painting right here, right here. Let's pop out our crafting table to make a couple more. Put one right there as well. Actually, instead of putting them right there, let's put them right here. Oh, that is a little bit too big. Let's do it again. That's a little bit too big again. Oh, that's big again. Let's do it right there. Nope, it's too big. Too big. Okay, I guess this is going to have to do right here, these 2 horizontal ones. And then let's try one right here as well. Oh, that's too big. Oh man, they keep making super big ones. Let's do one right there. Oh, it's too big again. Oh, too big again. Okay, I think I like this assortment the most. We have like these 2 stacked ones right here, and then we have these 2 right here, which is like kind of like my monitor setup. So yeah, these paintings definitely added so much life. Now it's time to take on the process that nobody wants to do when it comes to a storage room, and that is replacing the blocks in front with all of the different blocks that I'm going to use. So we might as well get rid of these, get rid of them everywhere. And now that all the extra blocks are gone, let's hit another little time lapse where I get all of the blocks into their places. Also might do a little bit of sorting, but that is a little bit too much for me right now. So I guess we'll just have to see. But without no further ado, let's do it. And alright everybody, so when we drop down into our storage room and head over into this hallway, we can see that this is the stone sort of side, hence that is why there's a stone cutter. And then on this side we have grass, moss, and dirt, with coarse dirt, rooted dirt, and mud right next to it. So this is mainly like the big pathway section. And then we have gravel, sand, and sandstone right here. Which now I think about it, I should have crafting tables in here. And I'm going to head into our chest here. Do we have any extra crafting tables? No. So we're going to take a bunch of spruce planks and craft up as many as we can, 16. Actually, let's do that again. Let's make another stack. This should be enough for the entire storage room. I was saying that we should put one in every single base right here. So we can go like that, and then we can do sign, sign, and sign. And we can do the same thing everywhere else. And yeah, that adds a lot of extra detail, and it also allows us to be able to craft stuff up with the crafting tables. That is a very much so quality of life. Then we head over here, which are actually a couple of open slots, which now I think about it, I think I'm going to head up here and grab some dark oak planks, just so that we can block up these final little spots. So I guess those will be for if we ever need any sort of extra storage for any of the items that I might have forgot. And also you can see with the item frames, it makes the items look kind of small. So I was thinking I'm going to download a mod that makes the item frame blocks a little bit bigger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to the wall and zoom all the way in and then zoom all the way out, and you can see that we have all of our large item frames. Now you can see that when I come up to an item frame, I can shift and then right click, and it actually makes them invisible. So it lets the items just sort of hang out on the ground. And it looks pretty cool in my opinion. But anyways, those are two of the sections, and the third section is over here. On this side I have bamboo, bricks, and wool. Then right here I have sort of like the 3 dimensions. This one is all netherrack, this one is all end, this one is all for the nether, this one is all for the end, and this one I guess is for any sort of thing that's like underground that I don't already have storage for. And then right here we have mangrove roots with regular types of leaves, and then on this side we have the sort of flowering types of leaves, also including any type of azalea. Then we head over here to the left, we can see that we have some mangrove wood, then pale wood, then cherry wood. Then we go acacia, jungle, and birch right here, and then finally we have oak, spruce, and dark oak right here. But before I forget, let's go around replacing all of the bases of these posts and put crafting tables under all of them. But now what I want to do is I want to find out how to craft up some books and quills. We need exactly 4 to put them on the top of all of these lecterns. So let's head upstairs and check our nearest crafting table to see exactly what the recipe is. And right here it says we need a feather, an ink sac, and a book just for 1. So let's start and see if we have any ink sacs. We don't, but we do have 4 feathers. However, I do not think that we have any types of ink sacs, so I'm going to head to bed. And now that I'm awake, I'm going to head over into this little pond, and yep, you can already see some squids. My idea is I'm pretty much just going to jump in and attack them. Sorry squids, but I need your ink. There certainly are a lot of squids in this biome though, like this is crazy. And now we have 39 ink sacs to our name. Also, I picked up this nice little nautilus shell, so let's put that in there. Then let's grab 4 books, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then craft up 4 books and quills. Now we can head downstairs and go up into each of these lecterns and put one down. So let's put one right there, and then finally right here and right here. If there's any sort of lore you guys think I should put in here, let me know. But now there are only 2 main little details missing out of our storage room. We do need to go around sorting all of the items still from upstairs. What I mean by the 2 main details is I need to get this world map in, and I also need to get these water elevators in. So I'm going to start with the water elevators. First, we actually need to go and detail the walls. So I'm going to get some mud bricks, packed mud, rooted dirt, and brown mushroom. Also, I need to put these back. Then I'm going to use this scaffolding right here. Now I'm going to replace all of the walls. Okay, so that is one side done, and now it is time for this side. And now that is the second side finished. The next step is I actually need to get the water elevator in. Like I said earlier, I'm thinking on this side, this will be where you go up, and this will be the side where you drop down. And my idea is actually, I'm thinking that we should come in with some fences, or we could just do some regular glass panes. You know what, I'm just gonna show you what I mean. So I've just gathered up all the materials needed for this. Wait, actually I forgot one. Oh man, how could I forget? I need to craft up a slime block. But okay, here we go. I'm going to take some glass panes going all the way down right here, connecting up with the ground, and you can see how this sort of blends in with the background here. It's pretty translucent. But wait, hold on, I can't get through here. Oh no, I won't be able to do that. Okay, so my idea is I'm just going to remove the glass down here, and I actually have a pretty cool idea of what I want to do. And of course it started raining outside. I'm going to take a couple of these, and I'm going to craft up a couple of, wait, hold on, there. So it's going to be down here, and I'm going to go trapdoor. And now that those are right there, I'm going to take 2 signs, put them right here and right there. And I mean, hey, we might as well do the same thing on the side. Boom. And now we can actually come into here, which that makes a lot of sense now. So I'm going to place a water bucket up here. Now that it has fallen all the way down to the ground, I'm going to put a soul sand block right here. Then I'm going to put up a bunch of kelp all the way up to the top, as high as it can go, which I guess I have to go in here. And yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to swim down and break all of it. And now it should send me up. Yeah, just like that. And then on this side, I can break this block right here. And I can put a slime block actually with a carpet on top of it. I'm going to replace this glowstone right here. I don't like it when it's exposed. And now look at that, y'all. Honestly, I think I should carry this pattern with this glass going all the way down right here, just so it evens it out a little bit. But yeah, so I can come up here, it'll shoot me up, and then I can fall down here, and you can see I take no fall damage, but I'm bouncing. I don't think I'm supposed to be bouncing. I thought it was supposed to stop you from bouncing if you put the carpet on top of it. Oh wait, no, that's powdered snow. Okay, hold on. I guess I'm about to go take a trip out and find some powdered snow. You either win with us or watch us win. Sorry, that was corny. There is actually a mountain right behind our starter base, and there should be some powdered snow, at least somewhere over here. But I do not think that it is right here, though. I mean, I guess we can check. Yeah, no powdered snow over here. I should be able to find some over here at least, though, right? Wait, is this some? I think I saw some. Wait, is that? No. My eyes deceived me. Okay, I found some right here. There we go. Now we have a powdered snow bucket. What I was trying to show you guys earlier is that when you put the powdered snow bucket at the bottom, do a little bit of that right there. And hold on, I just realized I put my carpet upstairs. What am I doing? And grab a light blue carpet. I think this is a better vibe. Drop down and place it. Oh, you see how you fall in? Oh man, this sucks. Oh, no, I don't. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna place it down, and then we're gonna put a carpet on top. And now, finally, after so much trouble, when you drop onto it, you take no fall damage. There we go. So now we have pretty much everything in the storage room done, except, well, the materials inside of here, and also the world map. Let's check out and see what the crafting recipe for a map is. I believe it's just a bunch of paper, but I guess we don't have it unlocked yet. So let's head over to our sugarcane farm, and downstairs, or I think it'll be right here. Yeah, we should have a bunch of sugarcane, so we can turn this all into paper. But the question is, where's the crafting table? Right here. So we can make about 3 stacks of paper, and I guess I won't need too many, so I think you have to go like this. And that's how you make a map. No? Do you need a compass? I think you might need a compass. Compasses are pretty easy to craft, though. All you need is some redstone and some iron. I can make up a bunch of these, and now we can make some empty maps. Empty map right there. And I'm not too sure exactly how we're going to do this, but let's come up to one of our cartography tables. Yeah, right here. And I think if you put one of the maps in and put like a redstone, no, you can't put redstone. Can you put another paper? No. Can you put glass? Dang, I really don't know what I'm doing here. I'm gonna search it up. How to make bigger maps in Minecraft. Oh snap, wait, I figured it out. What you need to do, you need to actually make the map first and take a look at it. And dang, we're really on edge here. We're gonna have to find some way to explore them. So let me fly over this way, and okay, this one is complete. Now I'm going to come over here and do this one. We'll put that in our offhand, and now I guess we just have to explore this one. Now we have to do this one right here, put it right there, and now we're on this side. Finally, we have to do right here. Now this is what this one looks like. I guess now that we have all 4, we can drop down here and put at least a couple of them inside of the map, or inside of the cartography table rather. And this one, I believe if you add paper, you can actually make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay, I like that. Do the same thing for all of them. But I did forget that I do need to craft up a couple more compasses, because I do want multiple maps. I only have 4 and I need 9. Let's craft up 5 more, and to make 5 more empty maps. So we do have to finish exploring these ones, just finishing off their little land masses. And okay, now that I'm over here, I can create another map like this. And wait, hold on, so this is kind of confusing. I think I'm gonna have to head downstairs and see what it looks like on the map already. But to do that, we do need to craft up a couple more item frames. We only have 2 right now. So let's grab some leather and some sticks, I believe. And yeah, we need to craft up about 7 more. This is extremely confusing, but I guess I'm just going to hit a little bit of a montage of me trying to figure it out. And finally, the final piece of the map is finally put in, and look at that. So this is what we are working with so far. This is the area on episode 10. And one thing I found, and I was actually transforming everything, is look at this little strip of land right here. We could put probably like a little bit of a town with like docks on each side. I don't know. And then also over here, there's this awesome looking island. Wait, hold on. This thing isn't even... All right, there you go. Now it is finally how it's supposed to look. But yeah, this is a pretty cool looking island. Pretty transformable if you ask me. Then there's the cherry biome over here, along with the mountains over here and the like little mini sort of ocean right here. But yeah, my plan is for every 10 episodes to update the map. Before I do anything, I want to take one map at a time and put it in here and actually lock it. This will make it so that next time I want to update it, it won't accidentally update the map itself. But yeah, let's take all of these maps and lock them. And there we go, so all of the maps are now locked. We have been able to get so much stuff done this episode, but that doesn't change the fact that for the final couple minutes of this episode, I need to be taking all of the materials from upstairs and putting them into the storage room. So just as usual, everybody, I'm gonna fire up a little bit of a montage and get those things done. And alright guys, so after pretty much 2 hours of doing all of that sorting, I finally finished getting all of our materials into all of the barrels. Everything is sorted, like for example, this is all the dark oak and spruce and oak, and then let's say we'll come over here, this is where all like the underground stuff, maybe like extra overworld items. Then right here we have like all the wool, all the bamboo. Over here we have all of our glasses and lapis and then like coal, I guess, and so on and so forth. Bottom line is everything is now sorted. But now that we have that finished, I do think that is going to be the end of today's episode. You guys are probably thinking like, oh my gosh, how did he make a video in only 2 weeks? I don't know, man. I guess I just grinded a little harder. Nah, I'm just joking. Last episode was an extreme task to take on, and it genuinely took so much time, but now we are back to the normal episodes. That last one was like an hour and 5 minutes long, and this one is going to be a lot shorter. Also, I have just started working with an editor. He is awesome. His name is Gayato. I hope I'm saying that right, my friend. But Mr. Editor, man, pop up all of your socials and stuff on screen. Everybody make sure to go and subscribe to his YouTube channel, but not only that, go follow his Instagram. He truly is like an incredible person, and I'm so blessed to have met someone like him. But I mean, hey, take it all in, guys. We have been able to do so much this episode. We even got our first world map that I've ever done in. It's locked as well, so this is what the world looks like at episode 10. This entire region. Also, we still do have these books and quills, so let me know if you guys want me to drop any lore or like maybe put a couple of benefits for if you donate on streams. But yeah, my friends, the next build will be overground, as doing an underground project has made me realize how nice it is to do stuff overground. So everybody, I do hope that you enjoyed this video. If you have not already and you've just been sitting here watching this whole video, I know you like me, so make sure to subscribe and like and share the video even. I love it when parents tell me that they let their children watch my videos. Like, that is so awesome to me. But with that being said, I do hope you all have a great day, and Jesus loves you. See y'all later. Bye bye. This last video took me like super long, so you should go and watch it and subscribe, and yeah, bye bye. Back in April, I decided to post episode 1 of this hardcore Minecraft series. Now it's episode 11, and we have been able to build custom villages, castles, and towns. However, there is one problem I've tried to ignore, and that is the fact that all of these builds are basically in the same area. And funny enough, I've actually been itching to take advantage of this beautiful mountain landscape south of our main base. So in today's video, I'm going to be building a massive gatehouse serving as an entrance to a new medieval region project in this mountain valley. But before we get into any of that, our tools are a little bit broken down, especially our axe and our pickaxe, so why don't we head to everyone's favorite area, the Enderman XP farm. Ah man, listen to this ASMR right here. Oh, beautiful on ears, definitely doesn't hurt. It's just the most incredible sound that you've heard all day long. All this XP should have healed up our elytra, and yes it did. And man, we be getting way too many ender pearls. That axe is pretty much all the way healed up now. Now it's time to switch over to our handy dandy silk scribe pickaxe. I'm always so tempted to make an XP farm super close to our house. And I mean, that sounds cool and stuff, but I mean, who doesn't want to come here and kill a bunch of endermen? This is the best part of the game right here. Boom. Alright though, but jokes aside, let's get out of the end because I want to get started on today's project. And oh, there we go. Oh, fall damage. When we fly over this region, we can get a pretty good aerial view of what we're going to build on. So why don't I go to sleep really quickly just so that it's a little bit easier to see. But alright though, so as you can see, there is this pretty mountainous region. It's actually really hilly, and there is a lot of space to build both over here in this little valley and also over here in this valley. And they can also branch out into like a sort of plains biome over here and then a kind of plateau right here. There is a lot of terraforming to be done, but today I want to focus on this specific area right here. I want to even out this entire landscape and remove all of the sort of foliage around here. Also fill in this big hole right here. But before we do that, we actually have a little bit of terraforming that we have to do on the hill that we're standing on right now. And that means getting rid of a bunch of trees, woohoo. So I decided to spare a couple hours of my day and get started on removing a bunch of these trees off of this hill. And after removing most of the foliage, I was able to push back the hill a little bit more into the mountain. This is mainly just making it a little bit smoother of a drop off, and it's also giving us a bunch more space to build in the valley below it. And alright everybody, so now we are finished with the terraforming, or this small little bit of terraforming right here. As you saw in the time lapse, I pushed back the hill a little bit, and since this is flat right here, this is actually going to be the flat layer of this entire region. I also went and removed all of these excess flowers, especially the ones that I'm going to need to remove anyways. I mean, hey, you can see these on the ground right now. I didn't even see these. Alright, now we got 2 more orange dye. Now, the next thing I want to do. Last episode, I asked everybody what we should do in these 4 lecterns right here, because I actually have books and quills. And I got a couple of suggestions, but my favorite one was by N Creeper YT. He said, "This is amazing. Great job with the storage room. I'm truly impressed with how great it turns out. Everything is so detailed and it's organized. I have an idea for 2 of the books in the lecterns. First book, Coordinates book, for cool places you may come across that you may want to build at. And then the second book will be Fan Comments and Fans." And he says, "I've seen a different YouTuber do this and I think it's a cool idea. It's where you choose your favorite comment from a certain episode and quote it in the book." I don't know what to do for the other 2 books, but those are just ideas I had. Well, thank you so much for that suggestion. That was a fantastic idea. So I guess you will be the first comment in the book. Let's come right here, put Hardcore Season 2, Episode 11. And this comment is pretty long, so I'm just going to sort of summarize it. And there you go. That is your comment. So if you guys do have any more comments that you want to put on this video, I will be choosing one every episode from now on out. Or that is at least if I remember to. So consider yourself history, Creeper. Also have a few more comments that I want to go over. That is a documented comment, but now I want to go over some comments that I saw last episode and want to address now. Last episode, I tried to get these horses. What are you doing, dude? What the heck? Sorry about that. I tried to get these horses and donkeys to breed, therefore getting a mule. But it turns out I tried doing that with them before I befriended them, or tamed them rather. So it didn't actually work, and I was super curious on why. But a super cool commenter by the name of Fond Chimps said, "You need to tame it first and then you can breed them." Also, I do have a resource pack installed. That is why these guys are looking super wonky. Like, it's really weird. I don't, this is weird. It's freaky. But now I learned that if I can feed them now, then they will actually breed and make a mule because I tamed them. And there we go. Now we have a baby mule. I don't know, I've seen other YouTubers try to make like the fastest horse slash mule slash donkey possible. So let me know if you guys think that would be a cool idea to do. Seems like it wouldn't be very fun though. Let me buy a couple name tags from this guy right here. 1, 2, and 3. Also, last episode, I asked for you guys to name these 3 beautiful happy gas right here, which they're kind of tweaking at right now. And I thought that was a great idea, so let me turn these name tags into something. The first suggestion was by Fairy Cups, and they asked me to name the happy guest Alvin after their partner's cat. So since I have a mod, let me shift and right click, and I'm going to name the first happy guest Alvin. And actually, I'm going to do it on my favorite happy guest because that was my favorite name suggestion. The gray one. Come here, Mr. Sir. There we go. Now we're on Alvin. Hahaha, this is so cool. Next name suggestion is by WXD-C9N, and essentially what he was saying is, since my name is Eagle with a 6, I should name one of the happy guys Sparrow with a 4 as the A, or Falcon with a 0 as the O. And I actually like Falcon the most, so let me name it that. That's a great name suggestion. And I'm kind of thinking of the NFL team, the Atlanta Falcons, so I'm going to name Falcon the red one, as they are a red football team. And there we go. This is Falcon. And the final name suggestion is by 300KZ_K, and he says to name the Bluegast Milo. That's actually a really cool name. All of these names are really cool. So let's land on him, and there we go. What's up, Milo? Like I said, I do have favorites. Alvin is definitely my favorite, but I don't discriminate. So Milo, Falcon, and Alvin, you guys are now named. If you guys enjoyed this little segment of the video where I go over different comments and opinions, let me know, because it is a nice little break in between all of the projects that I'm doing. Yes, we love breaks, but I still need to get right back to work, and I started by filling in this entire area with grass blocks. We actually ended up running out of grass blocks multiple times throughout this process, so that turned into me going underground and mining up a bunch of dirt and grass under this layer that I'm building. And you might notice that the grass stopped very abruptly, but that is because we still need to slope it down into the lake below. And my friend, so you can see I did a whole lot in this area. As I said in the time lapse, I ran out of grass multiple times, so let's hop into FreeCam here, and you can see, yeah, I had to mine up a bunch of it down here. But it is all lit up and mob proofed, so we shouldn't be hearing a bunch of noises. So that's an A+. But I still need to tier the land all the way from up here down to our lake bed down there. And that means us removing a bunch of trees and getting rid of a bunch of land. Also, that means getting a lot more grass and dirt. So I'm thinking we should remove this area right here, as this needs to be flattened out as well. So all of this grass and dirt right here will go. And we can use some of that to put towards the slope that we're going to put down into the water. Also, removing these hills might give us a little bit of grass and stuff too, and obviously we can always go under here and get some. But I mean, let's have some wishful thinking here and hope that this will be enough. And oh my goodness, that took forever. It is now a couple of days later, and if my voice does sound different, I do apologize. I kind of lost my voice a little bit, but yeah, the entire area is finished. As I said, I sloped down this area into the lake down below. Well, towards the bottom, I didn't really have to do any work. It was just into like a little bit of land right here. But man, the main place where we worked on was this big old flat area right here. There is a ton of space right here, and obviously we can make our big gatehouse. We can also make a bunch of farmland. I don't know, maybe we can make another little sort of farmland region out here, but let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the main build for today. But one thing I do need to do is if I pop into free cam right here really quickly, you can see yeah, there's probably a lot of mobs in here that I can't really see, which to my surprise there's actually not. So let's come down here and light it all up before a bunch of mobs spawn. Also, another thing we might realize is that this entire area has no lights, aka no way of blocking mobs from spawning. So there's going to be a whole lot of that going on over here, but I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Because I do not want to place a bunch of torches to just have to remove them later. Eventually we will get that done, but that's for later. Right now we need to pop down into this little bit of terraformed land down here and finish getting rid of all of these mobs down here, which, ooh, an invisible spider. Sorry you had to go though. And hey, our bow is so OP that we pretty much got all of them gone just now. And alright, cool, so now there is no longer a risk of us coming down here and dying to like a random creeper or something. And... but alright, so now that we have finally finished terraforming everything, I think it's about time that we do a little bit of material gathering. And man, is there a lot to gather. And actually, I cut myself some slack on this build and I didn't put any mossy parts. I thought it looked a little bit smoother when it was just like the stone and the texturing, which I guess you'll just see later. And so I'm just gonna hop into a little bit of a montage of us gathering a bunch of materials, mainly just the big ones though. And yeah, I'll be right back. And alright, so we have gathered quite a bit of materials in all of these shulkers right here. But like I said, this isn't all of them, this is just like the main materials. One thing I want to show you guys is that I actually just installed a new mod. I do not think I would be able to handle it just because of how CPU intensive it is. But yeah, let's take a look around. Oh man, you can see so much further. And this is fantastic and all, but it is really hard to run this mod. It be stuttering on me and everything, bro. It's like crazy. But also wanted to talk about how I just updated to Minecraft 1.21.10. And it was because in the middle of filming this video, I actually just released a video detailing my mods and resource packs. So go check it out right now. Or actually, wait until you're done finishing this video. But alright, that is random rambling session out of the way. Let's continue gathering up all of the little tiny materials that I need to get. And well everybody, these are all the materials needed to build up this gatehouse. So why don't we get started on that right now. And alright guys, so first we started off by building the left side of the main part of the gatehouse building, and then we built up the other side, which is pretty much a mirror, so the whole thing is kind of symmetrical. You'll notice here that I was trying to go for a cracked stone brick to light gray concrete powder gradient, so that had all the blocks you can think about in between. And alright, so this is the first part of the gatehouse, and as you can see there's a big arch on the top right here, and like I said, I tried to go from cracked stone bricks all the way up up to light gray wool at the top. I usually try to have like a bunch of mossy parts of my builds, but on this one I decided not to. I think it looks a lot smoother without all the green and stuff, so hey, if it doesn't look good, I guess we'll just add it in afterwards. But for now, as you can see, it looks pretty cool. But next up, I think we should get started on this little left quadrant right here. It's not that big, but the deep slate roof goes like pretty high up in the air. So let's get started on that part now. Just like the main part of the gatehouse building, I wanted this to kind of look similar, so I went with the cracked stone bricks all the way up to light gray concrete powder. Then I made a little bit of a spruce trim going around the roof, which is made primarily out of deep slate tiles and bricks. Then at the very top, I made sure to include some candles, which we'll talk about those in a second. And alright, so this is the second part of the build done. Since it is a gatehouse, it's supposed to be like the main point of entry for somewhere, so I might have to extend like a little small wall over to like the hill over here, but we'll talk about that later. I actually need to add in a little bit of a window right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these exposed copper grates, then I have my trapdoors and slabs, and pretty much all I need is some fence gates now. I've had to get really good at my elytra skills trying to land up on these builds right here. But alright, so the copper grate is going to go right there. Then we're going to go like with a little bit of a sort of support beam with the fences right here. And then finally we're going to go with the slab right there, and then a trapdoor right there, and a trapdoor right there. Now I've got a nice little bit of a window that looks out towards I guess a hill or something. But another thing I wanted to show you guys was actually how I used candles. I saw my friend Dye do this, and when you use black candles on top of deep slate, first of all, it makes like the middle part of walls, it makes them extrude up as well, so they look a little bit more spiky. And then obviously the candle itself adds a little bit of a spike effect. And ever since I've seen him do that, I've always thought it was just such a fantastic idea, so thanks Dye. But hey, now I gotta get started with this door right here. And I do hear some sort of mob down here, so let's come down here, see what's up. And there you go, he's gone. Plop and plop. But alright, let's grab these two doors right here, and actually I'm gonna grab all of them. Let's also grab some campfires, so that means we're gonna have to grab our shovel as well. And alright, so we're gonna take these campfires, put them plop, plop. Then we're gonna have to kind of jump up here and, you know, put them out with the shovel. And then I want to take these fence gates right here, put one right there and one right there. Now that's a little bit of an awning as well. And then we're going to put a door right here, which so it's the wrong way. We're gonna have to fix this. And there you go. And then right here, we want to put some trap doors and then flip them both open. So now we have like a nice long door right here. Looks pretty cool, huh? I've always thought it's a little bit weird how like the texture sort of changes from the door to the trap door, but you know, it's whatever. It's okay. And since we put that door in, let's put in these doors right here as well. So it's gonna be one door right there. Then we're gonna go up with our trap doors. 1, 2, 3, 4. One on top of the door right here. Actually 2. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna open all of them up. Now you have a nice big door right here. It is getting really dark outside, so let's go to sleep. See you in the morning. And I'm getting jumped again. Oh man, get out of here and get out of here. While I'm putting up this door, I wanted to ask you guys about something. So I've been really wanting to do some sort of IRL content for a long time now. And it is because like I'm not like some lame guy. Like I promise I'm actually pretty cool. And I've really wanted to sort of like change. Maybe that means using some more face cams and stuff. But yeah, what are you guys' thoughts on that? I think it'd be pretty cool and I'd look forward to it. But with that being said, now the doors are in and these slabs aren't in, I'm going to have to come in sometime and put the slabs in. But now that this section on the left is done, let's get finished with like this main section right here. The actual big castle part of it. There's gonna be like 4 little towers in the corners and then 1 point at the top. So let's get started on it. And alright guys, so for this main building, well, you guessed it, we use the same exact gradient as before. But this time we included a bunch of windows and even a tower in each of the 4 corners. As you can see, I used the happy gas to fly around and get a bunch of details and even fighting off some mobs, which looks weird because I have the time lapse set to always day. But in the end, we used a plethora of different types of deep slate blocks and the roof came out really well. And alright, so this is finally done. That took me about 2.5 hours on a beautiful Saturday morning. Oh my gosh. But we are missing a little bit of greenery in the front and it's pretty much mirrored on the back, so this as well. But yeah, it still looks incredible. It looks so cool. What I want to do now though is I want to show you guys a little bit of a trick that I have with this chimney over here. And since I just upgraded to Minecraft 1.21.10, we actually have unlocked the new shelf block. So I'm going to go and try to craft like about 4 up. Wait, no, it's not 4. I need 8. But I don't even know the crafting recipe for this, so we're just gonna have to check it out. Alright, shelf. We just need a bunch of stripped logs. And we have plenty of these. Let's go. So I'm gonna craft up 12 shelves right there. 12 shelves. 12 shelves. And then we're going to fly on over to our castle. But gosh, it's so cool having like a big render distance mod because you can really see everything. I would only be able to see like right there if I didn't have that on. But alright, anyways, let's fly up here and I'm going to get started by putting 4 campfires. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And yes, we're taking damage, but we can just put it out, which I shouldn't have done that because I actually need to smoke. What am I doing? Ow, this hurts. I don't like this. But okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then with this shelf right here, it's going to be a little difficult. Yeah, we're going to pop it right there. Then we're going to take it and wrap it all the way around. Ow. And yeah, now look at that. Now we have some beautiful shelves. Oh, this looks so cool. And then I want to take our handy dandy anvils, go 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And then we're going to take some walls right here. We're going to put wall. Then we're going to put a wall right here and a wall right there. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to get on top of this. Oh, there we go. All right, we're on. And now the best part comes. We get to put the candles. Let's go. Now the final part that we need to add, we need to take a couple signs, put one right there, one right there, there, and the same thing right there. And it's going to be a little bit hard to get up there. So let me use a little bit of, oh, I can't even use that. Oh man. Just going to use some random deep slate blocks. And they're going to take our final signs and wrap them around right there. So as you can see, we have like a really cool looking chimney design. Instead of the shelves, if you're not in this update yet, you could use like trapdoors or something. But still, it looks so good. So happy about it. Or you never know, you could go like trapdoors down here and then signs right here. I don't know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. But it is raining and it is nighttime, so I have to go to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. And now you can see it peering up through here. Oh man, it looks so cool. Oh, I forgot. I used to have a mod that made like signs stay whenever you went far away from them, but now I guess since the mod isn't updated to 1.1, 1.10, like you're just gonna have to see signs disappear like this. Oh man, that sucks. That sucks. But it's alright though. So we have like the main 2 parts of it done. Now it's time for like the 3rd main part, if that makes sense. Bro, this is taking me forever, but I think it's going to be so worth it. So I guess let's put our head down for like 1 or 2 more hours and finish off this last part of the build. And oh my gosh, guys, it is finally finished. I mean, besides the fact that we need to go in and add a couple of flowers, maybe in some pots or just on the regular grass. But yeah, man, this is insane. This is like my favorite thing I think I've ever built. Yes, I say that a lot, but I promise you, I've showed it to multiple people and they've all said this is the best thing. So, hey, that I guess justifies it. But yeah, man, I love this so much, and just all of the little details, new things that I've never done before, like the chimney, using anvils in the chimney, and then using a bunch of candles. I've never used candles in builds before. How he made the roofs a little bit more spiky while using them. I've never used ladders before, and I've never done like double doors. I know it sounds dumb, but I don't usually do double doors. And then like the little awnings that I've just everything. It's all so cool, and I love it so much. What I don't love though is the interior, which I don't think I'm going to be doing that this episode just because I'm too lazy. Alright, but yapping aside, let's go and finish off this gatehouse with all the detailing. AKA, let's add in all the flowers. And alright guys, so the detailing of the exterior of the gatehouse is finally finished. We added in a bunch of lanterns, some flower pots, flowers, leaves, all that stuff. Of course I still need to do like actual like detailing like from the landscaping part of it, just sort of blending this build into the surroundings. I don't know if like Corster and whatever. And then we also have to have the path going through here. It's probably going to be made out of Corster, just kind of like the other paths that I usually do. But I was thinking these paths might be a little bit brighter. We could go with like a mushroom block and mud, even have some jungle planks mixed in there. So yeah, it's sort of brighter instead of like the coarse dirt and yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, my buddy Alvin here was such a good help. He helped me do so much stuff. But actually, while we were flying around, he was shot like a bunch of times by skeletons, and I thought I was gonna have to go and heal him, but he kind of healed by himself. So Alvin's definitely a G. But yeah, man, just look at this thing. It looks so cool. But we do have one more singular thing to do. But before we do that, it's nighttime, so I'll see you in the morning. And alright, so I know I said we were only gonna do one more thing, but I actually thought of another thing. The first thing is that earlier I remember talking about how I was going to add slabs under these doors, and now that I think about it, there's lanterns there, so I can't do that anymore. Oh man, I completely forgot. But one thing I do want to do though is all throughout here I want to add in a bunch of glow lichen just to keep the place a little bit brighter. Then I'm going to take my scaffolding right here and remove that slab right there so I can put in the spore blossom. Now we're gonna get those nice little effects going on everywhere, which golly man, it's giving off so so many. Now that the torch is gone, this place is nice and illuminated with all of like the glow lichen and stuff. And yep, nothing can spawn in here. Like I said, I still need to sort of merge this into the landscape around it. So I think that means just building in some simple walls expanding over into the hills. I want this to be the main point of interest. And eventually we might add some more like outposts like up on top of the hill. I think that would be super awesome. But yeah, so after I'm done detailing and merging this into the landscape really, then I'm going to add in the walls and stuff. So we have a lot of work to do, and I mean, hey, let's just get started. And alright, my man, I mean, look at this. Back on this hill, we can see the walls that we added, including the 2 castle towers. We have the berry bushes on the walls to protect, and I don't know if you noticed, but I added in a bunch of candles on the walls. Let me fly over here and show you guys what I'm talking about. I've yet to expand it, but actually we can get rid of this wall right here. And now you can see this walkway that goes all the way into nothing. And then over in this direction, I don't think it's very much of a difference. Also, these things kind of don't really have interiors. I mean, look at the inside. It's just like that over here as well. Why don't we talk about probably the biggest difference I've made, or addition rather, and that is this massive pathway. It took so much grass and ferns. I mean, it really took so much. And then also we went in adding all of the mud and jungle wood, even some mushroom and some rooted dirt. And all that came together to make this massive pathway, which I was thinking there could eventually be a pathway that goes from here all the way down into like the valley to like maybe like a fishing village or something, or fishing outpost. And then we can kind of imagine that these 2 rivers like intersect or are connected, and then they lead into these rivers, and these rivers go on forever, and that can be kind of like a way to get to this castle. And over in this direction, I mean, hey, there are plenty of opportunities. This actually connects up over to this ocean, which I do have the mod disabled right now, the Voxy mod, which makes me see super far. That's because it was just getting way too laggy, and then my flashback recordings start crashing when I have it like enabled. So I might revisit that in the future, but for now we're gonna turn it back off. After this, I decided to go around my path, adding in a bunch of different rocks, sort of to act like broken down walls, and this added a nice little border to the pathway. And after that, I realized that all of the light levels were low around the pathway, which meant that mobs could spawn, so I had to go around adding in a bunch of lanterns on fence posts. And alright guys, so what do you guys think about the pathway? I added in a whole lot of borders with all of these mossy variants, and also made sure to add lights in forms of lanterns on top of fences. But if I turn on my MIDI HUD mod, which is what I use to see light levels, you can see that pretty much everything around our pathway is unmob spawnable, if that's even a word. AKA no mobs can spawn around our pathway unless it's like far away from the path, like in this big area right here. But with that being said, everybody, I think that is going to be the end of the episode. Believe it or not, this was kind of 3 weeks in the making, so it did take a pretty long time. And oh yeah, also I forgot to mention I added a nice little texture pack where I'm running and stuff. Oh, oops, messed up, but yeah, look at that. Also, why is my happy gas tweaking back there, dog? What the heck? But anyways, let's not get sidetracked. The video is going to end right here. We added so much stuff, and we literally unlocked a whole new region of this map right here. If I zoom out, oh man, that looks so cool. This is like my first time looking at it. You can see the pathway, and then you can see the castle with the walls. I will be expanding into the valley over here, and trying to expand into the valley over here. And you never know, I might carve out a little bit of a sort of pathway going into this ocean right here. Then we can kind of turn this into a harbor or something. I mean, like, you never know. So there are so many different plans plans and ideas that I have for this, and I'm just so excited to keep planning. Yes, this video is shorter than the others. I want to get back to my old ways. I know that's what you guys like, the short, like 25 to 30 minute videos, so I'm glad I could perform and do something really cool in the process. But everybody, I'm so thankful for you all watching this video. Jesus loves you so much, and subscribe, because I'm trying to get past 10k. My old goal was kind of 50k before the end of the year, but it's kind of out of reach, so let's do 10k. Yeah, 10k. Yeah, 10k goal. That's the goal, guys. 10,000 subscribers before January. So help me make my dreams come true and subscribe. I love you all so much, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day. And I'll say it again, Jesus loves you. Bye bye. YouTube thinks you're gonna like this video right here, so why don't you click on that?
Growing up, I have always dreamed of building a massive Minecraft city filled with beautiful builds. And now, being a Minecraft YouTuber, it's kind of my job to build cool stuff just like this. So today, I'm finally going to start work on that dream by building a massive protective gatehouse, serving as the entrance to our brand new city project region, even including a small farming village leading up to it, getting us one step closer to creating the city my younger self always dreamed of. What's going on, everybody? It's Eagle here, and welcome back to the Hardcore Minecraft world. Last episode, which was over 6 months ago, we built up this massive gatehouse, and at the time I thought this is my best build ever. Yes, it's still awesome, but most recently I started my Forever world, where I have been creating genuinely some of the best builds ever, and I have improved so much. So this is why I want it to be an entrance to our brand new farming region leading up to the new city. I have a dream of building a massive one, but first we need to get started on terraforming this valley. Quite a bit of it needs to get shaped and removed, so let's not waste any time and get straight into it. I tried my best to tackle this terraforming in the best way possible, that being going in and removing all of the blocks I didn't need, and then going in and placing all the blocks I did need. However, you can see I just kind of started freestyling towards the end, but I mean, I got it done, so that's all that matters, right? This alone definitely didn't take like 5 hours. And I mean, so this area is coming out pretty well, so you can see the vision that I am going for, the textured cliffside, but that is only one side of it. We also need to do the right side of the valley as well, and I just know this is gonna take forever. This side definitely didn't take as long as the other, but it definitely still took a few hours. This time around, I actually stuck to removing all excess blocks first and then placing all the blocks second. Can't believe I actually stuck to the plan. This definitely made it go a little smoother, and the good part is we also have a ton of excess blocks left over from this entire project. And oh right, so this area is looking great. I'm sorry, please don't mind the lag, it's just a little bit. But yeah, now we have a massive valley terraformed. I did go with a new style texturing the cliffs and also even getting the cliffs themselves. And oh man, this definitely took a long time. You can see I have a spot carved out right here for something, and also have a spot carved out right here. You can also see we got the beacon in here, which definitely made it way easier to get rid of all the stone. But that being said, there is supposed to be a massive pathway going all the way from the gatehouse over to, I guess, where those holes are. And well, this wasn't gonna take some blocks that were just lying around. I actually needed to gather over 14 stacks of rooted dirt and craft over 9 stacks of packed mud. But besides that, I was able to grind out everything else rather easily. And that leads us straight into the path build itself, where I'm first going through removing all of the grass blocks in the way, then coming back through and replacing them with all the blocks I just gathered, creating a light brown style path that is just wide enough to be pretty much considered the world's main road. And just wow, we have completely transformed this area right here, and I don't even know what to think. I don't even know what to say. It looks so good. Walking through our gatehouse here, we can see the vision I was going for. Yes, it does look a little bit plain right now, but that is because there are no structures. There's gonna be buildings everywhere, and it's just gonna be full of life, and yeah, I'm just really excited to have my vision unfold. But one of those structures I want to build is going to be a huge gatehouse. That's pretty much the entire, I guess, theme of the video. Guys, let me just say I cooked on this one. I used a packed mud to brick and granite gradient with subtle texturing thrown in with coarse dirt, building up 2 towers here with deep slate roofs to top them off. Finally, I went in and added all the final details, finishing off our brand new gatehouse build. I gotta say, this is my new favorite view of the entire world. For some reason, my game audio
audio is glitched out right now, so I can't hear it. But yeah, I really love how it came out. I did make a couple changes with the windows and iron bars. Also put some trapdoors instead of copper bulbs. Really wanted to have a nice interior. Also, you can see these banners, brand new. They're going to be the banners of the entire city that I want to eventually have. Also, I really love how the fences create this gate. And a nice little detail is how the hoppers go into dispensers, so it looks like there's little holes that they actually go into. Turn around, you can see we have doors to go inside, and also try to put a bunch of greenery around them. Which at the end of the project, I am going to go in and add in all of the greenery I want to add, but we'll just have to worry about that later, because now I want to get started on a place for our moss farm. Well, we don't even have a moss farm yet, I need to build one. And I have a pretty cool build planned for it. After removing some extra terrain, I started on the build, where I really wanted to lean into the rustic wooden type of style I have improved on over the years. So after building up the main shape of the farmhouse, I got started on the roof, which was made of various deep slate types. And well, I kinda realized I messed up the size of the actual build itself, so there wasn't enough space for us to build the moss farm on the interior. So that led to me digging out a pretty detailed basement area, and then I was finally able to build up the moss farm itself. And well, that certainly was a doozy, but we ended up getting it done in the end. I really like this building. There's just some sort of flair to it, and I like how there isn't too much moss on the roof, but there's a decent amount, so you can kind of tell that this is what holds the moss farm, and it's also kind of dug into the hill, so that's also a cool detail. On the inside here, you can see that, well, it was just a basic interior, but then I had to go in and actually add this downstairs area, and I really like this. I think it came out very well. I wish there was a way to show on the outside that there's like this type of vibe dungeon down here, but well, really all we need to show is this. The moss farm works. And there is no bone meal left in here. I thought it was self-sufficient, so I guess when I need to run it again, I will. But in the meantime, we have plenty of moss. I mean, look at this. I don't think we're going to need any more moss for a very long time. But now that this beautiful build is done, I want to get started on two more little structures over here. Starting off with what I wanted to be a horse stables, I was able to utilize the outside texture of the shelf block for the walls, and I was sure to add plenty of greenery around and on the build. And then I made the spur of the moment decision to create a massive grass farm inside the gatehouse, just so I could get ahead on the grass production for later. Then for the next structure, I wanted to build up a diagonal townhouse building. It was pretty hard to get the build done on the angle, but it ended up coming out super well. And alright y'all, so you know I had to toggle on the shaders, and that is because these buildings are looking so cool. Building up this beautiful horse stables area. Oh dang, I forgot to put the water, hold on. Alright, there we go, water is in, but yeah, this area is looking super cool. I tried to add in a lot of greenery as well, which I will talk about that in a second. Then we got this nice building right here. It's on a diagonal, and I think it somehow came out pretty well. Head to the inside, there's a kind of an interior. I just put a bunch of chests in here and some sort of torn up rug. And up here we have some beds with a lectern, some candles, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so we have this, and I want to get started on this building right here. But before I do that, I want to show you what I have been doing in the meantime. First thing is, I built up a nice fern farm in here. We don't have any ferns over here, so I can't run it right now, but just know it gives us ferns. Then we head over to this tower over here, and you can see I have a bush farm here. I'll take like a little axe right here, and I'll flip it on. Oh, never mind, I broke it. There's always going to be at least a little bit of troubleshooting, sorry. But you put the bush right there, then you put the glass right here, then you click the lever, and then you go bam, and it just breaks all of it, breaks all them bushes. And then down here we have a bunch of them. But I'll show you the main thing I installed. I kind of mentioned it in the time lapse. Oh yeah, I forgot to show. I also built this glow lichen farm in here. I built a lot of little micro farms. But then you head up the scaffolding right here, and you can see we have a massive grass farm in here now. I don't have any shears. Do I have any shears? Oh yeah, I have one. So you'll like get in the minecart right here and you'll flick it and you'll go back and forth harvesting all the grass. But yeah, super cool. But anyways, enough yapping. Let's finally get started on this building that is going to look so cool. Starting off, I built up a pretty textured tough base, making sure to add the occasional mossy bits. Then I started the upper layer with the wooden frame on top and finishing it off with a beautifully textured tough and deep slate roof, where then all I needed to do was add the details like the small alleyway between the houses houses, this acts as sort of a mini workshop for whoever lives in this new structure. And alright, so the new build is in and it is looking awesome. I've also just returned from a 5-day trip. I've been gone from Sunday all the way until Thursday night, so that is kind of why there's a little bit of a delay on this video. But we are back, and as you can see, if I fly up to the top, you can see our Voxy is actually updated and working well as well. However, instead this time I increased it to a 4,000 block radius, so it just looks so cool. Let's talk about this build a little bit. I really love the base, and this really gives the effect of a really worn down type of I guess cabin type of building, but of course it has the base. But yeah, I like how I added the glow berries and the hanging roots. Overall, just looks super awesome. And also, all of my mods are fixed and everything. It's all working really well, so I'm really happy about that. But the coolest part is this little alleyway back here. I wanted to add a bunch of details. There is a little door that heads into the interior, which I'll talk about that in a second. But back here, I have a little furnace inside of this chimney. Also, I have a blast furnace right here. Then I just have some storage and candles and some anvils back here. Then you head up here and you can see that there's also an interior upstairs as well. And well, I have no idea what to put inside of this house, so if you guys have any suggestions, let me know down below. I have some pretty fire episode ideas coming up, and I think I might be able to utilize these for some villagers, but let's not talk about that. Next up, I want to get started on 2 more structures to the left. I am really excited to get started on them, and I'm excited because it's really going to frame the pathway in the gatehouse. And man, there are just so many more details to add that I'm so excited for. So let's get started. And get started I did, first by building up another house near the gatehouse, starting with the base, then building the upper layer with details like a staircase and plenty of glowberries. I also built up a small garden area between this house and the other house, where I started by building up a more simple stony base with the same type of style upper area. But this roof was much different from any of the other houses in this area, making it really stand out. And okay, so the frame is definitely coming together. All the structures on the right side, and then the left side now is looking pretty full as well. However, we do have 2 more structures to build, and that's really going to wrap everything up really nice. I am loving this area so much. Also, like this little part right here where I added the garden. Actually, hold on a second. I want to grab some grass really quickly. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, this is looking super nice. The interiors still do need a little bit of work though, but I managed to make them pretty good size, so I guess we can really use them. Like I said earlier, an idea for a video I have might require needing to use these interiors, so I don't want to just put a bunch of random stuff there. But anyways, enough yapping, let's get started on these 2 buildings right here. This should really wrap up the area well. I was gonna give a detailed voiceover for this house as well, but I kind of forgot to unpause the time lapse. So let's just talk about the next house, where I built up a pretty different style upper layer, a sort of split style. Also made sure to include details like a small upper layer porch next to the chimney. And okay, so this area is finally finished with all of the houses. And I mean, the result of this is one of the most immersive things I've ever made. Let me just fly up here over top the main gatehouse. You can see how much we've really added here. Honestly, I love it so much, but one thing that it is missing, or well, multiple things, is all of the details. I feel like I need to add like carts or something on this main road just to break it up, because it is really wide and there doesn't seem to be very much stuff on it like it's actually traveled. I did put a wagon over here, so I guess that works, but we need to add stuff like all of the greenery. I think I want to add a couple trees as well, and we're about to lose visibility. If any of you guys know the mod that makes my game like overly foggy whenever it starts raining, please let me know so I can fix it. It only happens in the hardcore world too, so I have no idea why. But anyways, like I said, we need to get started on all of the details of the area, kind of like this, how it's really overgrown with the well. I want to really fill in all of these other areas. So let's get started. And okay, my friends, oh my goodness, this area just looks, man, I'm acting like I'm shocked like I didn't do it and haven't already seen it, but gosh dang, This area looks so freaking cool. I know I said I was gonna add a bunch of details and stuff, but I thought I would start with just the trees. And I still do have a bunch more to add over here and over there, but I do think that these trees definitely transform this area completely. Also, you can tell it's raining right now, and it's not super foggy because, yes, I found a fix for it. So my fix for it was, I have this mod called Atmospherics I just added for this episode, and it gave me a setting to be able to fix this feature. I don't know if it was caused by the mod or not, and my keybind is period for it to open it up. And if I go to weather, you can see fog. Before, the fog start was like all the way right here, and the fog end was like right there. So like you can see, this area definitely looks really super foggy, and that is not what I wanted at all. So we go back into it, go back into fog. I started it, hold on, I made it like all the way max distance for the end. Yeah, so you can definitely see the area a lot better when it's raining, and that was the biggest problem I had. However, it is fixed now. So now you can see, we can walk through these trees right here, and we can really see, wow, like this just adds so much. Walking under them and between them, it really adds so much character. And now what I think we should do is, now that we have all of the base amount of trees, obviously I need to add a couple more right here and right here. I want to come in with all of the foliage, that being like grass and firefly bushes, some ferns. All of that cool stuff is going to come together and really transform this area. I mean, like really overhaul it. Also, I want to add a lot of the finishing details like carts and stuff like that. And yeah, enough talking about it. Let's just do it because I'm very freaking excited to see how it looks when I'm done. And here we are, guys. Now I can finally say that this area is actually finished. To the left, you can see I added another tree, big one. I really like it. I did use a little bit of reference from one of the YouTuber Flips. He has a world download, and I was able to go in there, look at a bunch of the trees he built, and yeah, that's how I came up with all of these. If you guys want to learn how to get good at building trees, if you can find a way to get a hand on someone else's trees, then get a good look at what the branch structure looks like, then you can really model it and use some of those examples in your own trees. And then leave, they just kind of come by themselves. But yeah, there's a bunch of replicated trees surrounding this area, but overall they look different enough to make it all look cohesive. But enough yapping, you can see that we have a nice border to the pathway with the leaves and the fences. And if you walk down the pathway over here, you can see we added a bunch of carts and different, I guess, wagons. Also added in a bunch of these planter boxes just to add more green. And yeah, my favorite part is coming over here, walking through this little garden, and then up over here where you can see all of the grass and ferns and bushes I placed. And now we have a nice well. I was originally going to put farmland over here, but I really like how it looks when it's really overgrown. And you can see, if I head into FreeCam, you can see all of these hills throughout the trees. They're all covered in grass and stuff. So that really adds a lot of detail to the forest floor that you wouldn't really think about when you're making trees. And when I tell you I spent hours inside of this gatehouse at the grass farm, I definitely did. You can also see I added a bunch of boulders, really just to break up the terrain. And yeah, it looks really alive when you walk under the trees now. Like, I really love this look. And at night, the firefly bushes let off actual fireflies, and they look super cool. But enough yapping about what I did, because it is still pretty much a death trap under the trees. That's because all the mobs keep spawning under them, and they can use it for shelter. I'll never fix the shelter part, but I can fix the part that they're spawning. So I think I'm going to head back to the storage room, and I actually have a pretty good idea. When you head over here to this tree
tree right next to the coral, I can take this book and quill, and you can see here are my comments of the day. And for this episode, I wanted to go over 1, 2, and 3. So 3 different comments. I think you can see where I'm going with this. I want to read out the comments of the day, and while I am, I'm going to be lighting up the areas. Okay, so for the first comment, it's actually by this cool guy named Eagle MC, and his 7 months ago ignorant self said I'll be trying to post on Sundays at 12 p.m. now, also face cam. And let me just say, guys, it has been a roller coaster in the past 6 months. I have been doing so much, and I don't know if a lot of you guys knew, but I'm actually a football player, not professionally yet or anything, but just in high school, and I actually spend a lot of time working on my craft. That is football, and I want to take that really far away. But I think you guys can kind of tell that doing this is really my passion, playing Minecraft that is. So I really have to balance the fact I'm running a Minecraft channel as a 16-year-old and trying to maintain my skill of being one of the best football players in Florida. So it does get really hectic, and about 6 months ago, it was right after the season ended, so I thought, hey, I'm gonna have so much more time now. But I was sadly mistaken, as I was shown that I was going to still need to put a lot of time into football, off season even more than the season. So then that led to me kind of falling behind on uploads, not posting as much, and overall, even though we dropped the quantity of the videos, I still believe that the quality has actually gone up. I can see in my builds that I'm just getting so much better every episode. Like, I actually tried to terraform this entire area a couple months ago, and I wasn't even able to because I had no vision for it, and I didn't even know how to do it. But what I'm trying to say is that now I am actually a lot more skilled, a lot more talented as a builder, and I'm able to create a lot better of content for you guys. So I guess you could just call me a quality over quantity type of guy. Also, for the face cam part, you guys saw in my last upload, I have been using my face cam a little bit more, so that's all fun and dandy. I'm also thinking about launching an IRL channel soon, so if you guys are interested, let me know. But okay, anyways, next comment, Austin Ray 391 said, amazing build, God has given you a gift. Mind you, all of these are from Hardcore Season 2 Episode 11, which is almost 7 months ago, like I've been talking about. That is what these comments are from. So sorry for taking so long to respond, my friend, but I really appreciate you saying that. If you guys didn't know, I'm a Christian. I always say Jesus loves you. They know my videos. And if you were to ask me why, it'd really just be because there are some situations that I can't handle on my own. And sometimes calling on that extra person to help you out always is great for me. The extra person is Jesus. I'm not gonna act like I'm holier than thou or like I'm some perfect Christian or anything, but I spend my time getting my Bible and really trying to learn the reason behind Jesus and the reason behind his ways. And even if you don't believe in Jesus, you should still believe that you should try to model your character after him. If you believe he's fictional, then after his fictional character, you should try to be. What do I mean by that? Whether you believe in Jesus or not, it's good to try and act like him. And so that is what I've always tried to do. In the Bible, Romans 3:23 says, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So don't believe that if you're a Christian, you're expected to be perfect or anything, or that there's any religious obligation. All it is a relationship, man. The biggest excuse I hear people say for not believing is like, hey, I have to do all this work. But if you really think about it, you put more work into stuff that actually takes more work. But I don't see you guys complaining about that. Anyways, me personally, I believe that it is good for you to believe in Jesus and for you to love him because he loved us first. So I really appreciate you saying that God has given me a gift, because a lot of people would really just say, oh, you're so talented, you're so gifted, where'd you get that from? And my first response is always, to God be the glory. But let's talk about the third comment. Whew! Oh man, this is a long comment. This commenter is by the name of Silence5350, and his comment is really long, so I summarized it. And he says, best discovery of the week, crazy quality for 7k subs, which we are at 8.5k now. This build opens up so many ideas, connect the path to the Sakura mountain, add a temple, and more detailed builds like the fishing outpost. Love this, I'm subscribing. So thank you for those great ideas. I was actually trying to plan a Sakura planned build, or themed, I meant to say. So that is definitely a great idea. I've already thought about that. And I love it when you guys actually put in thought to how I can improve my world. I mean, like, that's crazy. You guys care about my videos enough to try and help me improve on my own game. So I love that, and I appreciate you guys. But yeah, like I said, I've already tried the Sakura mountain, but I will say I did give up a little bit through. It's just a whole different style I've never tried before, but I'm down for a challenge. So actually, let's look into it. Also, for the fishing outpost part, I'm not quite sure what I was talking about when I said that, but I really do want to show you guys this really cool discovery I made. If I look into my map and you look out into this big ol' ocean, you can see we have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5,
not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, and not 10, but 11 huge islands that we can really spend some time transforming. That is going to take a long time, but I would really like doing that. Also, if you look a little closer to my starter base, there's this massive landmass surrounded by river, and I want to transform that. There's also this little one right here, and there's another, I mean, see, you see how many islands there are? There's another one right here. There's a huge peninsula right here and right here. And yeah, so the terrain for this world is a lot more inspiring than I thought it was. I tried using the tectonic mod, but the one thing you can't do with, I guess, custom terrain mods is you can't really express your own creativity when you're terraforming and stuff like that. So I can find myself getting really uninspired when I use stuff like tectonic or terralith, just because I feel like I enjoy actually transforming the terrain, the imperfect terrain of Minecraft. Yes, I know. So yeah, Minecraft definitely has its flaws, but that is really the reason why everybody plays it, right? You're able to take land that's randomly generated and transform it into whatever you want it to be. In this case, I built this. Man, that just gave me goosebumps, bro. Holy crap, this area looks so cool. Also, I want to elaborate. Each one of these massive trees took like 15 minutes, and I mean per tree 15 minutes, not to mention all of the material gathering of all the leaves, all the bushes I included, all the wood, all the trap, everything just took so long. And I'm sorry for taking so long to post this video, but hey, your boy gets busy, and when you're overly busy you kind of put off big stuff, and I felt myself doing that. But then every time I think like that, I remember, hey, I have a bunch of people that are actually willing to wait for me. So that is why I appreciate you guys so much. Having an audience is just the best thing in the world. People who actually care about you and about the content that you make. So I've definitely been blessed. God has blessed me with this platform, and I appreciate you all. That has been episode 12 of the Hardcore World. My friends, don't you ever forget, believe it or not, Jesus loves you. And it's been Eagle. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Peace.